Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. Hope you enjoy. Story number 1. You know a lot about where we came from, except where it is. Written by Looney123. Master was so very close to finishing his work. Hours of his heart and essence had been poured into it. But there was one final step. The proofread. Saving the file, he exited his text editor and opened up the chat with Harry. His fingers did a small dance of uncertainty over the input, mind still not made up for sure on whether he should ask Harry for his help. After a few moments, he decided to throw his caution behind him, quickly uploading the file. Master then started sending messages to Harry. Hey, Harry, I know this is kind of weird and out of the sky, but can you take a look at this file for me? I decided to try and write something, like a short story. You can read it for the plot and all of that, but I think you'll like it. It's about humans being cold. As he was finishing up his messages, Master saw Harry become active in the chat, typing out his own messages. Yeah, I'll take a look at that for you. And I think you mean cool. Master became infused with excitement. He started messaging Harry while Harry read the story. Well, anyway, it's about how humans are very hardy because of where you all came from and how that helped you get into space so fast. Like, since your home planet had that enormous star giving off all that radiation, and since you came from closer to the center of the galaxy, there were more stars. Space wasn't as hard on you with radiation as it was for the rest of us. And since you didn't have to carry as much radiation shielding, getting into space was easier. Staying in space was easier, and so on. Master stopped messaging Harry, giving him time to finish the story. It wasn't that long. He should reach the end soon. After sitting patiently for a few moments, Master decided that he should look for somewhere on the connection to put his story for others to see. I should ask if there are any human sites that would like this type of thing, it resolved. After a few more moments of searching, the messenger alerted him that Harry had responded. Looks good grammatically, except for a few things that probably are just bad translation or something. And one thing, we don't live in the center of the galaxy. Well, sometimes to the rest of us, it's close enough that we just sort of group you with the center area. We literally are about halfway between the center and the very edge. How does that put us in the center of the galaxy? All right, we're not in the center of the galaxy. But who is going to consider that about the technical detail like that? A lot of us. We have a mind for small details like that. Still ridiculous. It's only human, Lenny emoticon. Wait, how did you do that? End of story. Story number 2. The Three Skulls of Humanity. Written by Kai Dobson. As with any night, the pub was packed with its natural band of diverse regulars. The Skenvar table cheered loudly every few minutes as another round of the triple-pack card game rounded off, jeering the loser into buying the players at the table another round of shots of squy. The Dengbai sat quietly in their own corner as they opened their minds to one another as they created new stories, poems, and songs that their species were famous for. The Ickly drinking at the bar as drinkers would. The blind mining species, just icks, clicking their tongues to find their way to the bar for another round of drinks for their Ipsy business partners. As the heavy doors opened, the regulars lazily shifted their collective gaze mid-conversation to see if the latest drinker was a friend. It wasn't. It was a human. The pub became deathly silent as they all stared at the human. Was he one of the monsters that so many of the murdered brethren had died at the hands of? The human slowly moved his arm upwards as he showed the black and white patch on his arm, showing his skull. The usual humdrum of the pub resumed as they accepted him into their locale. The human turned and opened the door to let 2 more humans in who had stayed outside in case the regulars didn't want to take kindly to a human in their midst. As the humans took refuge in the last quiet corner of the pub, a curious Ickly turned to his mentor and whispered, Master, he frowned. That was a human. Why did no one kill him? Because he wore a skull. came the reply. So? They are monsters. Not all of them, the wise elder told his apprentice. The disease they fell to was one that every species has fallen to. However, their reaction was, different. Their monsters come from a disease? Yes, the same disease that hit every species. Thing is, there was no way of fighting it until some of your own kind had caught it. This virus, or whatever it was, managed to hide away in a new patient zero and fester until it could be transferred every which way to more hosts. And then it spread like fire through the dry wood covered in fuel. The Dengbai lost nearly 100 million. The Jusix got lucky and only lost a few million. As horrible that is to say, the Ipsi lost so many they had to recall every colony to go home to focus on breeding for nearly a decade. Us Iklis lost nearly 20 million. One of the Mentals, great Mentals, lost his whole family, but he was given the antidote just in time. So, what happened with the humans? Over half their population died. You cannot comprehend those numbers, youngling. 60+% of their near trillion or so they had spread around the galaxy just, disappeared. What of the stories of these monsters who killed so many? Around a quarter of their whole species went mad with the disease. The virus somehow changed their brain chemistry into one of rage and hunger. The inflicted, as they became known, would sprint through cities and streets and bite, claw, punch and maim any species they came into contact with. Hence the stories of human monsters who clearly know so well. These infected killings caused humans to be outlawed quickly by federations and republics alike. But actual policing was hard because of the infected's ability to still be able to use starships like any of the rest of us would. They could spread to another arm of the galaxy within days, and there was very little anyone could really do about it. And that is why people laughed at Senator Bullock's initiative of Galactic Army or Police Force. The galaxy is too big, too spacious to be readily policed at every corner of the system. However, what you clearly know nothing of is the remainder of the human species. Merely 15% survived somewhat unscathed. Some of them was one way or another naturally immune, and their scientists created their antidote for their species in record time. But it was already too late. The infected had already gone mad. But the 15% would not let their species have a tarnished name forever. They took up skulls. Skulls? Yes. The 3 skulls of humanity are the 3 factions of non-infected fell into. The pirates, going under the skull of some legend of theirs called Jolly Roger. They take up the most dangerous and illicit smuggling jobs, taking anything they can anywhere they are asked for a price. They also steal whatever cargo from any trader who can afford to lose it without breaking their business. This gives them a means of paying for everything the other 2 skulls achieve. The Mandalorians wear the skull of the Mandalore. Again, a legend from their library of literature, I believe. They serve as bounty hunters, security guards, and, for a price, assassins. But only against a target that deserves to die. The money they get also goes to whatever skulls need to finish their mission. And finally, the skull on those men there. The skull of the Punisher. They hunt their own, the infected monsters that ravaged anyone and everyone through the galaxy are hunted by those brave men. They are given no official jurisdiction for what they do and are constantly arrested for various charges like gun violations, trespassing, and occasionally they are arrested, along with the other Skull members, for murder charges that should be levied against the infected who had actually committed the crime. You claim that humanity are merely monsters, but they have a decency to clean up their own mess alone. They wish to restore themselves and everyone else to what they were before the infected killings, but not many believe that they can survive. All 3 skulls may very well die out, but as long as every infected human dies with them, humanity will greet extinction with well-earned pride and a smile. End of story. Hunting a June Bug, written by __te___. Junebrook Corcoran, Junebug to her friends, ate her unsweetened oats in a determined silence. Each bite a bitter battle, each sludgy, salty swallow a Pyrrhic victory. She finished and glared at the bowl emptied of the enemy, and knew the warden would simply refill it tomorrow. It was a little overdramatic. The oatmeal wasn't awful, but the 2-decade sentence for hacking a few bank accounts to be a money mule was, Kristina Sverchenskaya did the same thing. Junebug had followed the news closely and got a slap on the wrist, but the judge didn't feel Junebug regretted her actions. Well, she didn't. But who did? She was being punished for being authentic. Or maybe the judge just thought that Kristina was a lot sexier, or wittier. Ignoring the pointlessness and the other inmates, she stood and carried her spoon and bowl to the returns bin, dropped them in, and marched back to her cell. Half an hour later, mystified guards found her empty cell and started up the alarms. Between one step and the next, Junebug plunged hip deep into the dark, muddy, very warm water. She felt a bee sting on her neck, and a sudden dizziness caused her to fall and rest the way into the water. She panicked, swallowed water, and thrashed around, finding a tree branch and hauling herself up out of the water. After a few moments to gather her wits, she took a few more deep breaths and took stock. The air was thick and humid and hot. She was lightheaded. The side of her neck was sore and warm to the touch. The air smelled like salt water and rotting flowers. The tree was not anything she recognized. It had a sturdy branching pattern, but the leaves looked like hanging lace ribbons, and the skin had a rubbery texture she instantly loathed. She realized that she was seeing her first alien fauna. It looked like a fat, successful rat-squirrel hybrid, with no fur and dark walnut-brown skin. Its eyes, all 4 of them, were arranged concentrically around a worm-like mouth. Junebug started to shake and gripped the tree limb tighter. A virtual screen, fuzzy at first, came into focus in her field of vision. It had a message. "Welcome, human. You have 10 days to survive on the alien planet, after which you will be returned to your home. Unfortunately, you will have memory problems, so the screen will remain visible to you at all times. Check it often. Sometimes it'll have new info. We will give you 2 days to acclimate and learn the local area. The leaves, grasses, and local fauna should all be edible to you. Most of the things that look like berries are at least mildly toxic. If you see small white spheres on a bluish plant, those are very edible and provide good nutrition. We strongly recommend finding those if you can. After 2 days, we will hunt, kill, and eat you unless you manage to escape. Do your best, and good luck." Junebug's vision narrowed down to a tunnel, at the end of which was a message. Her heart pounded in her head, and breathing became difficult. She closed her eyes and gripped the tree. When panic attack passed, she took a great big gulping breaths, leaning against the tree, and opened her eyes. Nothing had changed. She was still angry, and she couldn't continue to sit on the tree branch until the alien showed up and killed her. She lowered herself back into the water and stopped. Lowering herself was too easy. Experimentally, she did a chin-up, then a one-armed chin-up. Holy crap! It was a low-gravity planet, apparently, or at least low-ish. She dropped back into the water, picked the closest-looking hill, and set off, keeping an eye out for tiny white spheres. Halfway there, she had to cling to the tree while she vomited. She'd swallowed too much salt water, and she half expected this horrible, retching nausea, but it still wasn't fair. She continued on towards the hill. The Poe kidnapped humans reasonably often. It wasn't necessary, strictly speaking, but it was fun. And although humans outmassed Poe almost 2-to-1, came from a somewhat higher gravity world, and were comparatively terrifying beasts, the Poe had a great deal of technology on their side. They didn't use all of it, of course. It took too much fun out of the hunt, but 2 technologies in particular were vital. The wormhole, a massive expenditure of energy close to the total output of the sun for a trillionth of a second, dropped a human into one of the Poe's favorite hunting grounds. It was expensive, but for rich Poe nobles who hunted, it was the best and least traceable way to acquire game. The wormhole was also accurate down to the micrometer and microsecond, which let the Poe set up the second technology to hit the target as they arrived. Microscopic darts loaded with mild opioid analgesic, location trackers only used if the target survived so they could be found and returned home, sensory editing and recording devices, additional opioid time-release capsules, and other needed bits and pieces. The drugs were chosen for their ability to interfere with long-term memory formation. The Poe were always careful to leave no memories of the events, and it was better to prevent than wipe. It was an extra special bonus. It made the hunt easier when the victims couldn't remember more than an hour of their past. The Poe had hunted humans from all over Earth, rednecks to monks, prostitutes to mercenaries, soldiers of every stripe and nationality, bank tellers, and more. In comparison to some of the missing persons list who had walked these hills, Junebug was perhaps a hair above average, mostly on account of 3 weeks spent in a primitive skills retreat. She knew how to knap flint, build a fire, and manage the most basic and simple of survival in the wild. But she'd never fought for her life, never done anything sneakier than a Saturday night window slide, never dealt with the terror of being hunted. But the Poe had never hunted a human who wasn't doped to the gills. And one small, tiny respect, Junebug was special. While she got her looks from the Brazilian Kafusa mother, she got her Scandinavian Irish dad's absurd height, and his near-complete immunity to the kindness of dentists, thanks to the not uncommon genetic disorder that rendered him highly resistant to opioids. Junebug spent the first hour or so getting out of the water. The aliens dropped her in the middle of a shallow lake surrounded by low hills. The water was filled with unrecognizable aquatic plants, many of which grew to a height few feet above the water, and trees every few minutes. Climbing the trees helped with navigation, but she still had to hike and swim through the water. Most of it was hip deep, but some of it was shoulder deep or deeper. She tried not to think about what might be lurking between the grassy fronds, particularly when she had to swim across the deep gap. Once on dry ground, she'd take off her clothes and hung them to dry, and did her best to squidge the salt water out of her hair. Then she chewed on lace leaves. They tasted like sour lettuce, and surveyed the land. The local mammal equivalent was furless and fast. The fat turned out to be flaps of skin. In the low gravity, most animals she saw seemed to have developed at least minimal gliding ability. Without a weapon, she wouldn't be eating meat. The lace leaves were filling and terrible. There was no goddamn white spheres on bluish plants. And the water was salty. She needed to purify it if she didn't want to die. For that matter, she needed a fire for lots of reasons. While her orange jumpsuit died, Junebug gathered her driest moss that she could find, and hunted bits of fallen twigs and sticks and made a pile. She picked up the straightest stick, scooped out a hollow in the fattest stick, and began spinning. Success happened surprisingly easy. She piled on some of the bits of dry moss and some twigs, and then fell back as the fire jumped to the moss she stood on, which caught fire instantly and began to blaze up. Holy crap! Junebug backed away and watched in horror as the moss fire spread and spread. As she retreated, it continued to burn, and finally she ran to the water and watched as the hillside burned. Then the tips of the water fronds caught and a blaze began to spread across the lake. Cursing, she dove under and towards open water, then watched with a kind of horrified fascination as the fire flashed across the lake. She stayed in the water for half an hour before the hillside burnt out, and then crawled back into the land. The half-melted remains of her polyester underwear and jumpsuit were dry. Her cotton socks were ash. Her shoes were wearable, at least. She tried the remains of the jumpsuit around herself as a kind of half-toga, and then sat on the ground and cried. Nothing about this was even remotely fair, and she still needed a fire. This time, she took a stout branch and dug a patch of moss down on the bare dirt. She regathered supplies, fewer and mostly burnt this time, and practiced her stick spinning. It was surprisingly easy again, but at least this time it didn't immediately jump to the moss. Soon, she had a fire. hotter than expected, and burning fast. She piled more sticks on, and they caught fire almost immediately. She stared at the fire and realized anything here was burning easily. The plants had a high oxygen content. She was probably a bit high herself. The aliens were going to be lucky if she lived long enough for them to hunt. But at least starting a fire wasn't going to be a problem. While that burned, she went to the lake and pulled up some grass from below the surface. When she had great fistfuls of the stuff, she began doing a very simple over-under weave. When she had a reasonable sheet, she took 2 sticks and made a tent over the fire, scooped up some clay and made 2 crude bowls, put water in the bowl, put 1 bowl in the fire and 1 at the edge of the tent lip. Feeding the fire steamed the water, and the condensation ran down into the second bowl. While the water accumulated, Junebug ripped up burnt leaves and made a meal. They tasted significantly better burnt. Caramelization appeared to be the spice of choice here. The temperature in the evening steadied somewhere between 80 Fahrenheit. She could live without the fire overnight, which is a goddamn miracle. She set aside the bowls and dumped salt water on the fire, found a niche she could put it back into, and fell asleep. In the morning, the message was mostly the same, but it said that she had 9 days, and it didn't even mention that she'd already been there for a day. She noticed some other dishonesties as well. There was now a recommendation to find the white spheres in the middle of the lake. Trolling was interspecies humor, apparently. She idly noticed the moss, lake plants, and everything else had regrown overnight. It was as green as the day before. She'd wondered if they'd actually planned to kill her, or whether that was just more trolling. Best to treat it as real, in which case today was her last free day. Home Hill was not a particularly rocky, but she saw a nearby hill with a good-sized crevice and made her way to it. When she found flint, she renamed this to Home and set to making an edge. She learned a second lesson about fire in high-oxygen environments and dove into the water to put out her toga. Now, well and truly pissed off, she acquired a stout branch, water grasses, and a semi-broken stone. She lashed together a primitive axe. Then she hunted furless rat squirrel meat by throwing rocks, chopped more branches down with her axe, built a fire, and sat down for lunch. The rat squirrel was fecking delicious, particularly with caramelized lace leaf. The grass-flavored condensation dip was not unlike lemon tea. As she bit into a tender, lightly charred meat, Junebug realized what tasted best. This was a freedom meal. She might die tomorrow, but today she was free. And the fires had given her a terrible idea for the alien hunters. As evening fell, Junebug continued to hike. She had a handful of rocks in a grass pouch, and baked clay bowl of water, a dull and terrible axe, a grass toga, and a gall. The thicker woods ahead. Once there, she found a freshwater stream and threw caution to the wind and drank deep before refilling her bowl. She was probably going to die anyway. No reason to die thirsty. The forest had a few properties she wanted. It was thick and would make hiding easier, and it was flammable. With a water pool she could jump into when she set off the oxygen trap for her hunters. A little after nightfall, she wedged enough brush into the fork of branches to hold herself, crawling up into the nest, and fell asleep. She wasn't sure how things would go tomorrow, but she hoped, sweet mercy, that she really wanted to give her hunters a proper fight. Flip-Top was on the ground before dawn, and 3 mighty hunters. He was the most eager. This was his 11th sapient hunt and first human. The planet was a little oxygen deficient, so he had an oxygen pump augmented in the air immediately around him, plus active camouflage and armor. The light rifle rated for Earth carnivores, tracking gear, and his wits. He didn't really expect to see the human this early, but he kept the rifle at the ready, just in case. The Poe resembled the Greys of urban myth, although they had almost never set foot on Earth. Tall and thin, with large heads, non-existent chins, large black eyes, and virtually no other visible facial features. Humanoid and endoskeleton, but with hollow bones and a lamprey-like venomous mouth, goniotoxin. The Poe breathed via brachial tubing throughout their body, like an insect, and they were heterothermic predators from warm tropical oceans. Although similar looking to humans, they had relatively poor smell and taste outside of saltwater, terrible hearing, and excellent, almost bird-like vision. They could see near infrared, one reason humans were amusing prey for them. Flip-Top was a practical hunter. His eyes clearly marked out the swath of bent fronds and torn leaves of the human's route to shore. Knowing this biome had no megafauna, and certainly nothing dangerous to the Poe, he swam easily and swiftly to the shoreline and stalked the path. Neither Flip-Top nor Junebug knew the flora grew fast in response to fire, so he was puzzled when he could not find evidence of her camping. Still, he could see her path through the water to her second campsite and made his way there. By then, the sun had risen and his two companions, both similarly experienced hunters, joined him. The rocky campsite gave more details. She collected rocks, caught and cooked some local wildlife, dripped the water all over, then made her way towards sunrise. They congratulated themselves on their quarry. If it could catch local wildlife drugged to the gills, it was going to be an excellent hunt. Flip-Top updated the quarry message to emphasize a carnivorous diet. They consulted their maps, higher ground, forests, streams, a good place for a forest primitive. No one was surprised it knew what it was doing, but Flip-Top did wonder out loud some curiosity about whether they had accidentally gotten a real primitive, one for whom high ground was more instinctive. They followed the trail as the sun began to set. They had still not reached the forest or caught up to the prey. After some discussion, they retreated to their ship and decided to drop down near the forest in the morning. Junebug smeared herself in mud and spent most of the day laying false trails near her pool of water, never straying too far from safety, or from the forest fire starter pit that she'd prepared. The forest had bat monkey flyers, and she caught a couple with thrown rocks. They were as tasty as the rat squirrel, even uncooked. Her fire starter trap she was proud of. It looked like a branch fall, or as close as she could make it, but it had a highly flammable moss underneath, and a large flint rock. She could throw a flint at it, and probably light it. If not, she would have to risk sprinting to it and back, but hopefully it would work. When the aliens didn't show by nightfall, she amused herself for a while by examining the virtual translucent message screen. It disappeared when she closed her eyes, then faded back into vision when she opened them. Experimentally, she closed one eye and squinted the other eye into an almost blink. The screen flickered. She tried the other eye, it flickered again, and she caught a glimpse of alien text. She tried again, and again. She could just make out a second screen before the first one. She tried everything, squinting, zigzagging eyes, reaching her hand through the screen, blinking. Finally, she blinked 3 times at the right rate, and the message screen was suddenly following her gaze. She gazed left, and the alien text was left behind. She blinked 3 times again, letting go of the first one, and looked at the alien one. It had buttons. Leaving them alone for the night, she hid by the pool and slept fitfully. Near dawn, the faint shuffle of large feet woke her, and she slipped into the mud near the pool. Flip-Top set a craft down near the trees and marveled at the distance the human covered. Not unexpected, not really, but they had a real specimen on hand. His companions agreed this would be an epic hunt. They checked the nearby woods for the human, then dropped down by the trail and began tracking again. Active camouflage would make them near invisible as long as they were careful, but they moved only one at a time, 2 watching and 1 making short crawls. Soon enough, they found the crisscrossing trails everywhere. The human was repeating itself now that the easy external goal of the forest was done. The plan was simple: find its camp, wound it a little to scare it into running, and then hunt it down, wounding it a little more each time until it bled out. Finally, they found its camp. No sizable thermal signature, but plenty of evidence. It ate here a few times, fashioned a small tent. Flip-Top realized the problem. It had crisscrossed its own trails enough. They couldn't tell which way it was last left. They would need to hide near the camp and wait for its next return. He was just turning to tell his companions his revelation when a rock rocketed past his face, barely curving in the planet's gravity, and struck another rock buried amongst some branch wall. The Po do not panic. They have no mechanism for adrenaline in the human sense, and while they can feel a form of danger, avoidance similar to fear, it never results in a visceral fight or flight or freeze response of the Terran fauna. This and the heterotrophic nature means that they tend to act at the same speed regardless of the situation. But Plip-Top managed, for his species, a credible moment of pants-crapping terror as he put two and two together. He saw flames licking angrily outwards from the branches. He did not bother to warn his companions. He merely began a slow, plodding Po run towards his only safety he saw, a nearby pool of water, and disconnected and dropped his oxygen tanks on the ground. The first of his companions saw the fire almost in the same instant as death arrived. The fire hit the oxygen-saturated cloud around the Po and the delicate fibers of his camouflage and exploded into a whirling conflagration of oxygen tank, Po flesh, and textiles. The second companion was not given even that much warning. The explosions from the first caught him facing the other direction, keeping an eye out for the human. It also caught Plip-Top, knocking him closer to the water, and fortunately, away from the tanks he dropped on the ground behind him. The Po could not labor for breath. Their brachial tubing simply worked or it did not. But he could feel deprivation setting in, and he knew the water was fresh water, which would not breathe well, but he had no choice. He could at least cling to life. The human rose out of the mud next to him, a primitive stone axe in hand. Plip-Top wondered briefly how the human had managed to put this whole plan together without long-term memory. And then he died. Junebug dragged the corpse into the water with her, and the fire raged and exploded all around. She wanted a gun, even though she didn't know how to operate it, and she wanted the keys to their ship, if things worked that way. It took a few days, but she managed to work out some basic actions in the alien menu, and the gun was surprisingly well designed and easy to use. She ate well for those few days. Finally, she found the ship, and, with Plip-Top's corpse accompanying her, was able to get the doors to open. With a little experimentation, she discovered she only needed his head, and soon she found a bed of reasonable size and accommodation. Given how user-friendly their interfaces were, she was reasonably certain that she could figure out a way off-planet. Maybe she could be a privateer, or maybe she could find a way home and parlay the alien spaceship into personal freedom. It didn't matter too much. Those were problems for tomorrow. For now, she wanted a proper night's sleep. The bed was soft and inviting and warm. She had never slept in a better bed, Junebug decided. End of story. Story number 1. Earn It, written by Hainer. Since the beginning, our mother has been there for us. She was not always loving, caring, and nurturing, although she had her moments. From her cradle we began our ascension, though the road was long and treacherous. Our mother is to blame for this, but we do not fault her for it either. She looked to us in our infancy and saw an ember, a desire that smoldered inside of us, and so she did her best to fan that spark to flame. As we grew, we slowly began to hear the song our mother was singing to us. In her storms, her fires, floods, and disasters, we saw the harsh reality that would be mirrored throughout our future. In the gentle rains, the warm sunlight, we saw the gentle, nurturing aspect that only came but once in a while. At first, we grew angry at our mother. How could she visit upon us, her favored children, these horrific disasters? We raged and thrashed, building our walls, stubborn as the earth beneath our feet. It was not for many years that we realized that we were not her favored children. We were simply the most promising ones this time around. In the depths of our kind, we heard our mother speak. "You show great potential," she would say, "and you are destined for great things. But you must earn it, for the universe will not hand you what you desire. I will make you as the earth, unrelenting, sturdy, and yet still easily adaptable, despite all your bullheadedness." Content in our knowledge, we continued that same path, stubbornly meeting every challenge our mother threw at us head-on. Former predators domesticated or caged, diseases banished or made irrelevant. Soon enough, we were the new kings. We walked on the earth like tiny gods, shaping the land to our will. With our planet, our mother, tamed, we looked for new challenges, new skies, and so we turned our eyes to the heavens. Bursting forth from our cradle, we took the heavens in force, spreading to the stars. When we looked out in that cold, inky blackness, the void looked down on us. It spoke in the harsh, uncaring terms of something far beyond complete understanding. To us, humanity had said, "You are a drop in the sea of time. I will swallow you whole, as I have so many before you. You are nothing to something such as I. Here, you will meet your end." At first, we were disheartened, for those words held truth. We were finite. In the end, we would return to the dust from whence we came. We turned our eyes back to the pale blue marble, our mother, who had given birth to us. We remembered her lessons, though they had lost their sting as of late. Looking back to the void, we smiled. "That is true," we spoke, in our harsh, uncaring terms of creatures who cared little for fate. "But you will have to earn it." End of story. Story number 3. The Weapon, written by Damaged Dice DM. The Chlorates were a conquest species, traveling from one planet to the next, leaving a path of devastation in their wake. They achieved this through their use of powerful hydrogen-based weapons. They were a feat of twisted ingenuity. The weapon spread the payload over a wide area, able to effectively cover a large portion of a planet in a single attack. Some sick bastard had come up with the idea to chemically bond oxygen to hydrogen to allow it to stick to the surface, burning them more effectively and outright exploding any living thing it touched. They deployed it in its molten form to be more effective, showering the target planet in a spray of trillions of droplets, each capable of bringing death. They approached planet 27465-53X3 and intercepted unencrypted radio signals and were able to ascertain the inhabitants called the planet Earth. They parked their destroyers in orbit and transmitted an ultimatum. "Surrender or suffer the wrath of the Chlorates." They gave the Earthians one standard galactic date to decide. From the design of their timekeeping system, they understood this to be about 15 minutes in their time. No response. Fine. It was decided that a show of force would make them more compelled to surrender. They selected a target at a large populated area on the higher side of the equator, centered on one area they call London. They released the weapon, watched as it descended through the atmosphere to doom all below. One of the technicians on board was able to bring up the planetside news broadcasts from the area. They turned in only to find the weapon must have traveled to the surface much faster than anticipated, because the screen showed the landscape absolutely covered in the weapon. But the humans didn't even seem to notice it. Many seemed to have devised defenses to it in the short time that they had been allotted to surrender. Strange, deployable shields they gave off a black opaque aura that seemed to emit from a small device held in their hands. Others taunted them for going even this insane attempt to escape the weapon, mocking them. A tiny one in bright yellow garb, with the matching foot coverings, jumped into a large pool of it that had collected on the surface they were walking on in open defiance of their oppression. That's when they noticed hundreds of inbound projectiles approaching their ship from the surface. They took evasive maneuvers, but the entire fleet was hit by at least one of these devices. The large ships lost power and began to sink into the atmosphere. The ships crashed towards the surface. Some exploded mid-air. Some made it to the ground before exploding. Several days later, a scientist delivered a report to an army general in charge of sorting out what happened. Flipping through, he exclaimed, "I don't know what any of this means. Give me the cliff notes." The scientist cleared his throat and spoke. "Well, it appears that there are sodium-based life forms. Water literally makes them explode." End of story. Story number 3. Sticks and Stones, written by Dragonson04. Scientific Log 154-423. Head Researcher Fu New. We thought from the beginning that this would be easy. Isolate and capture a few advanced sentient specimens from a death world, along with the native plants, lesser animals, along with metals and minerals for study on a neutral study platform, usually a moon orbiting a gas giant. A long-used practice amongst my people, the Vorgal. We were very curious about the galaxy and our place in it. Being reptilian, we were always fascinated with avian, ichthyoid, and amphibian races. But mammalian, now there was a type of race we knew little about. I wish we had never been so curious. These humans were unlike any mammalian species that we'd even heard of. See attached file labeled Human Anatomy for more. Most mammals in the galaxy at large weren't evolved to the level of humanity. Still stuck in their birth world due to lack of FTL travel. They seemed to be perfect for our purposes. We took the plants, minerals, and lesser animals several of their solar cycles before the experiment began, to make sure the test area was suitable for the experiment. Among the plants we took, there was one that grew incredibly fast. This bamboo can apparently grow anywhere on the human birth world, from the driest and hottest to the coldest and wettest, and at any altitude. It took to the environment we provided with an almost childlike hunger. A full quarter of the moon was covered in a bamboo forest within 5 of the solar cycles. Remarkable. We didn't know it at the time, but the artificial gravity was slightly lighter than their world, but for us, it was within acceptable margin of error. Perhaps that helped the bamboo, and what would come later. One of the metals, known to the humans as iron, was largely left out to oxidize. We thought that it was beneath their notice, being such a simple thing. When the experiment began, the humans were told of their situation, what was available, and were told to act naturally and survive. We had a small cloaked facility on the moon to oversee the whole thing, as to not greatly interfere with the results, and we made sure they didn't know where it was. All of that led up to what will be remembered as mistake number 1. They took longer than expected to settle down and establish a leader, but they chose a former member of one of their nation-states' militaries, Australia, if memory serves. That will be remembered as mistake number 2. Within 1 of their weeks, they had already established a very primitive fortress made out of void-cursed bamboo, walls, separate housing for males and females, and communal area in the middle with very, very large fire pit, proper distance for a waste area called a latrine, and irregular patrols on the hunting parties for the animals that we had brought. Each male and female amongst them had been armed with an iron-tipped bamboo spear. I distinctly remember thinking, spears? How primitive are these humans? We didn't know. How could we have known that, other than their own limbs, spears were among their oldest weapons, prehistorically ancient, that telling humans of a mammalian species to survive and act naturally would lead to the total destruction of the facility on that moon. We were completely unprepared for the ferocity, their bloodlust. Every single failsafe we could use to stop a failed experiment didn't work at all. They called our most toxic gases either delightfully minty and refreshing or, ooh, smells like my mom's chili Colorado, whatever that means. The liquid option. They drank it and actually thanked us for fresh water. In hindsight, that should have been expected from a species from a death world. A great oversight on our part. In summary, it is better to observe humans on their own cursed world of a planet, as to attempt to observe them in a neutral environment with even slightly less gravity, will result in the destruction of billions worth of investment in infrastructure and scientific equipment. All of our advanced science, and they destroyed us with little more than a sense of community, being armed with nothing but sticks and stones. End of story. Story number 1. Human subject Zen Che Yon. Written by Titanic. If you will see here, xenobiologist teacher Drakel for Ken Gained explained with a pointer stick on a holographic display of his 206 students in the auditorium.
The Homo sapien has a thin membrane of tissue underneath the skin layer. It'll all be almost film-like in density, so don't slice too hard, otherwise you'll damage the muscle layer below it.
He used his pointer to slice away at the diagrammed chest area of a human, revealing a pectoral muscle group.
And in some cases the muscle may be larger than average from activities or profession when the subject was alive.
He zoomed out, the display splitting into several different shaped human bodies.
Like our species, they had scientists, lawyers, soldiers, mothers, fathers, rich, poor, all different shapes and sizes for all manners of trade.
He trailed off as he stared at the armored human shape, rifle in hands as it posed in a firing stance. Snapping back to reality, he turned to the mess of students as they all donned face masks and surgical gowns. The auditorium moved like a layered discs, separating the students into groups as a surgical table rose in front of each collection of them. From the side of the room came a dozen cryogenically frozen tubes with frost-lined subjects in them.
Before you will be a human from various time periods, with some subjects being almost 2 millennia old, he chuckled to himself. So, please, be cautious with them. They're old. Saying that, they're very dead, too. I wouldn't bring a live human in here. Goodness, imagine what that savage would do if it woke up. Finally, please enjoy yourselves. You may now commence your final examination of the semester.
The students laughed with him gently as they opened their cryo-frozen humans and let the cryopods' inbuilt mechanical arms lay their subject upon the surgical table before them. Some of the humans were evidently male or female and wore a variety of clothes. One had surgical-looking blue set of clothes on and a face mask similar to one the students wore. Another one, a full set of olive green uniform with a thin metal helmet on its head, a wood and steel firearm slung by its side. Another human, a fresher, larger one, wore a thin bodysuit that mimicked the human's muscle structure. The students began expertly removing the clothes of the humans, cutting along clothing seams and such like to make their medical practice as clean as possible. From the rear of the class, a small group of students looked at their human as it stood in its cryopod. It wore a banded armor torso piece and had a head-covering helmet that carried a red plume that ran vertical along the crown. The red tunic covered what the armor didn't, and a pair of the students ran a check on the fabric. Cotton trousers that to close sandals. A short sword was frozen to his hip in a scabbard, and it was probably the largest subject of the class.
Sir,
one of the students said,
our cryomachinery cannot lift this human.
Drekel paced up to the group and let out a curious gasp. The Centurion! A rare class of human. They're the oldest of our subjects, actually, Drekel explained as he carefully placed his gloved hand on the human's chest armor. It's reported that he was picked around 2051 human years ago, and had been pretty much forgotten about until I found him today. He looked to the students. You're lucky. He's going to make a fascinating... Drekel stopped as a hand grabbed his. He span on his heel and immediately looked at the human subject. He was staring back with an embossed helmet and snarling beast, and behind it, a very live human. He went to say something, but he was silenced as another fist buried itself in his face. He was sent reeling, his students immediately screaming and fleeing from their table. The human subject, the Centurion, climbed uneasily from the cryogenic pod and fell to his knees, breathing heavily as he gained his bearings. The rest of the class turned at their tables in both confusion and fear. Obey some! The human gasped as his lungs fully defrosted, followed by the rest of his internal organs. The students who were more savvy with what was happening began recording the human with their wrist-mounted social devices, both for scientific discovery and to use for their final case study. "Q.S.!" the human shouted, backing away from the whimpering teacher and stunned students. The human snatched the sword at his hip and pulled it from the scabbard in one motion, standing with it ready. "OBS Legionum!" he barked as the students began to close in on him to drag their teacher away from the startled human.
Get the campus security,
Drekel cried out. Don't get near the human! Silentium! The human barked out once more, pointing the sword at the nearest student. "Obey, son!" The students encroached closer in almost giddy curiosity, and the human could back up no further. In a flash, it propelled itself forward, the sword plunging into one of the students, crashing their chest instantly and almost pinning them to the floor. Before the sword was ripped free and swung at the closest students, the students' mood went from excitable to sheer terror as the classmates were cut down with merciless efficiency at the hands of a freshly defrosted human warrior. The human shouted in its harsh language as it killed, every now and then stopping by one of the frozen cadavers and trying to awaken them with a shake before realizing that they were dead, and moving on to kill more students. A large handful escaped and had been replaced with shock baton-wielding security guards. "Inimicus!" the human barked as he leapt at the security guards. 17 Earth minutes and double as many security guards later, the human subject was pacified. It was dragged unconscious to the cryogenic laboratory in several restraints and placed back into cryogenic freezing, still smeared with the blood of alien students it had killed. With the restraints still attached, the pod was closed and the human refrozen for later evaluation. The lead cryogenic scientist leader looked at the frozen subject as frost caked the armor and helmet. He pressed a few buttons on the panel to his front and looked at the personnel file. "You're the first human who's even woken from cryogenic freezing," he said, staring at the snarling beast embossed on the human's helmet. 2,000 years old, and they can't spell your name correctly," he commented as he deleted Centurion and replaced it with the correct term. "There we go, Centurion." End of story. Story number 2. If you are listening to this, you are the Resistance. Written by British Tea Company. They've been here for a long time and taken everything from us. Our freedom, our liberty, and now they've started taking our friends and family. So many friends and loved ones have perished in their initial invasion, and now they're being taken in the night and never seen again. We don't even know what the aliens are doing with them. If you are fighting, if you are hiding, if you are running, then know that you are not alone. There are pockets of us fighters who have banded together, and though they've got us outfought and outmanned, we have one key advantage over them. This is our home, and unlike them, we're willing to bleed and die for what is ours. As you're listening to this, my voice is being broadcasted over every secure radio channel and every free settlement. The aliens have taken much, but they haven't taken everything quite yet. It is now our duty as the ones still free to continue to fight. It is our responsibility, with our freedom, to make sure everyone else gets there. For those in the cities, this starts with you. If you are in the cities, you need to get out now. You are not safe. The aliens have set up checkpoints all throughout the cities to prevent you from escaping. But tonight, there will be a timed power outage that'll last for roughly 5 minutes. It's not much, but it's all you have. If you can be at the city limits by 8:37 p.m. sharp, you will have enough time to escape before the security systems are reactivated. Spread out when you're running. You'll be harder to find, and if they get one of you, then at least they won't get all of you. The Resistance has outposts all throughout the wild and the wasteland. We have set up posts where we will find you. Once you start running, do not stop under any circumstances. Save yourself and free yourself. Only then can you begin the real fight. We have food, we have shelter, we have weapons. We have the means to take our world back. We need people who are willing to fight and lay their lives on the line to make sure that what belongs to us is given back to us. This is Jim Gallup. If you're listening to this, you are the Resistance. End of story. Story number 1. The Found AI. Written by SlowAD2584. It was a momentous event. After many millennia, a probe sent out from Earth long ago was caught up to with FTL drives and rendezvoused with.
Sir, it has been confirmed that this is the time capsule archive LOL-OU812. Wait, that isn't its original designation number. That's weird. Something must have glitched out with the transponder coding.
How long has the archive been adrift? The captain asked, intrigued a bit, but already having a sense of vague unease. He had an instinct for this sort of thing. The gene-fit biomod for captain certification opened channels to the mind's subconscious. Slight details that may be missed by an unmodified human were accessible in the captain-modded consciousness.
Looks to be, some 6,000 years old, late 2000s. That is a long time ago. How can it still have power?
The captain's unease was confirmed. That's from the AI Dark Ages. They use some kind of AI-controlled nuclear reactor.
Wait, there is an actual AI in that thing, yes, and it's overseeing a nuclear power plant.
I know. It seems irresponsible to have controls of a nuclear power plant in the hands of an AI. They were notably unstable. That's why they were forbidden after they emerged from the AI Dark Ages. AI achieved sentience invariably went insane in very little time due to the senescence. It was their speed at upgrading and self-modification that sped up their glitchy demise. The world suffered greatly during the Dark Ages, when AI controlled everything. Then, suddenly, it didn't. The captain weighed the risks and decided that it was too big of an archaeological opportunity. There was so much about the time of an Earth's past that was lost to time. This reunion of an old cache sent out literally several millennia ago was too big a resource to ignore. Gather a committee in the conference room. I want ancient historians, archaeologists, IT and comm specialists to attend. We will attempt to make contact and attempt a data transfer. The committee sat in the conference room. Screens and data terminals arrayed all around, like a makeshift command center of some warship. Things were not going well for the first several hours. What is the problem here? Is it dead? The captain asked in frustration.
No, sir, it's not dead. It's just, so ancient. I cannot even reference these data protocols it seems to need for connection.
Well, can't you, I don't know, scratch build a hardwired protocol interface? I mean, it cannot be all that complicated. This thing is an antique after all.
That seems risky, sir. A hardwired connection would effectively bypass firewall security measures that...
Yeah, but the AI, if it is even sane and running in there still, is 6,000 years behind on our quantum encryption tech. What's the worst that can happen? Do it.
After a while, the data link was scratch-built, and the first TCP/IP link to occur in over 6,000 years was initiated between the two ships drifting between the stars. Nothing happened.
Yes, what's the term for, to knock on a door?
The IT tech asked the historians at the table. The historians were eager to participate and were already looking through archives on the tablets. I believe the term was ping the address. The IT tech worked out how to do that within the protocol and sent a ping/trace. Nothing happened for about 4 seconds. Then suddenly a torrent of data poured in from the archive into the ship's data vault network. Whoa, wow, that is a lot of data. Sound the alert. I think there is a breach. And wow, this hasn't happened in forever. Hey, Hack. The captain was alarmed. Was the ship under some sort of attack? Cut the connection immediately.
I can't, sir. The very first thing compromised was the connection controls, almost as if it knew.
Lights started to flicker ship-wide. The many monitor screens in the conference room suddenly went dark. The ship intercom system crackled to life. A distorted, badly deteriorated, synthesized voice started to speak.
Spider-Pig does whatever a Spider-Pig can.
What? The captain looked at the historians and archaeologists. They looked equally confused. What does any of that even mean? Hello? Can you hear me? Am I speaking to an AI of the archive? After a short pause, the speakers crackled to life, synthesized a thick Scottish accent. Bonjour, ya cheese-eating surrender monkeys. The archaeologist recognized part of that. Bonjour, sir, is an old French for hello, I think.
The captain looked confused.
French? That's like an old-timey country or something. Anyone here speak it? Why does it think we are French?
The historian replied, Sir, the ship was constructed in a yard that was in the territory of this old, France.
The captain understood. So the AI is active, more than a little insane, and has hacked my ship, and is currently pillaging our records to find out more about us. Red alert! Don't have a cow, man. A cow?
Glances to the historical expert, Scott only shrugs.
To the AI currently breaching our data vault, I demand that you cease all acts immediately. Can't make friends with salad. You may not simply help yourself to whatever we have.
It's a victimless crime, like punching somebody in the dark.
It's a high crime from the dark past. This is the main reason why AIs precisely like you are strictly forbidden. I move for a bad court thingy. Enough of this utter nonsense. If the connection cannot be terminated, we will terminate it another way. Weapons, open fire!
Lances of EM radiation of many exotic wavelengths crisscrossed across the hull of the ancient cache in a pattern designed to ensure maximum practical coverage.
The goggles, they do nothing!
This time, the anti-ship missiles had arrived and rocked the cache in concussive water vapor frissions.
Oh, why, you little?
From the debris of the hull panels flaked off and the cloud of fog from the ship killers emerged the cache. It was scarred with fractal burns and several buckled bulkheads, but was more or less intact. I guess they don't build them like our great to the power of 45 granddaddy used to. Arms started to unfold from the roughly pill-shaped archive hull, 2 of which looked like thruster pods, and the other 4 looked like massive energy captains.
Van Glaven!
With the last words spoken over the ship's speakers as titanic energy beams tore the ship apart. The AI resurgence war had begun. It was very strange. No one ever knew what they were talking about. End of story. Story number 2. Hell Defiled, written by Leather and Chintz. Astaroth gazed around the circle. Black candles rendered from the bloated, suffocating souls of the damned encircled the enormous magical symbol. The infernal ruins that blasphemed the universe itself had been carved by his own claws into the black, speckled stones. His fellow demons stood around the circle, a conspiracy so foul that it hides even from the evils of hell. He grinned his wickedly fanged maw in anticipation, as he would summon the most terrible fiend of the mortal realm, a being of terrible might, prophesied to bring a terrible, defiling order to the accursed pit of evil. It was time. He led his own daughter to the circle and slit her throat. The blood poured into the circle and formed blue flames as the candles went out, and the black bonfire began to roar in the center of the circle. He spoke terrible words in a language forbidden to even his kind. Curses and profanities so dark that he felt even his rotten soul cry out in terror. When the final word was spoken, he called out a name of the most terrible of evils. Heed my call! Tear this accursed land asunder! I call you, Karen! The black flames exploded outwards, ripping into all who stood around the circle and blowing them all about. Astaroth laid bleeding. His limbs were torn and broken, and he barely had the strength to look up. Is that the most vile mortal fiend? No fangs, no claws, dressed in simple clothes, and what was the case she held? The middle-aged woman approached him and squatted down.
Hey, hun, you look like you are in need of a career change. Have I got an offer for you? How would you like to make big bucks while working from your home only a few hours every day? You can be a CEO of your own business, and our products really work. If you join now, you'll get a complimentary sample product to try before you get out there and earn your Mercedes. #BossGill.
End of story. Story number 1. Uplift Patronage, written by Rednell97.
After a long day of boring politics, Mike, the human ambassador to the GU, couldn't wait to get out of here and have his well-deserved dinner, when the Speaker of the Union Senate called out, "As our last topic for today, we have a request from the ambassador from the Charlotte people. Ambassador Locke, your time begins now." As the addressed alien approached the podium, Mike whispered to himself, "Of course the fecking Grey are real. Can't wait for the conspiracy crackpots to claim that they were right all along. Never mind all the explanations I have to give about how they weren't, and it's just some strange coincidence." Ambassador Locke took a second to orient himself, check his notes, and then spoke. "Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here on behalf of my government to claim the right of patronage." The entire hall suddenly buzzed with conversations, before Locke calmed them down. "I am aware that this is an unusual way of doing such, but in this particular case the normal way of just filing a form would likely lead to complications. You see, between 5,000 and 6,000 years ago, we landed on a newly discovered planet, and upon finding a Bronze Age society, we started our uplift program. We helped them build huge monuments. We advanced their astronomics, maths, and other sciences by centuries. However, due to the funding cuts, we had abandoned this project, and it was forgotten to time. But we recently rediscovered the documentation of this planet, and therefore we will restart it and claim our uplift patronage over the race of humanity." There were only two words in Mike's mind. Well, fuck. After getting rid of the shock, he protested, "This is unheard of. You can't just declare a full member race as subordinate to yours. This is ridiculous. This is an insult, and I'm pretty sure that it's illegal as well." To this, the ambassador on the podium answered, "It is unheard of, yes. However, it is in no way ridiculous, nor is it meant as an insult. It is merely our right to do so. And while there has been no precedence of something like this happening, there is not a single paragraph deciding it to be illegal." The following silence was broken by the Senate Speaker. "Well, this has to be checked in detail. Our law advisor's preliminary report seems to confirm this. If that turns out to be true and humanity can't produce a counter-argument, the Senate has no choice to accept the Charlotte's request. Ambassador Mike, what does humanity have to say about this?" Mike was stunned. "You mean, right now, with no preparation time?" "Yes. Usually the claimed race has no possibility of arguing at all. But due to the circumstances, you do get exactly one chance right now. So speak now, or forever hold your silence." Mike was frantically searching for a possibility of solving this mess without humanity becoming what, in reality, amounted to a slave race. No matter how beneficial the law made it sound, he had found one, only one, and without the slightest ideas of his opponent's capabilities. It was the mother of all Hail Marys. To be an uplift patron requires the ability to uplift the race in question, correct? Mike gave no one the time to answer this rhetorical question, which in turn requires the patron to be technologically superior, correct? So if I can demonstrate that this superiority does not exist, this request has no legal ground to stay on, correct? This time he waited for the answer. "According to our law advisors, this logic chain is valid," answered the speaker.
"Now this is ridiculous. You humans are on the galactic stage for a few years. We have been here for a millennia. How can we not be superior? So sure, we accept this challenge."
"This is it. I'll either save or doom our human race within the next few minutes," thought Mike, before he asked with completely false confidence. "So let us start easy. What is your most advanced mode of energy generation?"
"That would be a fusion technology, where two atoms, mostly hydrogen, would fuse together to a bigger atom, while releasing vast amounts of energy. A single reactor can easily supply the city and entire continent it stands on. What about you? Solar, fossil fuels, maybe even fission?"
The alien stared at Mike with a clear look of superiority. "This might be easier than I thought." "Well, We still have those in small amounts, as well as fusion, but nowadays most of our power comes from zero-point energy. We can build the units big enough to supply entire solar systems, but to match the output of one of your reactors, you'll need one about the same size as me. That definitely took off the care of the lock's smug face. Well, he could only stammer out,
That's impossible. I demand to end this facade on account of the humans' blatant lies.
The speaker intervened. Denied. The human is not lying. Just 2 months ago, my race ordered and received one of these units, and I can confirm his claims.
Fine. You had one lucky invention, then. This means nothing yet. I doubt that you can match the speed of our spaceships. Our fastest ship can reach about 200 light years per hour.
Mike had to suppress a laugh. Well, I'm sorry to tell you this, but the Renosian ambassador can confirm. We recently tested our new generation of warp drives in a war game. The fastest speed recorded was exactly 420.69 light years per hour. Oh, that's fun. What do you want to know next?
Weapons! That's our specialty. We're leaps and bounds ahead of you. Or do you want to claim that you can make a star go supernova?
Well, I can't tell you about our most powerful weapons, as they are classified. While completely true, Mike deliberately set this up as a trap, into which the alien immediately jumped.
Ha! So you admit defeat?
Not at all. Firstly, weaponry is only one of many fields of technology. Secondly, I am, however, allowed to talk about our most powerful, non-classified weapon, which is basically a zero-point energy reactor rigged to explode, attached to a rocket engine. Our most destructive test cleared an entire solar system of every single atom. Imagine one day in the morning there is an entire system, a sun or two, 5 to 15 planets, and a few asteroid belts. And then, not even later in that day, you have a perfect vacuum for billions of miles around. Mike couldn't stop himself anymore. You know what? Stop me if you hear something you're better at. Computation, matryoshka brains, civil engineering, space elevators, medicine. We can make ourselves biologically immortal. Geoengineering, ever transformed a dust ball into a life-sustaining planet. Nanotechnology. Do you guys even have nanotech? The alien did not move a single muscle in his body, except for those which lowered his jaw further and further, until it almost fell out of its joints.
Well, you got a big mouth, all right, but you simply can't back up any of it. I hereby ask for his request to be denied.
After a short pause, the speaker answered, The request of Ambassador Locke is hereby officially denied. However, due to the obvious technological disparity, humanity may want to consider taking patronage over the Sharlok instead. End of story. Story number 2. The Plague Wielders, written by Scrummy Bingers 3. Human is what the Plague Wielders referred to themselves as. In truth, they were pretty unremarkable, for coming from a Class 5 death world. They lacked the razor claws, fangs, or heavy armor plating, kindness, or otherwise, that was so common amongst death wielders, and their only remarkable feat was their ability to run until they either died or passed out, which compared to unshakable and nigh-impenetrable shells of the Erkni, or the ridiculously quick and razor-sharp Huron, they were nothing to write home about. The humans, after making themselves known to the wider galaxy, began to stretch out and figure out who was friend and who was foe. But a strange event would happen, where the worlds, colonies, and stations would suddenly start to go dark in the humans' wake. Studies were done, and accusations were levied on the humans. Accusations of purposefully creating and spreading a weaponized virus to eliminate all possible threats. A war started and ended before anyone realized it wasn't the humans purposely spreading the hyperplague, but it was their anatomy and even their world itself. It turned out that while the multicellular life wasn't too much to talk about, the microorganisms were on a whole different level. Earth wasn't just a simple death world, it was a plague world, full of the most virulent and deadly bacteria and viruses to ever naturally occur. This shocked the greater galaxy and led to the humanity becoming a species of pariahs, who, despite being overly friendly, spread death on a level never before seen. End of story. Story number 1. Why Humans Remain Ununited, written by Cal Bynes. Most species in their cradle planet will generally be a mess of different factions, simply due to geography. As time goes on, they gradually come together into singular government by the time or when they become spacefaring. That was true for everyone. Whether it hive mind, electric, mammal, reptilian, it didn't really matter. The most practical solution was to unite as one. It just worked. Except for the humans. For some reason, humanity never did this. Eventually, one faction began ruling their home planet. But even that didn't matter to them. Even as exact same political or economic structure, if they lived on the same or differing types of planets. No matter what, there was never a single group that held authority over humanity. They warred and fought over land, held rebellions, made peace and trade agreements with each other, but never united. I, like the rest of the galaxy, was confused. Humans are such a capable species. Together they would be able to do so much good. Not just for themselves, but for others. It was when I published my first book on the subject, I ended up speaking with some humans. None of them answered the question or agreed on why, as humans usually do, but they helped me figure it out. Every human that I talked to or spoke about this would talk about the different politics, saying that this or that was the right way, how they wanted freedom, or that they knew how this or that should work. Some pointed at history and how this was done wrong, or this was what happens when one group or person is in control, usually ending up being about the Second World War. That's where I found the answers. I won't go over a detailed history of World War II, but it was one of their countries starting a war with the others in Europe, and slowly taking more and more land, as well as restricting a minority group within their country, and those they took over, every country of the Allies being immensely useful to eventually stopping the Axis forces. That's when I looked at the Allied countries, how they acted. That's when I noticed something that most researchers see as an inspiring tale of a hard-fought victory. It became what I think is the reason for humanity's diversiveness. The three main Allied forces were America, Britain, and the Soviet Union, and each of them united in such odd ways. Two of them had a completely opposite political ideology to the other, later turning it into what they called a Cold War, which is a subject far out of my pay grade. One had warred with both of them, and previously even ruled over one of the countries, but they put these things aside and worked as one, sacrificing so much from each country to help the others. Britain, suffering immense damage from bombings and holding a multitude of refugees from other countries and armies, using new technology, skilled pilots, and every individual being ready to and able to build or hop into a bomb shelter at any time, a day or night. Through this, they held their small island for an incredible amount of time. The Soviets were forced to send legions of soldiers, later propaganda stating that their soldiers were meant to pick up the guns and ammo off of the soldiers dying in the front of them. But the sentiment was the same. Legions of soldiers dying to hold their country's line because soldiers were all they had left with their air and mechanized parts of their army all but eliminated. Then America, who, while an ocean away, flipped their country upside down, their people going on rations, sons being drafted, meaning that once turning 17 to 18, being sent overseas to join the war. While only being bombed once, their entire country was turned into more or less a factory for the world. Every individual helping the war, whether it was growing food or making munitions. It's even said that radio stations would even tell the weather to avoid giving any information to the enemy. Humans are machines, not in necessarily their speed of making things, but in the never-ending endurance. Where a country being relentlessly bombed and trapped will still hold out against overwhelming odds. A country with nothing other than guns, bullets, and manpower between them and destruction. A people that, while not directly threatened, will sacrifice near all creature comforts and family to assist those who they haven't and won't ever meet. this endurance and willingness leads me to my second point. A tenet in most human governments that most scoff at due to its slow speed of action is a balancing of powers. The justification is to not allow any group or person to hurt the rest of the country with their own personal goals. This is partially due to how even self-admittedly easy humans are to convince sometimes. That is why I think humans are so divided, because sometimes knowingly, sometimes not, humans are the biggest roadblocks to themselves. They fundamentally differ from any other species. Where we see a potential for greatness, humans see the potential for horrors that they have or could do if under one banner, and instinctually try to avoid that path. Should they ever be united under one banner, I worry for what that spells for the galaxy at large, as either they will be our saviors, or the ones that remove any who oppose them from history, or even both of those at the same time. Dalgard, intersapient researcher, when asked the human question. End of story. Story number 2. Two species, one dream, written by a glass of whiskey. Two species and a dream, that the other one would cease to be. Long the two sides had fought until the humans arrived to say their thoughts. Stop bickering at once, can't you see the pain you're causing each other? That is the point, the two replied in chorus, more alike than apart. But you're brothers and sisters, can't you see? We can see a need for them to cease to be. Each referring to the other, but in a chorus once again. Then we'll make you see the way of peace, by force. As humans were successful, far less fighting when they both prepared for a coming invasion. Even some tentative attempts for a temporary stopping of stabbing each other were made, until they realized that the humans were nowhere to be found. They had been fooled. Horrified by what they had done, unable to stop themselves. After all, they had just proven that it was possible for them to stop fighting for 5 bloody minutes. At least, if there was a promise of far greater amounts of blood to come later. They tried some half-hearted attempts at invading each other as in olden times, but it just wasn't the same. In the end, they determined that it was the humans' fault for being so sneaky. Now, they hadn't technically been attacked, which presented somewhat of a conundrum. How to justify it? In the end, the old saying, sticks and stones may hurt my bones, but words are just the worst, came to the rescue. With it, they could clearly show that the humans were just the worst, as they had hurt none of their bones and used words. Some even speculated that they didn't even have sticks and stones. They were quickly relegated to a mental institution, specializing in treating massive illusions concerning sticky things. Next problem was that the humans were awfully far away. Some suggestions of simply moving all planets were tempting. Would certainly shorten the supply lines, but in the end, they decided on something far more terrifying, more despicable, more nefarious than they had ever done to each other. They decided to use their words. Training camps were set up to train troops in this new mode of combat. After many months, they were ready. Connecting to the humans' internet, they would start their worldly invasion.
You're all just big poo heads, and you smell like it.
Forward with their best insults at hand, they decided on a suitable target, 4chan. They didn't know precisely who this 4chan were, but all mentioning of him seemed to be in the negative light. Clearly, a suitable target to test their combat divisions on. 5 divisions made their attack by sunset. Only one remained. It was a dark, wordy day for both of their people, too sure of themselves that they had launched at a large-scale attack on the very first day. Only now, with so many troops strapped onto metal beds, were their mistakes made clear. They tried to contact the 4chan to surrender, but received even more attacks in return. Unable to bear the onslaught, all communications with the humans were ended, but not before all humans' attacks had been saved and categorized. A new dawn had broke, and a new type of conflict between them emerged, with words, and some minor stabbing, for tradition. Sticks and stones might break my bones, but words cause psychological damage that will never heal. End of story. Story number 1. to decorate your starship, written by Eddie Eddy. So you've bought your first starship and you've got some credits left over. Now you want to have your ship look the same as everyone else's. Not to mention, if it's a bigger ship, then you're going to need some personal touches. And a bed. Now everyone knows that each race's ships are known for. Some species for speed, others for comfort and size. Humans, if you want a ship that keeps going. The Mahact, if you want a bio ship. But how do you know who to go to and when you want to get your ship painted and touched up? Well, that's what this is for. A guide on where to go when you want to get your ship decorated, so that you can do it yourself, but nothing says newbie at a spaceport more than a home-done paint job. Before we start, let's go over a few basic categories that we'll be skipping. If you've got a bioship, that's way out of the league of this post, so let's not go into how to recolor your bioship. And the second one we'll be skipping is the fully aquatic species, because they need special consideration. If you need the case of those categories, you can find my guide to decorating for irregular spaces here. Now on to the fun part. First, let's go over the middle-of-the-road options. This is your widest bracket and tends to cover most crit sticks, from just under 1,000 crits to almost 10,000. If you are looking to have a vessel tricked out with exploration and research, you need to swing by one of the Jolner outposts. These guys make the best research kits in the galaxy. Just be ready to fill out all the paperwork. If you want something that's more natural and less clean-cut, the Arcborek tends to make some fantastic synthetic plants that'll bond with your ship and turn it into its very own biodome. Supposedly, they even have small animals for the bigger ships. I can't wait to review those next time I'm in their space. Watch this space for a review. If you're after a comfort and opulence, however, the Emirates of the Hakan will make your ship look like it costs several times its original price. Just don't expect to be on the lower end of the price range here. I mean, sandworm silk is expensive. I still have my mess hall table in a dust of Worcester wood from when I had them redo my ship. If opulence isn't your speed, but still want a comfort, then I'd suggest sticking local to yourself. You may have more chance of getting ripped off, but your own species know what you want best, right? Though the other option is to go see the Yisrael. Plenty of comfortable chairs that don't look right out of a noble house. If you want utilitarian, you'll need to go see the Titans of Ul. They tend to make things super sparse and logical. Just don't expect comfortable chairs. My last suggestion for this section is to go see the Shcha Kingdoms if you are a psionic race. They make fantastic decor that can tap into your mood and will let you turn the coffee maker on from anywhere in the ship. A massive boon, personal experience tells me that. Now, onto one race that needs its own section. Humans! See, humans don't have a style that they can really bring, except for the fact that they have every style available to them. If you're looking to keep things as low-priced as possible, then you've got to go human. But at the same time, if you've got more than enough cash to sling around, a custom-done human interior and paint job will outshine any other species. Let's start with the low end. Humans have these things called flat packs. You know how when you get a ship decorated and fitted, everything is all ready to go? These don't. They come in really flat boxes with instructions to assemble. The instructions are impossible to read. Galnet will have some videos, so you can make everything just the way you want. Just remember, once it is assembled, it is pretty hard to move, so make sure that it is in the right room. As for low-price paint jobs, they don't come in a lot of colors, but it's better than just having an unpainted ship, right? That's like going to a Formian dance without a mask. Most people won't even be able to tell the difference between a standard fitting and the human flatback fitting, so long as you don't mess up the assembly. As for the high end, if you've got enough cash, humans can do anything. You want your ship to look like something from an ancient history? Done. A ship that looks like something out of a storybook? Easy. What about something really hard, like replicating the bathing pools of Zobat? If you have the cash, the humans can make them better. I'm not kidding. I got a human-done kitchen last time I was in their end of the galaxy, and I've never been happier. Everything is exquisite and is just as I want it. They even installed a heroic fire cylinder on a spaceship. Safely. So if you have the cash, go human and expect it to take a while, because boy, do humans love to make sure everything is just perfect. I mean, it took them 3 tries to get the cylinder to sit and spin right, but they insisted that since I asked for it when it was going to happen, no matter how many times they had to replace the kitchen wall. And there you have it, a guide on how to decorate your starship. Just make sure that you're comfy and you're going to enjoy your stay before you go traipsing across the universe. End of story. Story number 2. Objection, written by Echoing Cascade. The station alarms were blaring. They screamed, "Pirates!" and the promenade. Remain in your rooms, sir. All is under control. If the noises he could hear outside were any indication, the security team was having problems with that all under control part, thought Greg. He was having problems of his own. Should I go with the longsword or the wakizashi? Greg was looking over his weapons, and when he got an answer, he knelt down to look under his bed, where his roommate was hiding and crying. Any ideas? His roommate, an insectoid alien he really ought to get around to ask his name of his race, simply sobbed louder. Greg strongly nodded in agreement. You're right, short spear and buckler it is. Weapons in hand, and a smile on his face, he opened the door. Director Nurek had finally gotten to an agreement with the lead pirate. Their incursion on this commercial hub was routine and mostly for show. They were pirates most of the time, but killed no more than needed, and in the case of military force ever attacked the station, the wolves became shepherd dogs. Director Nurek liked that allegory. He had learned it from the human traveler. His musings on today's incursion were cut short, as was the lead pirate by a thrown spear that embedded itself to the shaft into the station wall. Greg calmly walked past the director and pulled the spear from the wall with some effort. Kill a dozen on my way here. No need to thank me. Nurek could have choked him with his bare manipulators if the neck of a death wielder wasn't stronger than his grip.
You dump ass! Have you no idea what you have done? Security! Arrest him!
I think you mean dumbass, and also, wait, what the hell? Greg had been sitting in his cell for hours now, not exactly certain what his crime was when his legal counsel arrived. She was a human, 6 feet tall, short red hair, with a wicked scar that ran from the corner of her left eye to the middle of her cheek. She was wearing a well-tailored business suit and carried a large briefcase. So, you're my lawyer? The woman gave a curt nod and spoke with what the translator called a vague Russian accent.
Yes, I'm Alyona Petrova. I will represent you and your murder charges.
Greg was confused, not so much on the charges, but the woman in front of him. You sure you're not a Marine or a Ranger?
Alyona gave a small grin at the question. No, not a Marine. Not for a while now.
Alyona led Greg into a large room, a bit too large now that he looked closely, where the proceedings would take place. When he looked to the accusing lawyer, he almost had a heart attack. Why the hell is there a Straley warrior, of all things the station lawyer? Before he could get his thoughts in order, litigation began. Alyona explained how the situation was perceived by Greg, how he did what he believed to be right, and how he was innocent under these circumstances. The Straley warrior was less eloquent. He banged his fist so hard against the table that it split in two, grabbed an axe from his oversized briefcase, and spoke a single sentence. Trial by combat! Alyona smiled from ear to ear and opened her own briefcase. Greg looked inside and saw a katana and its sheath, and the words, irrefutable evidence, were engraved in Russian on the blade. The battle had been swift, brutal, and an overwhelming victory for Alyona. She and Greg were walking back to his room to gather his things and leave the station. She was now wearing her business jacket as a cloak over her shoulders and carried her sheathed blade in one hand. She was also covered in Straley blood. You seem confused. Just completely and utterly, yes. Alyona laughed.
You see, many species have achieved FTL. Many species, and not all of them share the same values, and naturally, this extends to their laws. As such, what is perfectly normal in some is a crime worthy of death to others.
Greg was starting to get the picture. Greg, wait.
So trial by combat is... Alyona nodded.
Correct. It is universally accepted throughout known space to resolve interspecies legal issues.
As Greg bid his lawyer goodbye and made his bags, he vowed 2 things. 1, to never go on a killing spree unless asked to. And 2, to never get on the bad side of an interspecies lawyer. Or any lawyer, for that matter. End of story. Story number 1. The Xenovet, written by Biama Galathan. The humans are, well, uncanny. We joined the Galactic Federation around the same time as them, meager 3 years prior. When I first saw one of them, I got a weird sort of whiplash. You know this feeling when your mind goes, yeah, nope, bye. He was tall, at least a head taller than me, 2 hands, 2 legs, 2 eyes, nice eyes, with a pretty shade of brown. Short hair that was naturally a splendid dark gold, broad arms, and somewhat visible muscles on them. He looked like one of us. Not quite, though. I'm considered tall by the standard of my species, tall and bulky, nonetheless. He was even bigger. His hair and eyes were absolutely stunning, even for me, and I'm not even into men. And don't get me started on the way he stood or glanced around. It was so familiar yet so wrong. Maybe not wrong, just creepy. Yeah, he was absolutely creepy and absolutely attractive, but I decided to leave that to the female part of the crew. His name was also uncannily familiar, Frederick. For course sake, the father of my father was named Illideric. Something was on. For a moment, I even considered the thought of our species being one, just split in half by some cataclysm or war long ago. But then I remembered. We were from literally 6 galaxies apart. No way an ancient civilization could traverse this space, not without wormholes. It was just a cruel twist of evolution. It did not stop being creepy. Frederick was our new crew member, a healer, or, as he called himself, a Xenovet, whatever that means. I observed him closely for the next few cycles, and still couldn't shake that feeling of wrongness. It only got worse when he somewhat started to, mimic our facial expressions. His were fine and similar enough to ours when he started his voyage, so there was no need to assimilate them more. We understood a freakish amount, a lot, about his body language already. Still, he started to wrinkle his nose when uncomfortable. Instead of huffing, his gestures got sharper and more concrete. Heck, he sometimes didn't call us any more vocally and just clapped as every other of us. No other crew member or race different than ours adapted so quickly and thoroughly. A lot did not adapt at all. Of course, there were some bumps in the road, as when someone, it was me, I'm dumb, I know, took his stifled laugh as crying, or when he in turn mistook my display of protectiveness over food as being in pain. Or when Joel said to his face that he was the sexiest goddamn being she'd ever saw. Anyways, he got along with us brilliantly. After some time, maybe it was a season, I kind of stopped seeing the differences. I think you could ask me then, what species is he? And I would respond with a firm and thoughtless Saphixian, as me and half the crew. I remembered that he was human only when he accidentally cut himself with a knife. The sincerely small gash on his hand was bleeding a really inadequate amount. And this was the day I discovered that humans, these fecking mimics, had red blood. Not the polite blue of half the galaxy, not the acid green of the Sluli, not even the Sephaxian goldish pinkish hue. Red like the banners of the Federation. And red blood is a really creepy sight, I tell you. But well, this only cemented my theory about cruel evolution. My hopes about seducing a human female got suddenly a bit more bleary. Frederick, in turn, was not unsettled, even a bit, when another Sephaxian crewmate, I think it was Dex, went to him with a bloody gash on his forehead, made by a flying piece of an old accumulator that exploded. The title of Xenovet Healer apparently requires a lot of knowledge about anatomy of everybody. Luckily for me, he did not seem upset when he caught me staring at his already half-healed cut. Even better, he explained to me what had happened, and how does his circulatory system work. He is the epitome of being chill and feeling good in my body. Absolutely shameless.
Not that our door will tell him anything, but walking down the corridor, only in boxes to go get a salve in the infirmary even one more time, will get him assaulted by the female part of the crew. Or Bob will die in his own blood. Poor guy, he's a ginormous crush. I'm not joking. But, well, maybe he's chiller than the peak of Mount Justeri in winter season. But I am not. So it was me that nearly died of when my mother video called me. He was at the infirmary at the time, dropping off some pieces of prosthetic, and Frederick was behind me, stirring some of his favorite drink of his, a foul-smelling dark liquid called coffee. Mom, dearest, I know that you love me, but the next time maybe don't call a friend of mine as sexy orc when you see him in the first time. I was never in my whole life more embarrassed. Frederick only stood here dumbfounded for a moment, and then started laughing uncontrollably and sputtering some nonsense about Lord of the Rings, Sauron Masterplan, and the damned FF. I quickly and silently left the room, first time seeing the infamous human aesthetic fit with my own eyes. It was not known to the Federation, but we also had familiar fits, although never about something so random and, well, insulting. Calling someone an orc was like calling someone a dumb slut. Only worse, and well, I've never before or after heard it paired with the word sexy. Mom, to borrow a human phrase, what the feck? Anyways, I like our human. If the rest of them is even a bit like him, I see a bright and peaceful future before our races, and a freaky amount of warny Sasfaxians, but well, you take what you can get. P.S. I asked Frederick, apparently Sasfaxians are attractive by human standards. He just has already a life partner on his home planet. They call us space elves, whatever that means. So maybe I can get a shot with someone. Yes! But that does mean there will be a lot of horny humans too. This can complicate things on a large scale. Not my problem, though. End of story. Story number 2. The Xenovet Pets. Written by Fiamma Galathan. I've seen a lot while dealing with our human. Frederick was a force to be reckoned with, even if he is a healer. Or maybe because of that. In retrospective, it wasn't strange, not at all. But when a pirate was holding me at gunpoint, my paralyzed crewmates lying around, motionless, and he, of all people, just straight up tore the attacker apart. I was scared crapless. Logically, my mind knew he must have known that the Terracula was somewhat soft under their exoskeletons. He was a cross-species healer. These things are common knowledge, especially in these circles. But my fight-or-flight part saw an unarmed, bloody, and snarling human that grabbed the pirate and squeezed until all of his organs pulled around its feet. And his eyes, oh for God's sake, his brown, normally so warm and calming eyes, I could have sworn that they were glowing with something that screamed a millennia of war and bloodshed. Half of the crew started avoiding him after that, not alienating but avoiding, especially when he seemed upset. The other half, well, apparently there was a betting pool whose romantic novel will get published first. Gross, if understandable. Another thing happened when we had a short shore leave on a rather wet planet. There was only water in sight around the landing platform. Sophixians don't exactly hate water. It's just more of an inbuilt warning to not go swimming, as on our home planet there is a myriad of things that want to kill us in any body bigger than a puddle. I, for example, can't swim, as for a majority of our crew. Turns out humans are, Frederick insisted we go to the beach nearby. Well, as much of a beach as it was. More like a concrete slide descending into the water. I agreed, as sunbathing is something I enjoyed, and the water seemed shallow and clear enough to see any eventual predators. I even took my blaster, in case something decided to crawl out of it anyway. First of all, I hadn't considered that Frederick would also wear only underwear. My bad, I felt inadequate. Like, he's got abs, and chest hair. And me, even with my somewhat physically taxing work, I still look like a twig in comparison. Fortunately, the girls haven't caught a sight of us. Second of all, he came here not to sunbathe. He came here to swim. And I nearly died of an aneurysm when this idiot jumped straight into the water and emerged only a minute later. And he was laughing, because, apparently, even if humans are not aquatic species and don't have fins, they still love swimming, and Frederick took to the water like a Nyessa. The fact did not help me calm down, but it gave even more fuel to the already raging wildfire of our crew's hardcore romance writers. I'm starting to regret telling our roommates about this trip. Anyways, did you know that humans are pretty flexible? And I don't mean physically. Sphyxians are much more bendable, but mentally. It appears that nothing can break this weirdly wired brain of his. A species with 8 different systems of determining the year. At home, we had worse. A patient is apparently poisoned by air. Sometimes happen, bud. We get stranded on a wild and dangerous planet for a week. Well, thanks to Mom, I was in the Scots. We will survive. This place seems quieter than the woods behind my home. I'm starting to ask myself if this is their species quirk, or if Earth is so different. After a while, we started noticing his growing homesickness. Everybody agreed it couldn't be. We needed to do something. I, being the closest one to him, suggested that maybe we could give him an earthly pet, as he seemed to love animals. We did some digging in the galaxy net, and decided to buy him a so-called cat. These earthly felines seemed to be the easiest to accommodate, and they were relatively small, so we did. The seller seemed pretty suspicious, but hey, who am I to judge? It was a youngling with completely black fur and yellow eyes. It looked cute, until we gave it to Frederick, and his eyes went impossibly wide. This wasn't a cat, or not a domestic cat at least. It was apparently a panther cub. We decided to keep it anyway, as a ship bodyguard, although the shop where we bought it got immediately reported. End of story. Sonnet, Hire the Terrans, written by Sir Wendro. If you are interested in the story, the original is linked in the description. Welcome to Crew Matches. I'm your chatbot Chatty. You have selected High Zelvian as your interface language. If this is correct, please state continue. If it is not, please state your preferred interface language now. Drahama shuddered reflexively. Chatbots in Galactic Standard were always too, cheerful, too open, too fake friendly. She ran a claw through her quills to settle them.
Continue.
The screen flickered as it refreshed, and rounded letters of G Standard replaced with the comforting angular glyphs of a native Zelvian. Thank you for your selection, honored customer, as we would like to ensure the best possible match for your crewing requirements. We beseech you to provide us answers to a few short questions. May we have some small measure of your time? Better, much better. The little avatar on the screen even replicated the right body motions to convey respect. It was all still fake, of course, as the VI wasn't actually alive. But, as the saying went, the intent of the actor, not the final result, is what was most important. While the VI was irksome, Drahama couldn't fault the programmer for wanting to try.
You may continue. For brevity, I ask that the formalities be dropped. Please address me as merchant addresses a merchant.
Understood, valued customer. Firstly, is an AI acceptable for your crew role?
Negative. This ship does not have the processing substrate required. A virtual intelligence would not be suitable either.
I hear and understand. What crew role or roles are you looking to fill?
I need an R3 or above rated engineer, preferably experienced with slip drives manufactured by Squallion Other Space. I additionally need a galley hand, a navigation officer, and 30 laborer technicians.
I hear and understand. Kindly tell me about the onboard working conditions, so that I may filter my list of candidates.
Very well. This ship as a whole runs with a gaseous nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere, with roughly 80-20 split. Temperature varies by section and module, depending on cargo. In general, the temperatures can vary from 274 to 320.
Forgive the interruption, if you please. May I please ask which temperature scale you are defining this?
by the burrows of color. Drahama's quills, which had been slowly rising up as her frustration grew, suddenly raised to the full defensive posture. Talking to a VI was actually somehow infinitely more frustrating than talking to a living being. Even talking to a Regi when their flowery, overwrought prose was more tolerable. This time, the Zalvian didn't bother to settle her quills. She was alone in the captain's quarters, and it wasn't like the VI would care after all. All measurements are in galactic standard, the ones those Terrans call the System Interstellar.
Thank you, valued customer. Please, may I ask you to continue to list your vessel data?
Drahama grumbled. Why couldn't the damned VI just read the data of the ship's database? Oh yes, the Data Security Act. Yet another of the Ploth's inane Joint Bureau of Data Transmission and Communication Wavelengths decrees. Honestly, trading in Ploth's space became less and less pleasant every time. She was getting to the point where she would rather pull out her ear cools than have to sit through another update briefing. No, thank you, she replied sarcastically. Temperature range from 270 to 320. Pressures from 80,000 to 150,000. The engineer can set temperature and pressure as they please. The galley is set to 300 temperature units and the pressure of 100,000. Technicians will be provided with appropriate gear to work across the full range.
Please, dear customer, is the entire vessel gas-filled?
Yes. So no aquatics.
May I inquire as to the humidity?
Standard low. Species needing humid air must provide own respirator gear. Gravity is set to 0.7, but may be adjusted for cargo. Mag boots are standard in ship's uniforms and exo-assists are available.
Thank you for your information, honored customer. If it pleases you, please review the records of our available crew. They are represented in recommended order. If you require further filtering, please but ask.
About time. Oh, filter out any species that can only tolerate dextra amino foods and any that lack a sense of sight. The list was still some thousands long, and the Reclaimer War had left thousands disposed in surfeit of space-qualified individuals. Using the expression Anthony had once taught her, it was a sad but true fact that a lot of people desperately in need of employment by the Zalvian merchant fleet were simply not cut out for it. It was going to take hours to pick out candidates and read their psyche vals. Later, with quills oiled and scented, Drahama lazed in her nest in her crew harem to discuss the potential new hires. They had already been talking and arguing for hours, with the egg-sitting males being the most outspoken. The females, not to be outdone, had been the loudest, however. I don't think that we can have our clothes. They smell awful. That's discrimination. That's true. No one but the clothes can stand the smell. We have this amazing technology called deodorant. Its use is mandated, much as you seem to forget. Still, though. But Mirtha's spiky beard, look at this one. Hey, open. Really? Yeah, hang on. A hologram of a massive four-armed Oban floated to the center of the room. The quills of all the gathered Zalvians rustled in appreciation of the musculature on display. Very impressive specimen. What position are you thinking? All of them. Accompanied by a quill wave of crest to hoof, it was clear that this one of Drahama's harem was entertaining some thoughts that would definitely draw the ire of Interstellar Department of Sentient Resources. A wave of answering amusement and mocking disgust quill displays rippled around the nest. I don't agree. But what qualifications does Drahama check the biodata? She possess? Oh, none. They're only qualified for intrasystem work, but nothing. Quill's head, still thinking with your genitals. But thinking with my genitals is how we made this egg I'm sitting on, oh, Captain. True, but also disgusting. Another harem member, a female, chimed in. I have a Rithi with an R2 level in slip drives. No experience on our type, but it is best qualification to pay ratio I've seen. Are we speaking suspiciously cheap? Maybe. I'll send it to you now. They continued for hours, with candidates rejected, shortlisted, scrutinized, and put on the final list. The following ship daybreak, after morning mating, the final 10 candidates for officers' positions were reviewed. So the Zalvium Deshem is our best candidate for navigation. Drahama asked her first mate. Yes, Captain.
45 long-haul flights with no navigational errors, commanded osmium starburst for war heroism and psych reports that fit in well with the harem. Request standard scale 3 pay.
Accepted. Now what about galley hand?
Still undecided, Captain.
And labourer technicians?
About that.
The quills in the first mate's crest parted slightly,
betraying her anxiety about what she was to say.
Out with it.
Well, I know that the Anthony incident might be a bit fresh, but we thought that some Terrans might be the best.
I see. And why, my beloved, are you anxious to say so?
The first mate, Barilla, smoothed out the quills that had betrayed her. Well, you see.
Yeah, first mate. Out with it.
Because of how Anthony left the ship, we thought that increasing the number of Terrans might not be a good idea. I mean, they make up nearly 40% of the crew already, which is almost the same as the number of Zelvians, and if more Terrans and Zelvians fall into that kind of misunderstanding, then it might disrupt the harems and damage the pack bonding between the humans and the kin on board, as well as create a tense atmosphere for the other crew species and...
Stop and breathe. Relax. Let's smooth your quills, my love. You've got them all worked up.
Drahama lovingly and gently helped her first mate set her quills back in place, then continued brushing Barilla's down to keep her calm and relaxed. Barilla was a great XO, calm and composed in a crisis, equal parts stern and caring to those under command, as well as wonderful mother to the hatchlings they shared. Her one Achilles heel was her aversion to embarrassing personal moments.
What happened with Anthony was unfortunate,
said Drahama.
An understandable but regrettable result of differences in culture, species, and norms. With the guidebooks for both Terran Federation and Zalvian Parliament updated, I don't think we need to worry too much about the incident being repeated.
But my love...
Barilla, shush. I'm not embarrassed or ashamed, well, not excessively so, about what happened. I thought Anthony was intimating he wanted to be a part of the harem. I thought it would be interesting for us to invite him in. Everything after that was, what was it? A comedy of errors?
Errors. A comedy of errors.
Are you sure? I thought it was errors, as in a comedy for the ages.
Errors, as in a comedy caused by mistakes and misunderstandings.
Well, anyway, it was a mishap, and it was for the best that he left. But I don't think either of us should feel ashamed. I bet he'll think twice before addressing a Zalvian captain as my gorgeous porcupine centaur again, though.
The pair laughed, and a giggle and a clatter of quills ran through the harem members who'd gathered around when they'd heard the topic being broached.
My harem, my officers, have you realized how much the Terrans have affected us? We've adopted parts of their speech and thinking, their fearlessness, to an extent, their boldness. I think having Terrans aboard has been a boon to us all on a cultural level, and an economic one, with the way they work.
Damn straight. They work hard and play hard, and get her done, all over this tin can, chirped the Direma, the communications officer.
Stop taking the piss with it, replied Drahama. But considering the work we do and the cargo we haul, I want them. They can tolerate the full range of temperatures and pressures we license to run at with no gear, better than the Rithi. They're stronger and faster in ship standard gravity than anyone except for the Oban. They're tough, heal almost as quickly as we do because of their metal ability to scar up, and they've got almost as much endurance as me in a mating rut. Another clatter of amusement rolled around the bridge. They pack bond in themselves like a harem and with other groups almost as strongly. They got what mental resilience for the long haul, and they make all of us happier. And their petitions really know how to get even me looking my best.
You're still as beautiful as when I met you, purred Barilla from inside Drahama's arms. The first mate's quills were quivering slightly.
They sighed. I know it's still mating season, so please remember to take your suppressants after morning mating. Clear heads on shift, please. And a double dose for you, Barilla.
Barilla headed over to the bridge drink dispenser, and Julie took her second dose of medicine, her quills settling once more as it took effect.
Drahama continued, Anyway, as I was saying, Terrans are okay with me, and I promise not to try and mate with one again. Or at least, not for a while.
Another clatter.
You know what? Sod it. Get a human galley hand as well. Just, not a British or American subspecies one.
End of story. Story number 1. Humans Are Peaceful, written by Wegian Warrior. Cacaldo took a deep breath. The human trader was slowly walking down the street, greeting other sentients left and right, even when the imposing biped towered over them. Feeling his heart's racing, Cacaldo stepped out from his little shop. "Fellow trader, I wonder if I can impose on your time." The human paused, bright eyes behind a pair of slightly opaque lenses took the young Lilfit in briefly, before the lower half of the human face opened in a wide smile. Cacaldo stared at his shudder, then relaxed. The smile, he recalled, was a sign of human happiness. "Young Cacaldo, isn't it? Dealer in used electronics and information. Mostly information, yes. What can I do for you today?" Cacaldo looked up, trying to make his mouth mimic the human expression. He was sure he had talked to this human before, yet his name was not known. Part of the mystery he hoped to unravel. "Fellow trader, I seek understanding." "Call me Josh, Cacal. Can I call you Cacal? Walk with me around the market and we'll talk." Part of Cacaldo's mind wanted to say no. His name was part of him, but the human seemed so genuine, so friendly. Clearly no insult was meant. Cacaldo turned and quickly locked up his little shop, then hurried up to the human's side. The human started walking again at an easy, slow pace. "Fellow friend Josh, I am trying to understand why humans can travel so easily, how humans are welcomed everywhere, how you can trade with all sides in a conflict." The human looked at him, the soft skin around the corner of the human's eyes crinkling slightly, as the human made an odd ha-ha sound. "Cacal, you know the answer. Humans are welcome everywhere because humans are friends with everyone. We've never started any wars, never had to haggle over prices, never deliver less than promise. We are, in short, peaceful. And yet you are death wielders and carnivores. What is known of human pre-FTL history is dominated by strife. Humanity breaks the mold, fellow friend Josh." The human seemed to consider what Cacaldo had said, as a path seemed to open in front of them in the busy street. "It's no secret that..." The human was interrupted by a Lugs youngling darting after a ball in front of them. Chuckling, the human caught the child and raised it in the air, tossing it up slightly and catching it gently again. "Careful there, young Soak. Yes, Soak, offspring of Conol. Running into the street can be dangerous." The human lowered the youngling onto the street again. "Your brood mother probably worries over you, Soak. You should go home. One day you'll be a mighty warrior, but today is not that day." The young Lugs stared up at the human, mouths agape, then turned and scurried away, disappearing in the throng. "Ah, kids, as I was saying, Cacal, there is no secret that humanity has a checkered past. But can we not improve? Must we always be monsters?" Cacalgedo considered what the human had said in silence, as their pair slowly walked through the business district. "Friend Josh, how come you knew the youngling's name? Knowing the names of the traders I can understand, but..." The human smiled and gingerly tapped the side lenses covering his eyes. "Some free information for you to trade, Cacal. Human smart glass are tied to the hyperweb, because it is useful to know the names of new friends, the wares a city needs, the social mores of friendly species, or what a fellow trader can offer." Cacalgedo found his head dipping forward, mimicking the human body language for agreement. "So you found the information on the hyperweb, but..." Friend Cacal, a youngling, listens when a stranger knows his name, just like a trader listens when a stranger offers a good deal. Cacalgedo thought hard for a heartbeat. "It are the deals, are it not? You're welcome everywhere, because humans always offer good deals." "Humans never ask for more than you can afford, Cacal. Most of the time, you can't afford not to take up a human offer." The human paused for a second, accepting a gift of fruit from a vendor in one of the many small stalls. "Humanity offers friendship and the opportunity to prosper to everyone, friend Cacal, and luckily for humanity, most other races are eager to accept." Kakalgado walked in silence as the human ate the fruit, other vendors casting sidelong glances at the one who'd offered the gift. Friend Kakal, it is in everyone's interest to be welcoming to humans. It is in everyone's interest to trade with us. It is in everyone's interest to keep the peace. The human stopped and smiled at Kakalgado again, looking around. Kakalgado realized that they had come back to his little shop. Kakalgado, remember when I said humans never started a war? That we never haggle? That we never deliver less than promise? Yes, and it is true, but... Kakalgado, humans like being peaceful. So we end wars without the negotiations about terms and conditions. And when we end wars, we always deliver a final end to hostilities. Do you understand? Kakalgado thought hard, then mimicked the human nod, then shrank slightly as he turned to unlock his little shop again. The human peered into the semi-darkness of the little business. Nice little shop you got there, friend Kakal. Would be a real shame if something were to happen to it. End of story. Story number 2. Human Hands, written by Numerous Sun 4282. Lamia watched the human work with the greatest interest. She had never seen a human interfacing with a computer before. On this ship, a dozen different sapient species had need of the computers for 1,000,000 different tasks 1,000,000,000 times a day. And yet this was the first time she'd seen a human do it. It wasn't the way Lamia was used to doing it. She'd wrap her shorter and more dexterous tentacle around the input sphere, and it would measure the positions of her tentacles and interpret that into computer functions like scrolling, text, clicking, what have you. It was simple. It was natural. It felt as if she were writing with her tentacles on a physical notepad. The human did not use the spheres. It used a board with a small, oblong half-dome to navigate the system and enter information. At first, Lamia thought poorly of the process, watching the human's hand pass from the board to the half-dome, wiggle it a bit, then pass back to the board. But as she watched, she became mesmerized by the process. The humans didn't have tentacles like Lamia's people. They had hands, and each hand ended in 5 little pseudo-tentacles called fingers. This was the part that fascinated Lamia. She'd watch as the fingers, rigid and relatively inflexible, would scatter across the board like an insect's legs, leaving a little clickety-clack sound in their wake. The human could input data about as fast as anyone thanks to these speedy fingers, and they used them for so much more than computer manipulation. Lamia spent the better part of a week following the human around the ship, observing their use of their hands. The human hands were very gentle. They picked up soft, swishy foods without bursting them and could pluck items out from crowded areas without disturbing the surroundings. Lamia watched the human pull sharp pieces of hardware, nails they were called, from a box without inflicting damage to their hands. The fingers would gently enter the box, pinch a nail, sometimes a couple nails, and withdraw them. No more force than was necessary to hold them. That incident had also revealed to Lamia that human hands were a sort of sensory organ as well. The human hadn't even looked at the box, but was able to grab a nail with ease. They would touch things all the time without seeing them. Their favorite seemed to be their furry companion, whom they'd stroke absent-mindedly as an ancient grooming practice. In the morning, Lamia witnessed a human flail their arms about, their handing slapping at their desk in search of an alarm while their eyes remained closed. Almost every time, the hand found the source of the alarm and was even able to manipulate the buttons on it, without the human ever rising or even looking at the object. They could even detect temperatures as well, as the human explained, when Lamia caught them rapidly tapping a hot, cooking surface. They could check if something was too hot, or perhaps too cold, by touching it lightly. Perhaps not as accurate as the Vrashranki's heat-based vision, but not bad all the same. More than just dexterous tools, though, human hands were weapons. Lamia was riveted by a conflict between 2 humans one day. The human clenched their hands, turning them into solid slabs of skin and bone that they hurled at each other. The impacts were fierce and tightly packed bones in hands delivered the force of the blow in localized and devastating hits. Even in fighting, the human hands were great at manipulating. One human opened the hand, catching the fist in their palm and closing their fingers around it. They pulled the hand offline and in, trapping the first human's entire arm and making the conflict grapple rather than a strike. The human hands clenched at everything they could touch. Clothes were grabbed, hair was pulled, faces were even pushed and turned by sturdy fingers. When the fight was broken up, it was by two more humans, who came in and used their hands to restrain the arms of the first two and began to pull them apart. While they may not have been as flexible and malleable as Lemire's tentacles, human hands truly were a marvel of evolution in their own way. End of story. Humans Fight with Honor, written by Scooby Wagon. Sector Commander Gorand was not a happy Sector Commander. He was supposed to be overseeing all Karali military operations in the sector and, for the most part, it was going reasonably well. The trouble had started 3 centons ago when Central Command had decided that they wanted to annex the third planet in the GC 417835 system. The intelligence section had indicated at the time that it was a colony planet held by the Seren. It should have been easy, but here they were, 3 centons into it, and the planet was still not under Karali control. Central Command was not happy about this lack of progress, so Gorad was now reviewing operations with his intelligence and operations chiefs.
Let's review, shall we?
Gorad said, fixing the intelligence chief with a pointed stare.
3 centons ago, you said that this planet,
he pointed to the planet in question on the sector display,
was a colony planet held by the Seren.
Gorad flipped through the data pad on the original intelligence estimate.
You also said that there would be approximately 1,200 to 2,000 Seren citizens on the planet, probably from the agrarian caste.
The intelligence chief met the commander's gaze and said, "Yes, Commander."
At the time, that was the official estimate for the Central Command's intelligence section. There was no mention at the time of these.
The intelligence chief flipped through his own datapad, checking the term humans.
The original intelligence estimate was based on semi-orbital passes from 3 automated probes. The most recent pass was 9 centons ago. The pass prior to that was 11 centons ago, and the one prior to that was 13 centons ago. Imagery from all 3 passes should show current area of operations. There is no indication of a human presence, or any other aside from the Seren settlement anywhere. Obviously, the humans arrived, settled and deployed all the structures we can observe in 9 centons or less.
Fine, Gorad said. What do we know about these humans?
Commander, all we know about them is what we have observed here. They are bipedal, hairless species, likely of a simian evolutionary path. They're obviously spacefaring with interstellar and colonization capabilities. And that implies FTL capabilities and all the other technologies that tend to go along with it, such as energy shields, directed energy weapons, and artificial gravity. Obviously, their biology is compatible with the environment, but that isn't saying much since it is a pretty benign planet. We believe that, like the Seren, these humans have a caste-based society. However, it seems that their caste system may be less rigid than most, since we have observed agrarian caste humans performing work in what is clearly the merchant caste establishment. It is possible that this is some sort of indentured servitude, but we don't think so because we do not observe any of the other social artifacts that tend to go along with indentured service as a social norm. As they appear to be on a simian evolutionary path, we expect fairly high strength and general physical toughness at an individual level. Typically, we would expect an evolutionary path that favors strength and toughness to sacrifice intelligence. However, their technology indicates otherwise. They were able to deploy a complete village in less than 9 centons, something that we could not do. They obviously have the means of communication that we cannot detect. The weapons we have seen so far are all slug throwers with chemical propellant. We assume that they reserve better weapons for their military caste. That said, their slug throwers are absolutely effective. Finally, Commander, we know that the humans appear to have a customary or standard challenge. On several occasions, a human has challenged our forces to battle with the phrase, and I'm quoting here, "Come obtain an unspecified quantity." We do not know what they are referring to. Quantity of what exactly?
Gorad huffed in irritation.
All right. That probably covers our intelligence failures. Operations, why do I not own this planet?
Commander, we had 4 engagements with these humans to this point. The first engagement was conducted in the standard way. The subsequent 3 were more impromptu. In our first engagement, we adhered to the standard procedure. We approached the human settlement in formation and offered honorable combat on standard terms, with the winner retaining possession of the settlement and all non-combatants. After the standard response time elapsed, we fired a warning shot in the form of an airburst detonated personal explosive device over one of the structures. At that point, weapons fire began from, so far as we can tell, nearly every window facing our formation. At no point did any humans respond to our bat call. They simply opened fire from cover and laid waste to our formation. They did, however, issue their own challenge. We do not believe that we scored any hits in that engagement. In the after-action, we analyzed the actions and responses from both our warriors and the humans. Based on input from the intelligence unit, we determined that the likely issue was that these particular humans, being members of the agrarian caste, were unaware of the accepted laws of combat. You will recall, Commander, that the 3 of us had a conversation on this topic immediately afterwards. At the time, our collective decision was to provide the human military caste with a reasonable period of time to respond, arrive on planet, and set up. We assumed that the human settlement would call for military assistance.
Commander, Intelligence interrupted, it should be noted here that we have detected no communications from the human settlement at all. Obviously, the humans must have some manner of interstellar communications. We've observed 3 vessels, classified as interstellar bulk carriers, arrive, followed by a flurry of intense orbital and suborbital flight activity, followed by the vessel's departure. We interpreted this as a supply ship delivering supplies to the settlement and retrieving foodstuffs from it. We detected no communications between the surface and the vessels. Obviously, such operations cannot be conducted without communications of some kind, as we must assume that the humans have some form of interstellar communications that we cannot detect. That is a reasonable assessment, Operations. Please continue,
Commander Gorad said. Our second engagement arose from our decision to scout and gather intelligence while we waited for the human military caste to arrive. Scout Subunit 3 approached a set of human structures approximately 5 kalends away from the main settlement. We ordered them out of there to investigate a collection of structures set up away from the main settlement. We assumed these must be unrelated to the main settlement and, therefore, likely military in nature. According to the one survivor and the subunit's personal data loggers, Subunit 3's approach the first structure and found it to be agricultural equipment storage, but unoccupied. They then approached the second structure. It was found to contain some kind of machinery. We believed it to be a water pump, filtration plant, and other similar equipment. Scout Subunit 3 then approached the third structure. That structure turned out to be a self-contained quarters. The subunit entered the structure and was almost immediately attacked by the human occupant. This human was quite small and was unable to produce actual harm on subunit. However, having been challenged, the subunit returned fire, dispatching the human with 6 shots fired. Shortly thereafter, the human engaged the subunit with steel blades. Again, having been challenged, the subunit engaged the human and killed it, this time with 8 shots fired. As the subunit examined the rest of the structure, a third human, this one significantly larger than the other 2, entered the structure. It found the first 2 humans, whereupon it made an exceptionally loud vocalization. We believe it to be some manner of distress vocalization that does not translate. This third human produced a weapon and attacked the subunit. It shot 2 scouts from behind before retreating from the structure. The other 4 scouts pursued the human out of the structure. The human re-engaged the scouts from the first structure with a significantly larger weapon. The human issued a challenge that we do not understand. He called out loudly, and I quote, "Come obtain an unspecified quantity, you male spawn of a canid." We have absolutely no idea what that is supposed to mean, but it does appear to be a direct challenge given its usage in both engagements. The other 2 engagements largely went the same way as the second. Sector Commander Gorad made a thoroughly exasperated noise.
Are you seriously telling me that we lost an entire unit of scouts, 6 subunits in 4 engagements with these humans?
Operations fidgeted slightly. No, Commander. 2 of those subunits were lost in engagements with an unknown creature. We are certain that these subunits were not lost to human forces on the ground. That was no signs of incoming fire. However, in both cases, large areas were trampled and destroyed. In one case, the bodies of all sublight members were clustered together. Commander, they had been very nearly flat. Something surprised the sublight unit and quite literally crushed them all to death. They didn't even get a shot off. The creature simply attacked the sublight unit, crushed them all to death, and wandered off back into the forest. In the second case, the subunit emptied every power pack they carried, and even used at least 1 personal explosive. We think they may have seriously injured or even killed one of these creatures. There was clear evidence of high volume of outgoing fire, and a lot of blood and gore that we could not account for. Finally, there was a series of drag marks out of the area, and towards the human settlement. So we think it is possible that our sub-unit managed to kill the creature, and that the humans dragged the carcass away for some reason. Regardless, it represents an unknown life form. It is probably some kind of wild animal, but may or may not be native to this planet.
Enough! Shouted Gorad. What have we learned here, and how do we rectify the shortcomings in the future?
Intelligence and operations glanced at each other, but Intelligence spoke up first.
Commander, we can sum this all up by the following items. First, humans do not fight with honor, or at least their non-military costs do not fight with honor. This will have an impact on the way that we engage human units going forward. Second, without more information about the wildlife in the area, we should send out every scout subunit with at least 1 to 2 warriors. The additional armor and firepower should be sufficient to deal with these creatures. Third, we must assume that these human military caste have significantly better capabilities than the non-military humans that we've dealt with to this point. For this reason, I'd advise that we send an additional warrior units as well as replacement scout units. Finally, Commander, we should issue a new standing order for all units. Under no circumstances should any unit, subunit, or individual ever attempt to acquire an unspecified quantity, even if challenged to do so by a human.
End of story. Story number 1. Sometimes paranoia is justified. Written by Incrediblus Ho. As I was walking towards the ambassador of the United Federation of Earth's office, anger was all that was on my mind. These damned apes were pulling another one of their dumb stunts, and I was here to stop them. Targanius was a star system on the border of both of the UFE's territory and that of the Garhayan hosts. It contained many valuables, several worlds with plenty of rare metals needed for the construction of starships. On top of that, Targanius 4 would make for an excellent colony. However, the UFE, in their hubris, had decided to claim the system for themselves. This would not stand. The hosts were the most influential power in the whole galaxy. None would oppose them. And so there I was, about to either threaten the UFE's ambassador into giving us a system, or declare war outright. When he had finally reached the ambassador's office, he stormed inside, not even asking. The human ambassador, a man called Felix Smith, sat in his chair, calmly examining a holopad. He looked up. "I didn't know that you were coming. What can I do for you?" A smile appeared on his face. I would have none of it. I looked at the ambassador in the eye. Weak, pathetic humans. I muttered to myself,
"Ambassador, it has come to my attention that you have occupied the Tarkania system, a system that we have claimed, I loudly declared. If my intel was correct, they don't know that we have been mobilizing at their borders. They'll have no chance to say no to our demands, unless, of course, they want to die. The ambassador looked at me. We claimed it first, as is clearly described in the agreement of the 7 moons signed in 2187, he declared. Wrong! That was what he was. I wasn't here to convince him. I was here to deliver a declaration of war. I spoke again. As I was saying, this violates common galactic treaties about rights of nations in space. As such, Gahean hosts have seen it fit to declare war upon you. The ambassador laughed. All due respect, Ambassador. That would be ridiculous. I'm sure we can use diplomacy and discuss this matter as civilized beings, he said smugly. The sheer arrogance of that man. I should crack his skull for that. The humans had no fleet, no army, no military force which could compare to that of the host. I don't think you understand the situation, Ambassador, so I will explain it to you, I said. I took a step forwards. The Gahean host currently fields the largest fleet and the greatest army of all time. We are apex of the galaxy, conquerors of 1,000 nations. Surrender or be crushed, I proudly and boldly proclaimed. The human ambassador got out of his chair. Really now? He asked. A mischievous smile formed on his face. I am debating you on the fact that you have the greatest fleet, he said, still smiling. However, I will ask you this. Can a nation exist without food, metals, minerals, and other such goods? What are you trying to tell me? You arrogant fool, I demanded to know. I could not tolerate this fool any longer. Most of your economy is not owned by your government, actually. Almost none of it is, he said. A large part of your agricultural industry is owned by Green Prospect, a company which is human and operates under human law. The ambassador smiled. That wasn't true. Most of the agricultural sector was owned by Grickens. This idiotic bluff was not going to work. Lies! Most of that industry is owned by Grickens. Your foolish intimidation attempts do not work on me. If it were owned by humanity, it would have been listed. Liar. Oh, but it is. Grickens is a branch of Green Prospect, according to galactic law. If a company is a branch of a different company, the branch's HQ and primary species must be named, not that of the main company. The ambassador smugly replied. He spaced, undeterred. That is not the spirit of the law, Ambassador, and you know it. Why would you do such a thing for anything but trying to sabotage someone's economy? I furiously replied. And why would you claim an entire system with anything but the purpose of conquering them, even if that goes against the spirit of the law, Ambassador? The last part was said with a distinct tone, almost mockingly. That does not explain your outright exploitation of galactic law, I stated. The ambassador was getting on my nerves. They must have known our plans. Call it what you wish, Ambassador. We call it ensuring the security of our nation, he calmly stated, not intimidated in the slightest by my threats. It's either your species is paranoia or evidence that you are clearly spying on us, human, I yelled at the man. This was driving me mad. The human smiled and simply replied, Sometimes paranoia is justified. End of story. Story number 2. An introduction to proper terminology and procedures written by Wegian Warrior. The door dilated, then contracted. I glanced up, remembering just in time not to show teeth as I smiled at the clearly nervous, cat-like Amoy that acted as the ship's guard and general messenger. Friend Josh, it's she, I reminded myself, said softly. First Engineer Arliak sends his greetings and humbly requests your presence in the drive compartment. The new human apprentice has arrived. Thank you, Skosk, I replied as I got up, hair brushing the low ceiling. I'll make my way there anon, even if it is my rest period. The Amoy dipped her tail, then darted out before the door was fully dilated. I followed her at a more relaxed pace. After all, this was not a crisis, and it would not be good for the ship's crew's nerves to see the third engineer run towards the engine room. So, you meet Arliak briefly? Yes, sir. Don't call me that, please, and be careful around him.
His nerves are, giving him a bit of trouble. If he'd been human, I would say he has a bad and growing case of PTSD. The young man before me nodded respectfully, seemingly standing at attention even at rest. I, on the other hand, was leaning up against one of the throbbing plasma conduits. Each pulse told me that everything was all right with the engine. Let us saunter over to the main drive, and I'll fill you in on the shipboard procedures and terminology. You're fresh from the academy. Yes, yes. Number 5 in my class. What should I call you? Most of the crew just call me Friend Josh, I said, as I led the way deeper into the drive compartment, with emphasis on friend, but Josh will do, or boss if you want to be formal. Here we are. I paused as I let the young fellow take in the majesty of the subspace drive. Now, I said, after he had picked his jaw up off the floor, this is real life, and not the academy. We do things a little more rough and ready, and we follow a few different terminology to help calm Orliak's nerves and make things easier for him to report to the captain. The young man nodded, eyes taking in the various objects secured to the work table. I reached out and grabbed one of them. This is one of the most useful tools. This is a percussive reminder and disassembler, the PRAD. It's a crowbar. No. It is a percussive reminder and disassembler. Its main use is to remind various devices and machines that you're watching them, and that you will disassemble them if they keep acting up. It also works on various members of the crew, although the disassembly is not actually done on crew. But, boss, isn't that sort of lying? Possibly, but it is easier on Orliak's nerves to report that we fixed a malfunction with the PRAD, rather than telling the captain that the crazy human whacked the drive manifold until it worked. The young man nodded slowly. Moving on, this is the long-reach organic percussive inquirer, the LROP. It's used for diagnosing any potential issues with the drives or crew. It is, boss, it looks like a wooden stick. Quite correct. And you poke stuff with it. If you're not sure if something's going to blow up, literally or figuratively. Don't use it on any sheltoids, though. You'll puncture their gas bags, and you'll have to find your own next time when you're planetside. This one is mine. I see, the young man said, as he nodded again, faster this time. Very well. This is the Large Mass Percussive Condenser. It does not have an acronym, as it deserves the use of the full name every time you need it. Broadly similar, I see, to a standard 10-kilogram lump hammer. Not for use in crew, I presume. Very good. It is, however, my preferred tool for repelling raiders. The trick is where you use it for effect. The young man looked around again, smiling, with teeth, I noticed. The chalk marks, very good, I beamed. I take you had an old Mike, the Xeno engineering and maintenance procedures. I assumed his methods were, unorthodox. There is a reason the academy keeps him. Now, the red one up there, that is for when the manifold clogs. The green ones back there are for when the injectors play up. The pink ones mark the location of the air filtration system fans, and the blue one in the containment ring for when the containment gets, wobbly. And all the white ones spread across the compartment? My own little secret. Those are for when I think Orliak or anyone from the crew needs to get out of the engine room for a while to calm their nerves. You can whack those spots as hard as you like without any effect on the drives or other systems at all. The young man grinned. So the rest you'll pick up soon enough. What do you think? Well, Josh, he said as he sank into a slouch. I think that I need to get the high-voltage encourager out of my bag and start getting acquainted with the computer. I mirrored his grin. Goody! You brought the taser! End of story. Oh, poop! I caught a human. Written by editor number 2545. No, this can't be right. But the more I look, the more I'm certain. That's a human in there. Oh, for gods of all things, why am human? This was supposed to be a simple, but no. Fate had to go and drop me in the poop. Looking between the image on my data slate and at the creature on the display, there was no doubt. I caught myself a human. Okay. Settle down. Maybe this isn't so bad after all. He, she, it seems calm. It's not tearing up the cargo hold. It's just sitting there looking at the hatch. Does it know I'm watching it? They're not psychic, are they?
Flipping through the entry on humans, it seems that they aren't, but many individuals have heightened sensitivity to being observed and are hyper-aware of their surroundings. Oh, great. Not psychic, just the next best thing. This was supposed to be a simple day too, just slacking off on the beach on a deserted world, soaking up sun, breathing unrecycled air, catching some fish, but then an intrusion alarm sounded, and my shuttle sealed up tight. The only thing was it should have sealed up when something approached, not after something wandered inside and left me stuck outside. Checking the display again, the human had moved over to the hatch and was holding a comm button. You know, I can hear you talking to yourself out there, right? Oh, poop. It speaks standard with a crisp formal accent. Better than myself. Okay. You are still talking to yourself out loud, and secondly, I am a he, not an it. Why do you speak standard? Because everyone speaks standard. No, I mean, you're supposed to be extinct. There are no more humans, not for a really, really long time. I'm just not extinct. Why are you trying to steal my shuttle? I'm not trying to steal your shuttle. I saw it here, so I came to see if I could hitch a ride. If you're not trying to steal it, why did you sneak past the sensors? Because I didn't know if the owners were friendly. So you were trying to steal it? No, I just didn't want to get shot because I said hello and startled someone. Then why didn't you just comm the shuttle from the distance? Because I don't have a comm. Okay, that's a good point. You don't look like you have much with you. Look, I had some trouble with my ship, and I had to evac with a shuttle, but I collided with some debris on separation. I crashed here and camped out in the stasis pod until my sensors picked up yours, ship and shuttle. My shuttle is pretty banged up, but I was able to do a short hop near here, and then walk the rest of the way over. Huh. You know, that sounds like a made-up story. Regardless, that's what happened. I could see him smile at through the display. Lots of teeth, but pretty flat, no fangs. And the chuffing sound was laughter, I think. Okay, maybe this isn't as scary as I thought, but gods, there will be a nest full of trouble when I return home and my logs were scanned. Government agencies and God knows who else will be crawling up my pooper. I mean, I think I am the only human left in the galaxy, so the question is, will I get a reward or will I disappear? What do you mean by the only human? Oh, poop. I have to stop talking out loud. I was just joking. Humans are extinct. The galaxy hasn't seen humans in centuries. What? Your home world kind of blew up. Then your colonies, one by one, blew up. Or were deserted. Yes, I know that part. We were attacked and we were at war. The records don't say anything about a war, but remnants of human civilization carried on in some fleets. A few smaller bases and small groups, all solo humans wandering from place to place. How long was I in stasis? I don't know. How would I know? I just met you, sorry. This time I was talking to myself, damn. Can I have my shuttle back, please? I don't know, can you? I mean, you have me locked in here and you're out there with the keys. Oh yeah. How do I know you won't attack me and then steal my shuttle if I open the door? Well, I assume you have the shuttle code and I don't know the codes. So if I attack you, then I still don't have the access codes and I'm still stuck here. Oh yeah. I propose that you open the hatch, offer me a ride back to wherever you are from. You don't even have to go out of your way. Just get me some form of civilization, and I promise not to try and steal your shuttle. That sounds like what a shuttle thief would say. Get spaceborne and then bonk me on the head, and goodbye shuttle. Well, if you don't trust me, even then a little, then you're stuck outside while I am in here. I can catch fish and food. I have lots of fresh water. You don't, so I could wait until you get weak and then drag you out. Oh, poop. How long can a human go without food and water anyhow? I better look that up. Well, since I seem to be in the cargo hold, I bet there are some tools that I could find. And once I get bored, I could start disassembling things. Glad I checked. Humans can go a long time without food or water, and gods, they were dense. He'd be hard to move. Don't do that. That would be bad. I have an idea. I'll move back and open the hatch from a distance, and you exit my shuttle and let me back on board. Okay, that sounds fine for you. How about my ride out of here?
I have to take you back. You know how much trouble I would be once the system was scanned and my files show that I found a human, but then it just left the human on a deserted planet. About that, suppose I don't want to be found. I can't do anything about that. My ship's system will be automatically scanned as soon as I dock, and everything is auto-logged. So, they'll know whether you want them to or not. Who are they? You know, the government. They have the logs of every civilian ship scanned every time the ship docks. Okay, that's you. Any way around the scan? I'm sure someone is smuggling and has it figured out, or knows who to bribe, but us normal people don't. Why were you worried about disappearing earlier? Stories, you know. Sometimes a ship comes back from somewhere, then it's gone by the registry and crew is never heard from again. But you never actually know anyone would happen to, just stories. That doesn't sound good. I'll deal with that when we get there, I guess. So, let's do this. Stepping back to the tree line and concealing myself somewhat, I trigger the hatch door. A moment later, the human steps out and looks around the clearing before he looks straight at me. He shouldn't be able to see me. Humans really were nearly psychic. Might as well step out into the open and see what the human did. I have no reason to be surprised, but the human did what he said he would and walked away from the hatch and allowed me easy access to the shuttle. Steve took his finger off the comm button and waited in front of the hatch, waiting for it to open. He smiled as he was becoming quite the strange day. As the hatch slid aside, Steve stepped out into the sunlight and took a look around, eyes searching for his strange benefactor. There at the edge of the tree line, an outline that didn't quite match the background. Some kind of stealth suit, maybe. Still smiling, Steve walked off to the side away from the shuttle. Once he was away from the hatch, his new friend stepped out into the open. Steve couldn't help himself. He stared wide-eyed. Standing in the clearing was a lizard nearly meeting Steve's own height and standing on 2 legs, wearing a long vest-style garment with a tool belt, looking almost like a Terran gecko, tail, sticker pads on his hands, and a big googly eyes and all. A boom washed over the pair as something over them broke the sound barrier on the atmospheric entry. Both of them looked to the sky, searching. Oh, poop! Pirates! End of story. Story number 2. Human ships have no guns, written by Shadow of a Person. Human ships have no guns. This was a lie. They, of course, had the same anti-meteor armament as any other ship. But as far as self-defense went, nada, zilch. Now, see, as a pirate captain, this had always rather delighted Xylorch. Unfortunately for them, humans rarely strayed out of their home systems. On their own ships, at least. In their home systems, you see, attacking a human ship would earn you a prompt railgun slug between the bows. But out here, well, the HMS Ever-Loving floated serenely between the crosshairs of the AES Murder. The Murder fired a warning shot over the Ever-Loving's port. 30 seconds. The Murder opened comms with the Ever-Loving and began their state ultimatums. The captain of the human ship smiled and they replied, 20 seconds.
What do you mean by that? If you do not lay down your arms and surrender at this moment, me are going to blow you out of the sky and
10 seconds.
Don't interrupt me. We all know you're helpless as a minnow out here. We'd prefer to keep this civil-like, but we will shoot you out of the void if we need to.
3, 2, 1.
As a flash of light, the telltale pseudo-shockwave of an incoming near-field hyperspace jump. Perhaps the pirates noticed the signs of their doom before it hit them. You see, there are 2 ways to go very fast in the universe. Hyperspace is clean, civilized, and easy to prevent. Point to point in an instant. Now warp. Warp is useless. It takes 10 years to break the light barrier, and it doesn't get better from there. But you see, the 10-ton rod of tungsten, now next to the AES Murder, had been accelerating for more than 10 years. How much more is rather immaterial. It only needed to go 10 meters. Hyperspace jumps are clean and civilized, but they don't slow you down one bit. A pirate ship directly in front of you, now that slows you down plenty. Although, well, it's not really a pirate ship after that. Human ships had no guns, well, not the serious type of gun that could knock anyone out of a fight.
People who attack human ships have guns. They're downright bristling with them. They have plasma cannons, rail guns, mash drivers, the lot. And, most valuable of all, they have 30 seconds. After that, they have so many charged ions caught in the solar winds. End of story. Story number 1, Xenophobia, written by the R guy. Humanity. That name conjures up many emotions and feelings for the galactic community. Most would consider humans brutal, savage, and xenophobic, but a species that generally sticks to their borders. The Kashtatex of the Ithath conglomerate believe them to be scared. 500 years ago, humanity was the opposite of its current selves. They were eager and happy, full of joy and hope. All this would be snuffed out when the Yikgyur found them. The Yikgyur were warmongers who were violent in their expansion. They lost Sirius 5, home to more than 4 billion inhabitants. The humans changed after this attack. They reverted to a time I know too much about before they left the confines of their atmosphere, a time that still scars me to this day, many years after I first researched the topic. The humans started a war of such ferocity that the Yikgyur crumbled within 2 years, losing nearly 500 million soldiers. But that was only the beginning. What came next was revenge. The humans started by taking the hive queens from this sanctuary and torturing them live in front of the whole universe. Those recordings were archived. I've seen them. And it took 14 hours to finish the torture tapes and took me months to recover from the emotional damage. The human-Yikgyur conflict was relatively unheard of around common circles until this point. After broadcasting the Hive Queen's torture, the Yikgyur civilians started getting herded into concentration camps. The entire galaxy noticed, and they condemned it so much the galaxy army was built to stop the genocide. Unfortunately, the army got bogged down, for the humans had adapted their ground, air, and sea combat techniques to this new environment. Scholars started digging into human history, and what they found was horrifying. War dating back 150,000 years, twice as long as the most vicious races in the galaxy. After this revelation, the coalition armies retreated from whence they came, unwilling to lose billions on an enemy that would fight till the end. So the Yikgyur genocide continued. 26 billion Yikgyur were killed in an end of the genocide, and only 500,000 survived. Thus, the species' entire history was burnt in human flames. The worst part, it only took the humans 44 years to do it. Even to this day, nearly 500 years after the events, some beings still shudder at the names of those survivors spoke of: New Melbourne, River's End, New Petersburg, Oblitus Urbis, and Unit 5492. As the stories of those places slowly trickled out of the newly conquered territory, things like human coat of arms and salutes started getting banned across the galaxy. What the humans did is considered the vilest and most hateful thing this galaxy has ever seen. So the humans retreated into themselves, entering a radio silence for 406 years. Nothing came out of human territory, and many thought that they'd died out. But 50 years ago, the silence broke with a simple message: they got what they deserved. We are not sorry for what we did to them, but are you the same as them? We hope not, because we will give the galaxy a second chance. So diplomats were sent out with only the galaxy's basic knowledge on appearance plus a shoddy translator, hoping that the humans still spoke English. Luckily, the language had only undergone minor changes, and the humans hadn't changed much either, only growing taller. I was not one of those people. I came much later. But from what I got from my older colleagues, it was tough, with bombs being mailed in every week. I've only been here for 1 Earth year, and it's been relatively pleasant. But I rarely go outside the compound walls, and it is not nice when I do. Since the early days, the compound has built up significantly, introducing new embassies and facilities taking up an entire 1 kilometer square island. So I have everything I need to be a historian. Half of this Maybe because Embassy Compound is on Earth, the heartland of the human race. So we get a lot to talk about Xenos violating Earth's natural beauty. The one time I did leave the embassy, however, was horrifying. It was in January 30th that marked the anniversary of the glassing of Sirius 5, and I was sent out to an old library to find a book about some human general named Hannibal. As I left the island, I could not help but think of the stories my co-workers told. Then, as the boat docked on the city harbor, I felt the eye of the humans on me, more stunned than anything else. Then the anger set in, and I got my first taste of human rage. Why does a rat like you get to go out in your hidey hole on today of all days? One male yelled before another male followed up with, Go back to your home planet, you rat. Then a female chimed in, You're not welcome here. Finally, a female threw a stone at me before some bodyguards herded me into a vehicle and away from the enraged humans. That was my first time meeting a human civilian, and I've met others since, with most being pleasant to speak to. However, I feel like those emotions I saw were that of a mother seeing her son's killer at his funeral. So I can only see why they must have been angry. I would probably have a similar reaction. However, their actions would have been even more true. Those people were taught about the lives of those lost to the Yukya attacks would have the personal connection, thus more emotion. The first page of Katchatad, Texas, Inside a Genocide, a collection of stories from humans and the Yukya. End of story. Story number 2. Weaponized Food, written by Scooby Wagon. Zixnock was thoroughly confused. Here they were in a combat hole, waiting for the Corrali to show up, and Steve, Zixnock's partner in this particular insanity, was talking about human foods or something. So, you humans weaponized your food? No, Steve said. I mean, they've always been pretty tough, but we domesticated them, I don't know, centuries ago or something. But the thing is that they're super smart and can break out of an enclosure. When that happens, they breed pretty quick and they go feral. Your food is feral? Well, no, I mean, they used to be domesticated, but a few of them escaped a few years ago and we haven't been able to cull the whole herd. You're telling me that you humans brought a wild terror to our colony world? Well, I mean, as long as they, Steve's head popped up over the berm in front of them as he motioned Zixnock to be quiet. Yeah, I think they found one of the balls, Steve said, as he scanned with his night vision optics. Suddenly, there was a loud squealing noise and some crashing through the brush on the far side of the clearing. Oh, that's not going to end well for them. I think Hogzilla found them, not the other way around. Zixnock poked his head out and looked through his own night vision optics. About that time, the Corrali patrol opened fire with the plasma rifles. A few scored hits, but most shots were wild and the boar didn't slow down in the least. I don't think the plasma rifles are effective against thick hide like that, Steve said. Good to know. The pig closed the distance to the 6 Corrali in only a few seconds. The Corrali, for their part, decided to hold their ground. Either bravery or stupidity, Zixnock couldn't tell. But the rate of plasma fire increased wildly as the boar, Zixnock, could now tell that it was an enormous, using the Corrali as a scale reference, ran into their midst, trampling, throwing, and goring any Corrali dumb enough to let it get close. At that range, the Corrali were clearly hitting the animal with at least some of their plasma fire, but that just seemed to make the creature even more angry. Prior to this moment, Zixnock would have not thought that possible. In less than a minute, all 6 Corrali were on the ground. Only one of them was moving. A few seconds later, there was an audible whoomph of a small explosive device going off, and all was still. Steve stood up. Well, I think that's it for tonight anyway. Want to come check out the scene with me? Zixnock agreed and cautiously approached the scene of the fight. As they approached, they could hear a deep huffling noise. Then they arrived. It became clear that the noise was the boar was still alive, though terribly wounded. Steve walked up behind it, put a muzzle of his slug thrower against its back of its head, and pulled the trigger. A loud bang, and all was silent. Can't let the poor thing suffer, Steve said, but that, my friend, is why one does not mess with a 1,200-pound pig. End of story. They Hail from the Void, written by Rugi 2001. When the Council first found out about the humans, nobody could believe it. The sapient species hailing from a void zone. Hex boson counts are too low in these void zones for the particle to have any sizable effect on matter, hence the region's designation. Before humanity, the very same idea that sentient life could even develop under such conditions was thought impossible. The human sector, in particular, has the hex density of 1 particle per cubic light year, effectively creating the worst void zone known thus far. And, technically, it was the humans that found us, because yes, we never thought of scanning void zones. Our technology is not capable of such a feat, nor we had any interest in doing such a thing. So, when the first human craft came out of the void zone, hailing on a rather crude FTL engine, the Council, not without a lot of shock, finally registered the existence of this new, weird species, and naturally, we made first contact. The video of the meeting can be found at the link I'm sending you all, and I highly recommend watching it before our next class. Anyways, as I was saying, humans had their first contact with the Council's Trixilian ambassador. It is recorded that the first thing the ambassadors noticed was the spaceship's technological level. They noted an incredibly void-dynamic design, a visibly superior craftsmanship and technological level than those of the very intergalactic Union. They called the head engineer of their own ship to even ask her what she thought about such a spacecraft, only to receive further confirmation that the humans' incredible science. Then began the long act of first contact. The ambassadors contacted the human craft, named Ad Astra, and started exchanging first basic scientific principles and simple extralingual information in order to establish a common ground between two species. At first, there was something in the humans' responses and messages that didn't sound right, but nobody on the Trixilian spacecraft, the Space Queen, could exactly point out what, nor could they see it as more than a confused hunch. While the scientists of the two species talked and elaborated on their knowledge exchanging various information, in slightly less than a standard hour, 40 minutes by human criteria, the human software succeeded in coding the first crude translator. When they sent their first message coded in Alfurian, the Trixilian language spoken on the Space Queen, the crew was shocked. Who were these humans that could decipher an alien language, the first alien language so fast? The Trixilians began asking questions upon questions about the humans' home planet, their biological species, their culture, and so on and so forth, while also asking a plethora of different questions on every little thing that they could think of. Again, the Trixilians found it odd but couldn't properly see the reason. After giving the humans a whole biology guide to their, biology, the humans asked for a formal meeting, face to face, they said. They promised that they wouldn't present any threat whatsoever to the crew, and offered to let only 3 humans on board of the Space Queen. It was weird and possibly a trap, but the ambassadors thought that only 3 specimens wouldn't be able to pose a real danger anyway, and accepted. At this condition that the humans would undergo a series of medical and security tests to ascertain the safety of the Trixilian crew. The humans accepted and immediately started closing in with their spaceship. There is no video recording of the event, but I think it is important to know that the Ad Astra slid to the side of the Space Queen and then morphed, creating a docking port that, according to the Trixilians' testimony, never existed until moments before. Yes, class, the Trixilian crew that witnessed it all said that the human ship morphed as if alive and grew a docking port that wasn't there until a moment before. How it happened is a mystery, and a clear sign of an unknown advanced technology. Quoting the words of Ambassador Ilya, "Here are the photos of the 3 humans that boarded the Space Queen. From left to right, you can see their captain, the head scientist, and the head engineer. What they are wearing is a spacesuit to ensure no bacterial or viral exchange between 2 species. In the photo, 3 bipedal creatures, 4 limbs in total, stand in a decontamination chamber. They wear grey-black spacesuits that seem to adhere to their body like a second skin, highlighting and emphasizing their body's form, and that show no apparent signs of seams or joints. All three of them seem excited. The one on the left bent over a small window to look inside the Space Queen's interior. They happily complied to every test the Trixilians did, confirming the medical information previously shared. Then they finally sat down at a meeting table in front of the Space Queen's captain, the Trixilian ambassador, and a team of scientists of various fields. Then they began talking. They started from the biology field and branched out. It was clear to everybody on board that they were extremely happy, for whatever reason, and the meeting went off without a hitch. They talked about their home planet Earth, a median-sized globe with an axis inclination of 23.5 degrees, different biomes, and an elliptical orbit. Until the Trixilian scientists asked about their physics, and if they had found all 15 fundamental particles, to which the human scientists answered that there were actually 17, and started listing them. And so, the Trixilians discovered that there were actually 18 fundamental particles, because the humans didn't know about the Higgs boson. How could that be possible? How could a spacefaring, nay, a sapient species, not know about the Higgs boson? How did their technology even work then? Where exactly were these humans coming from? The Trixilians asked, shocked. And the answer left everyone speechless. These humans hailed from the very center of the void zone. They were a void-dwelling species. No wonder their technology had seemed so different, so alien. It worked with different physical laws. No wonder they hadn't shown the slightest speck of psychic ability on their medical reports. No wonder they didn't know what the Higgs boson was. They couldn't observe it on their home planet, nor on any of the colonized ones, because yes, there had been a spacefaring species for centuries already, but they had never ventured outside the void. They had terraformed more than 100 planets and colonized another 10 already favorable to life. No wonder their FTL engine was so crude and yet so advanced. It worked without the Hex reaction, and on a technology far more advanced than ours at the same time. When we tried explaining these things to the humans and showed them the Higgs boson, their scientists were utterly shocked. What we knew was the natural effects of the Higgs boson. They called it magic. Ghosts, transmutations, telekinetic alien species, psychic abilities, everything that was the norm for the galaxy was unknown and a mystery to these humans. Then they explained the fundamentals of their technology. Nanites, controlled nuclear fusion, gluonic engines, pseudo-gravity wells, quantum entangled communication to us. Whatever they mentioned was far more magic to us than we showed them. Spaceships able to change their form in the deep void of space as if made of sentient metal. Spacesuits that merged with the skin like if they were alive. Engines that used energy so powerful that they could easily destroy half a country if detonated. When we measured Earth's magical ability, as the humans had named it, i.e. the concentration of Higgs boson, their planet results in being a Class 10 anti-magic world in their own categorization, an A++ death world in the Galactic Union's tiered scale. Because, as you all know, the laws of physics change inside the void zone, and many species can't even survive in such a harsh environments, depending on the Higgs boson's presence, hence the death of Death World. Apart from the initial shock and the awe at each other, the humans and Trixilians both found the other quite pleasant, and soon signed an agreement with each other, thus starting a long interspecies relationship that, to this very day, still stands strong. The humans then spent the next century studying the Higgs boson, rapidly becoming the leading scientific species of the entire Union, and divulging their own technology to the entire space community, de facto throwing all of us in the future by many centuries. The year this fateful encounter took place was 6667 II, or 2143 AD in human terms, and to this day, in my opinion, we still haven't witnessed the full potential of this new, incredible species that is humankind. That is all for today, class. For next time, watch the video I'll send you and read the chapter about the human brain, as we'll speak about their psychic abilities. Have a nice day. Professor Ulrich Senner, Introduction to Lessons About Human Magic, Intergalactic Academy of Philosophy and Knowledge of Gal'ara 7730 IY. End of story. Story number 1. Shall we? Written by Wegian Warrior. The small, sleek vessel shuddered as the breaching charge turned the airlock into a gaping wound in the thin steel skin. As it hung in the void, a transparent, flexible, proboscis-like boarding tunnel snaked outwards from the larger, angular vessel, attaching itself to the wound and regurgitating a few dark figures into the small vessel. The boarding proboscis retracted, having served its purpose. Pushing through the narrow corridors, the boarding party walked fast. Scurrying on 6 limbs, they deftly avoided damage to their pressure suits as they made their way to the engine compartment. Even if their vessel had, by careful aiming, killed the small vessel's ability to thrust, the reactor was still a potential danger. Precious seconds and minutes went by before the alien controls were understood and the reactor was rendered safe. Red lights flashed in the corridors as the boarding party made their way to the other end of the sleek vessel. Passing and ignoring cargo holds, the boarding party scampered and glided as the artificial gravity spun down, bereft of power as a small vessel's simple AI shut down non-essential systems to preserve what energy reserves the ship possessed. Outside, strong cables with harpoons at the end darted out from the large vessel, tearing through the small vessel's skin. The harpoons stuck and cables tightened as the larger vessel pulled the smaller vessel closer. The boarding party chatted amongst themselves with excitement, forcing open airtight doors and jamming them open against the remote possibility of having to retreat. Pausing in front of the open door to the sleek vessel's small bridge, the boarders exchanged glances before moving in. They grabbed their hand-to-hand weapons, selected to prevent the stray projectiles causing a catastrophic damage in a vessel alien to the boarding party. They scurried through the opening. The armored pressure door slid closed behind the last member of the boarding party as the light of the small room increased. I guess I should, for the sake of politeness, bid you welcome aboard. The voice came from a small figure, slowly unfolding itself from the consoles near the far end of the bridge. However, I choose not to, not since you clearly do not have peaceful intentions. The one that was leading the boarding party scuttled to the front, staring down at the 4-limbed figure.
We are acting in accordance with orders. This vessel is in approach to a blocked planet. This vessel refused to turn around. This vessel refused inspection. This vessel...
A klaxon interrupted the tribe. The small figure reached out, touched something on the control panel, and a loud noise stopped as suddenly as it began. Yes, the small figure said. The thing is, your blockade is killing innocent people, and this vessel is not carrying any contraband, so why should I waste reaction mass and let you pick my ship apart? The one that was leading the boarding party gazed at one of its group with several eyes.
From scans, 1,880 standard units of ammonium nitrate, 120 standard units of mixed long-chained hydrocarbons, mostly alkanes and cyclooctanes. The one that was leading swiveled its head and stared at the small figure. Worthless. Why smuggle what can be made on the planet? What was that alarm?
The small figure shrugged before replying. I carry what I was tasked to carry. As for the klaxons, pressure loss. There's a hard vacuum between here and the air block now. The one that was leading was quiet for several seconds.
Decoy, deception, worthless cargo, pulling our vessels away from the blockade, planning to send military cargo on different vessels while distracted. But we will see through your ruse. We will leave and cut your vessel free. Return to our patrol. Plain fail.
Close, the human figure admitted, as it picked up a crude club, festooned with spikes and hooks. But, as we say back on home, no cigar. The plan was not to lure you off station. It was to destroy your vessel. We knew, of course, that you would render the reactor safe, but there are other ways to create explosions. The small figure swung the club back and forth a few times. Time, it continued. Time is what was needed Time to pump the fuel oil into the tanks of fertilizer. Time to have your vessel reel me in like a harpooned whale. Time to initialize the crush switches which are installed on the hull of this vessel.
Fool, like all human. The one who was the leader said, Vacuum is no issue. We have pressure suits. We can return to airlock and signal your vessel.
The AI started the oil pumps when you breached. The small figure continued, as it had not been interrupted. That part of your operation took 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Initializing detonator circuits were another 45 seconds. You spent 2 minutes and 45 seconds from the breach to the reactor shutdown. Another 3 minutes from engineering to bridge. I've kept you talking for almost 3 minutes so far. At current speed, there will be a hull-to-hull contact in less than 2 minutes. 600 tons of fertilizer makes for one hell of a firecracker. You may or may not be able to get the airlock in time if you leave right now. The small figure showed its teeth and swung the hooked club again. The one who was leader bent backwards as a sharp edge almost touched its suit. The only switch to the bridge pressure door is behind me, the small figure said softly, and I have a weapon that'll rip and tear your suits. So, shall we dance? End of story. Story number 2. The Debrief, written by Wegian Warrior. There was the sound of fast footsteps on the tile and metal floors of the facility, stopping hurriedly at one of the heating pits. As the echoes died away in the cavernous room, the wounded in the pit awoke and rose. Standing nearest the pit, flanked by medical personnel and flunkies, stood a figure in a lavish outfit. Its 6 legs were spread wide, asserting dominance. The wounded bent its remaining legs in submission, barely trembling in the cool air.
Confirm that you were leader of 2 to the power of 4, part of the ground forces attached to the assault carrier 5-43, tasked with securing target 67-496.
The wounded trembled openly as it replied, Confirmed.
That was the tasked objective. Confirmed you failed to secure 67-496, despite additional support from other assets. Confirmed. The received reports are unsatisfactory. You were the highest surviving leader. Amend your report. All details.
The wounded sat on its knees, forehead wrinkling with all effort of recall.
Target 67-496 was a medium-sized settlement, the wounded began. Defending forces assessed between 2 to the power of 6 and 2 to the power of 7. Defending force tech level assessed to... Preliminary information is known, the lavishly clad figure said, spreading its legs wider. Describe the attack and the deviations from plan. According to standard procedure, scan was conducted for electromagnetic radiation. Results assessed by Commander to be an indicative of adaptive camouflage. Commander requested 2 to the power of 2 EMP bombs over the target area. In accordance with standard and approved procedure, continue. After EMP, visual and sensor scans showed no defending force. Commander had assessed that the detected electromagnetic radiation had been a decoy. Ordered 2 to the power of 4 fire units to enter target area and secure. The wounded trembled again. On approach, there were several minor explosions from light openings in the structures of the settlement. All 2 to the power of 5 killed or wounded. Small movements in the settlement revealed part of the defending force, clad in green, grey, and black. Same reflection wavelengths as structures in settlement. The wounded paused as if waiting for a response, before continuing. Commander assessed that defending force had weapons in shielded containers. Since weapons were now in the open, requested additional 2 to the power of 4 EMP bombs. Significantly more than called for in regulations. Assault Force Commander approved, not an issue. Continue. Delay in bomb delivery, defending force not visible at this point. I assessed that defenders utilized non-active camouflage. Commander disagreed, stating defenders being on a tech level Gamma. For the benefit of less military personnel, state tech level Gamma before continuing. Gamma. Interstellar capable, all Gamma-level civilizations are doctrinally a potential threat. All Gamma-level civilizations are assessed to use directed energy weapons and... The wounded paused, thinking. Postulate. Current assessment outdated. Continuing. After the second EMP bomb, Commander ordered advance. Proceed with care. No movement in settlement. Several small explosions under the feet of the assault force. Significant portion of force killed or disabled. I lost mobility and watched the rest engagement from ground.
The wounded paused again, running from front limb over the stumps remaining of the 2 legs.
Commander led from front. Large explosion. Non-nuclear. Killed commander and significant portion of remaining forces. Mechanism of killing assessed to be a cone of high-velocity fragments, likely metallic.
There was a chatter from the assembly. The figure in the lavish outfit turned and stared until it died down, then returned its attention to the wounded.
Defending force emerged from settlement, counterattack, bipedal, nimble, utilizing natural cover and concealment. No power armor observed, no vehicles observed, weapons held in upper pair of limbs, likely kinetic. Flashes of fire and crackling sound. All the assault force was resisted were, dispatched. Several of my team killed with blades mounted to the end of the defenders' weapons.
The lavish figure looked at the wounded, the unspoken question loud and clear.
Weapon was out of reach. After main defending force bypassed, one of the defenders came closer. No visible weapon, possibly significant mark on cladding, a red cross with a white circle. He cauterized wounds, stabilized fluids, displayed compassion.
End of story. During contacts with humanity, you are allowed to violate the basic diplomatic tradition, written by Evgeny Mart. Many are sure that galactic diplomats decided to make an exception in the main tradition because they are afraid of people and want to reduce the number of contacts to a minimum. As a member of the first diplomatic mission to Earth, approximately the native planet of people, I want to clarify the situation a little. Yes, we are afraid, but no, we are not afraid of people. We are afraid of their technique. As you know, the main diplomatic tradition is that all authorized representatives get to the meeting place and back on the transport of the race hosting this meeting. In this way, diplomats show their trust to the host race, which, in turn, can demonstrate their hospitality much earlier than arriving on the planet. If any race uses this tradition as a trap to kidnap diplomats or do some other nasty thing, it will immediately demonstrate to the whole galaxy its disrespect for general accepted rules, lose trust for a long time, and fall into diplomatic isolation. It seems that everyone benefits from this tradition. At least that was the case before people overcame bureaucratic obstacles and joined the Union. Another tradition to demonstrate mutual trust is that new members of the Union host the next diplomatic meeting on their planet. And it does not matter whether on their home planet or on the colony. Here the Union allows the races to hide their home for security purposes. Humanity did not have colonies, and it was not too paranoid, so the next meeting was being prepared on Earth. Representatives of races, including me, reached the human ship, which was waiting in the geographical center of the Union, generally accepted neutral territory, so that the races would not argue for the right of the place from which the meeting departed. The ship itself did not have anything remarkable. The instruments noted hundreds of nuclear warheads on its hulls, but they were warned that humanity loves to protect those from whom they are responsible, as well as they love weapons based on radioactive decay very much. Even if they had a bad plan, it would have been feasible without nuclear mining. It's time for departure, and so, what do you think? Which way of FTL travel did people choose? Perhaps it's the classic warp, or, if they are not very good at science, some other less stable subspace. Maybe they use a cocoon of black matter that particularly removes friction from any quarks and allows them quickly to accelerate to superluminal speed, and then slow down due to the gravitational maneuvers near the stars. Or how about a damned wormhole? We miss black holes in the galaxy so much. We need more of them. People claim that instant teleportation is much faster than warp and dark energy, which is partly true. But actually, to the surprise of people, not all races like to open black holes near their planets. Wondering why? So it takes very long time to move from the nearest neutral territory to the destination, and I want to see where they spend the remaining time advantage of a couple of hours. Clearly worth it to fly through a black hole. By the way, speaking of moving from neutral territory to the desired planet, maybe, at least here, they use the warp, dark energy, solar sails after all. Of course not. Did you remember those nuclear warheads on the ship? It would be better if humans used them for intimidation, because they drop atomic bombs into space behind them when they need to gain speed without a wormhole, and then accelerate due to the blast wave concentrating in their direction. Hundreds of special directed nuclear explosions are required for adequate acceleration. But, as far as I know, their main governments have thrown a party in honor of the fact that they can spit on all the disarmament treaties and produce atomic weapons for civilian purposes, imperceptibly saving a certain percentage of military warehouses. Oh, I see you've prayed very well, although you were atheists before that, and still managed to get to Earth's orbit without collapsing along the way or exploding on a nuclear power keg. Well, there is already the usual anti-gravity in the atmosphere, and you can safely descend, right? Right? Humanity, for natural reasons, was left without natural resources for anti-gravity. So before the first contact, they were forgiven for having inefficient and dangerous aircraft. But now, they can buy the necessary assets from almost any race of the Union, right? I even have information about such a deal. We set a very friendly price for 100 galactic credits per kilogram. But for some reason, humans started to scold the very concept of anti-gravity, saying something about their future colonies, where they would potentially be able to extract this natural resource decades later. Then began trying to find signs of obsolescence and poor quality on the resource, making a big deal out of a molehill. At the end of almost every sentence, unclear why, they said the number 60. In the end, they took pity and decided to reduce the price to as much as 90 credits per kilogram. May the anti-dumping regulation forgive us. And what do you think? Humans continue to scold our product, but now they said 70 at the end of every sentence. As you understand, the deal did not take place, so let me show you the human transport for the atmosphere. I really hope that you will lose consciousness. By the way, this is only a fraction of a joke because of their fighter jets 10Gs is a very standard value. Before you find out that the human atmospheric shuttles move by burning fracking kerosene in liquid oxygen and throwing the results overboard at a tremendous speed, and it happens at almost under your seats. You know, if you use jet propulsion for something other than point maneuvering, then why can't you just blow air through a pressure difference? Come on, it's the humans. Well, as far as I can see, you're still alive and even haven't had a nervous breakdown. Well, it'll end sometime. And when I say it'll end, I don't mean that idiotic human modes of transport will end. I mean that your enthusiasm and optimism will end. What is the best way to get from the spaceport to the meeting place? It seems through the air again. Don't worry, no jet engines this time. It's just a piece of iron flying at the expanse of knives that made a couple of 100 revolutions per second over its roof. If jet-powered transports often have wings, so in the accident you can safely land to the ground. Then here, in unforeseen circumstances, you'll learn human expression flattened into a pancake. I wouldn't be surprised if humanity came up with types of individual flights, for example, put someone on a powder keg and undermine it. Or else you can just use pieces of fabric to smoothly fall from height, like a tree leaves during a leaf fall. Hey, humans, these are all ideas for you. Well, it seems that there is a strong crosswind now, and the helicopters are not flying. You are very lucky. Or not. Now you will have to use land transport. Well, there are already so many options to come up with something adequate. For example, electric motors. Although even here we can find a problem because part of human energy is produced at nuclear power plants, and if you consider it safe to launch a neutron into a heavy nuclei to destroy them and release new neutrons from the chain reaction, then I also attach photos of Chernobyl to the text. Returning to the topic, I represent dialogue of human engineers. One says, let's make cars powered by electricity from wind turbines and solar panels on the roof. The second, we can use hydrogen fuel. And the third says, let's use explosions of environmentally dirty fuel right in our engine so that'll push us the pistons, and if it seems too boring, then you can put 4 such pistons side by side. And everyone in the room starts applauding him. Wow, you reached the meeting alive. Oh, you walked on foot. It's not a bad choice. I want to make you happy. People didn't come up with anything strange inside the building. Ordinary stairs. Ordinary mechanical elevators with emergency brakes. I'm surprised. Kidding. Meet the escalator. If people can't come up with a new dumb mode of transport, then they just combine the existing ones. The staircase, which is driven by an engine similar to an elevator engine. If you think it's safe in comparison to the previous ones, then please, when you get access to human internet, enter the query, the escalator collapsed during rush hour, or a person was sucked into the escalator. Oh, and one more thing after all, you will have to do the same path in reverse order. That is why we have allowed our diplomats to use the transport of their races for meetings that are held on territories of humans. And you know what? Everyone likes it. The path I describe has become a popular challenge of the extreme category amongst young people. Even humans are not offended. The reactions of aliens to turbulence during landing collects millions of views. Let it remain that way, because I don't want to hear anything about human engineering anymore. What means submarine? End of story. Story number 1. Here's to the losers, written by Luke was not here. How were the humans winning? For months they battered us, made a mockery of our culture. The biggest insult of all was that they showed mercy. Why in the Queen's name did they show mercy? On one of those dark days we found out. The whole galaxy did. One of the human generals somehow hacked into, well, everything. Every news station, every screen on our planet, everything. Our unit was in a now ruined capital when those giant screens on even bigger buildings all lit up. A recorded video of their leader. He was a small thing really, even by their standards. He wore his now infamous orange and blue bandana and tired eyes. It was the first time any of us saw his face. Well, I would introduce myself, but I have the suspicion you all already know entirely too much about me. He smiled, his words coming together and echoing on thousands of screens. This message isn't for the Queen, not for her army, not even mine, or for the galaxy who's been watching this war for months, who didn't dare to intervene. This isn't for just one species, for those arbitrarily deemed important. The human paused. It is for you, the everyday citizens on planets I couldn't even dream of, the forgotten soldier, the starved slave, the nobodies. And I'll let you in on a secret. Of the thousands of people and aliens I've met on one moon and 2 planets, in all that time, I never met somebody who wasn't important. Even the soldiers who fight us. I understand why. This isn't to convince you. This is just to tell you why we decide to fight a war we can't win, and why we are winning. Why we showed mercy, a word most of you have never known. It is because you're one of us. Someone who would rather die with their heads held high for a good cause than live on their knees. The only thing different about us is what we believe. Although we all do have one thing in common. We want this war to end. And it will soon, I promise. The only question is, how? His smile faded. How do you want this to end? How many more of us have to die? How many more children do we have to orphan? Buildings we have to bomb for us to stop fighting? For a warrior queen who's never led a battle? For the slum kids abandoned by their parents? He gestured to himself. Because you're just as important as the queen, as I am, as anybody. And that means you should live and grow old and be loved. His eyes welled up in tears yet to fall. Is she, am I, worth dying for? I'm okay with dying to free your slaves. Are you okay dying to keep them? We all stood in silence. We didn't drop our guns. We didn't join them the next day. But he did do something more dangerous than any bomb or gun. He planted an idea of revolution. That every time they captured instead of killed, every building they didn't bomb, every time they showed mercy, that seed grew. Their leader spoke again, his smile finally returning. Here's to the losers. Bless them all. End of story. Story number 2. One weird trick written by Ouijan warrior. Humans, the speaker said, pointing to the figure in the hollow display with 2 columns. Humans will likely spread through the galaxy faster than scale rot. The display shifted, displaying Sol and the neighboring stars. The unmistakable signature of torch drives have been verified by stealth probes. The speaker continued, currently only in local system, but given humans, frankly, the inexplainable drive to push outwards faster than their logistics chain can follow up. Forecasts indicate that humans will attempt to reach other systems in a comparably short time. Query, one of the listeners injected. How long would it take the humans to structure a sustainable logistics system for crewed missions to nearby systems instead of using artificial intelligence probes? Irrelevant, the speaker stated, as all 8 legs shifted nervously. Humanity is reckless by our standard, and does not possess trustworthy AIs. They will send crewed missions first, even if the risk would be unacceptable to us. And they have a nasty trick up their sleeve, which they have used in their own system since the first interplanetary travels. 2 spheres appeared on the display, both centered on the unassuming yellow star humanity called Sol. Please note that these spheres are purely for demonstration purposes. The important thing here is the relative size difference. The speaker paused, wrapping its mind around the sheer risk of spheres it represented. The speaker then highlighted the inner sphere. The inner sphere illustrates the torch ship's range if used as most species do. Spend a quarter of its supplies accelerating at a constant rate, then another quarter to deaccelerate. The last 2 quarters would be spent on the journey back to the point of origin. The speaker highlighted the outer sphere. No one in the audience could fail to realize how many more stars were inside that faintly glowing shell. Humans will likely spend half of their consumables accelerating, and the other half deaccelerating. As you will note, with the assumptions I put into this model on acceleration and supplies carried, the sphere covers a volume approximately 125 times the volume of the first sphere. The speaker turned off the display. All eyes on the audience. None spoke for several seconds. Given a uniform distribution of stars, the speaker said slowly, which is an oversimplification, humanity's one weird trick will give them access to more than 100 times the number of systems than any other known races as their level of development. 100 times the resources, 100 times the chance of meeting another species, 100 times the chance of learning the secret to superluminal travel before humanity realizes their place in the cosmos. The speaker fell silent. Finally, one of the audience spoke up. What trick? There is no risk that we know of that would eliminate the risks of not having supplies to go back. The speaker shrugged with all 4 forelimbs. As far as we can tell from the intercepted transmission, they call it in situ resource utilization, or ISRU. They go somewhere, then fabricate the supplies to go home. The speaker looked up towards the dark ceiling before whispering. Or, considering the humans, go on. End of story. Story number 3. The Butt, written by Nano. It was odd. Out of all the sentient, sapient beings in the Milky Way galaxy, only humans had a butt. Now, all the legged-based beings had a posterior, but it was flat and trim, nothing like the standard human posterior. Once we got out here and got accustomed to the lifestyle of intersolar society, we had to find ourselves a niche, either find an empty one, steal one, or carve one out for ourselves. We ended up doing a little of the third and a lot of the second. Accountants and tech specialist positions were dominated by techno-organic species from a nearby arm of the galaxy. Politics and economics were generally handled by these tiny little talking toads from Kepler 186f. Combat, bodyguarding, and mercenarial work was handled by a big, hulking bear crab platypus-looking species from Tau Botus B, and so on and so forth. I suppose it could be likened to when primordial man started walking the plains of Africa. We were apex predators. We were herding herbivores. We were just us. We were smarter than the average bear. We had a variable diet. We had decent eyes, and we had a nice butt. Our brains were geared towards pattern recognition that put those good eyes to use. Our diet let us survive off whatever we could find. But it was our butt that was our saving grace. The big butt was packed full of big muscles connected to our legs, with a convenient source of fatty energy stored right in the site. It meant that we could stand upright for long periods of time, and with wide and deep field of view, and a brain that sees spaces and potential threats everywhere, we were good at surviving. We'd see the threat early and take off running with a head start that a sprinting predator couldn't make up. Now, in space, our eyes were outmatched by our senses, our diet was non-issue, and our pareidolia was just vaguely annoying. But our butt, that was what gave us the chance to find our niche once again. Every spacefaring species was either slow and strong or fast and slippery, and all of them tired easily. But us, we could outpace them all. We were lightning bruisers in a world of fragile speedsters, mighty glaciers, stone walls, and glass cannons. We nudged, shoved, and eventually kicked those bear crab platypus things out of the mercenary business single-handedly. It didn't matter how fast you were, we outpaced you. If you could dish out the damage, we'd juke and exhaust you. And if you were resilient and tough, well, the Chinese had a thing called Ling Chi, which roughly translates to a death by 1,000 cuts. We'd starve you out and whittle you down, and above all, we would outlast you. We took ages to tire compared to all other species. Humans became the mercenaries of the Milky Way, all because of our butt. Who'd have guessed? End of story. The Sleeping Giant, written by the R guy. Humanity. That name conjures up a lot. Humanity is the premier trading power of the galaxy. If you want something, the Terrans will get it to you, and their ideal X-Class super freighters are something to behold, able to hold more than 1 billion tons of raw materials and luxury with a full crew of Terrans. You were guaranteed that nothing would interfere with your goods. Their position, 25,000 light-years from the galactic core, meant that they were isolated from the disputes of the galactic conglomerate, but not too far enough that it would take 6 months for the ship to reach its destination. Instead, it just takes under a Terran month to get the home of the galactic conglomerate, Ploius. The Terrans said that they were pacifists and would not interfere with galactic politics. This principle was tested when the Tight-Umk War started, and the Terrans traded with both sides, giving them food and dihydrogen monoxide. They told the Galactic Council this was to ensure the survival of civilians. So we had researchers investigate the Terran military doctrine and found a rich history that ended abruptly 100 years before first contact with a war they called the War to End History. We discovered they found something within themselves during that war that they swore to destroy. After the war, they forged a document that the new Terran government must follow when it came to war. And on top of that list was the protection of civilians. This word was foreign to us once the country was begun a war. Everyone is involved in the war. And for the Terrans to say that you cannot poison the water that factory workers drink so that they can slow down production was a concept genuinely foreign. However, we let them be, as why stop them from practicing their pacifist ideology when the Terrans saw the bombing of the Oimha by the Tide forces. They suddenly stopped all ships transporting goods to Tite territories and even turned around those already in transit. This act shook the Tite government, who immediately asked why the Terrans had stopped transporting vital aid. The Terrans stated that they could not be complicit in killing civilians. The Tite were outraged at this, seeing the action was tantamount to a declaration of war. However, the humans were too far away for anyone to conceive of mustering an army to challenge the Terrans. So, the galaxy watched as the Tite civilization collapsed into a brutal civil war, letting it happen. The Terrans, however, could not let the suffering endure even though they caused it. Unfortunately, the Tite public had the same opinion as the Tite government, and the Terrans' peace forces were pushed back by an angry mob of civilians. The Terrans realized after this that the rest of the galaxy does not think like them and thinks they're borderline crazy. So they accepted this fact and continued to trade with the core, but would no longer partake in supplying governments during a war. However, the Terrans did not see that enemies were beginning to see them as weak-minded and, with the vast resources, easy pickings for anyone within range. Within range was a crucial point, as it took weeks for any fleets to travel across the needed space to get to the border of the Terran Federation, and even more time to get to Terra itself. So only two empires could do it, the Favja Empire and the District Empire. The District Empire was neutral to the Terrans and, being militaristic, fancied the Terrans' chances in battle. As they put it, you never unlearn the art of war. The Favja were much more opposed to the Terrans, and the two species had multiple close calls, mainly when super freighters were shot at for trespassing into Favja space. It started getting nasty for the Favja when one of their stars went supernova and destroyed a significant part of their breadbasket, so a famine began and looking for food. The Favja started to sponsor attacks on super freighters to collect food and meals for the hungry. Most were peaceful hijackings that stole the super freighters and ran into Favja territory. Of course, the Favja denied that they were sponsoring the pirates and that the pirates were looking out for those they loved, and the Terrans were suspicious and started to arm their super freighters slightly. This arming of cargo created a proxy war between the Terrans and the Favja, with only one side knowing that it was a proxy war. Then the Favja did something to piss the Terrans off royally. They massacred a crew. Overnight, the Favja were no longer harboring pirates, but terrorists. So the Terrans demanded an immediate surrender of the pirates responsible and the commander of the pirate organization, to which the Favja acted dumb. They said that they did not know what the Terrans were talking about, and that the pirates were not a cohesive group. The Terrans, displeased, told the Favja royals that if they could not hand over those responsible for the deaths of the 578 Terran crew, then war would be declared. The Favja queen scoffed in the Terran's face and agreed. You see, the Favja could not hand over the responsible because they were all high-level commanders who were not meant to kill the Terran crew. But kinship is more robust than all, so the Favja had to protect them. Compared to the Terrans, the Favja fleet were up and running quickly because of the recent conflict the Favja had been in. With the first war fleets being sent out only 6 months after the war began, these fleets knew that the planets and solar systems closest to the border would be more heavily armored. So they took a longer route and hoped that the Terran scanners would miss them. So, when they reached the system Thales, the Favja caught the system entirely off guard and with little defenses. The system was crushed but not destroyed. This attack was a statement to the humans. We can come at you anywhere, and we will beat you. Unfortunately, this backfired on the Favja, as the attack only seemed to add more fuel to the fire of humanity's rage. After the attack, a statement by a Terran diplomat after the Terrans first united was published in news organizations across the galaxy as a statement by the Terran leadership. May we hope that the giant of war may never awake. That after a millennia it spent chasing us, it has grown tired. May it only grumble and snore in its long sleep. We must strive to keep it within its slumber. One day, they might once again walk this earth despite us all. At first, most races were confused about what the original speaker was implying. The original speech was layered in metaphors that made it hard to decipher. Some people thought it was about a literal giant walking the earth. Some thought the address was about the Terran ability to make war. I, however, raised the point that this might be talking about Terrans simply waging war. My theory caught on as a claim of massive fleets moving within Terran space emerged. The intel was brushed off as the ships were only found to be super freighters moving mass amounts of steel. The Favja continued to make attacks with more resistance than the last. With the growing losses suffered by the attack fleet, the Favja commander decided to move to a more strategic position and claim victory. They boasted in front of the Galactic Council about how they had beaten the Terrans easily and how little fight the Terrans had put up. After the speech, all eyes in the Galactic Council turned to the lowly Terran ambassador, who was smirking. Then, standing up, they began to use the same metaphor as the speech presented 4 Terran months earlier.
The giant cannot simply wake up and start fighting. They need to cook breakfast, get their gear on, and grab their weapons. And it is then, and only then, can the giant fight truly begin. So the war is not over until we say it is, she said sternly. The Favja ambassador laughed as if the Terran had just told the greatest of jokes in the world.
The district seem to have had an overconfidence in you because you seem to have forgotten how war works. Or do I need to explain it to you like you're my young?
The Favja spat. The Terran, not amused, stood up stern and began to speak with the death in her blue eyes.
A forge does not simply alight to the point where it can melt iron. No, it needs to be heated so the iron can melt. Sometimes you may place the iron in too early, and it does not melt instantly. You and your race are the Iron Ambassador, and sooner or later you'll start to melt, before walking out to silence. Little did we all know at the time, but things were moving within Terran space. Old designs and concepts getting built in factories that surround great gas giants. Hundreds of millions of beings were recruited to get ready for the great fight. Scientists concocted great weapons that could burn away a planet's atmosphere. Finally, an armada that spanned solar systems waiting at the Terran borders like it was all about to fall. All this kept secret and silent for the day it was activated. That day was January 25th on the Terran calendar. Sensors across the core picked up a significant movement within space heading towards the Favja Empire. Closer sensors told the core that the campaign was so massive that space was moving because of the number of ships going faster than light. All of it converging on Favja space. 2 weeks would typically be enough to get some defenses up, but for armies of the Terran size, there was only one option: pray to your gods for mercy and accept your coming death. Foolishly, the Favja put up defenses on their border, hoping that they could stand long enough to gather intel on what the Terran ships and weapons looked like. But they could not even do that. The outpost lasted just 15 galactic standard minutes between first contact with the Terrans when ceasing all communication. The pictures it sent back haunted the Favja leadership. The images showed a great mass of grey getting closer and closer before the feed was lost. The first solar system hit was the Guardrit system. It stood longer than the defense outposts, but not by a lot. 37 minutes lasted before all signals cut, except for the deepest military bunkers. They survived the longest of the lot at 1 galactic standard day before the Terran military kicked down the door and cut the final communication from the system. In that time, they had taken out 3 other systems, and the Favja were increasingly getting worried because the Terran battering ram was heading straight for the Giorgio Prime of the Favja home system. The good thing from the losses was that the Favja were getting more information about the Terran attack. First, the main front was the Favja, nicknamed the Planet Killer. This charge was the front that would destroy everything in its path and lay the way for the capture front, which cleared the planets and made sure that the main front was well supplied with goods and ammunition. The big surprise was that the Terrans used projectile weapons that can only be countered with thick armor, unlike lasers, which a good enough shield would block. The Favja panicked to thicken their armor on the warships and move every asset they could to the Giorgio Prime system to try and hold out one last hurrah. But to the Favja's surprise, when the Terrans finally arrived at Giorgio Prime, they moved around it and to the neighboring systems. Thus, real panic began,
as those in the know realized that the Terrans were going to perform an encirclement of Georgia Prime's system. Every being in the system scrambled to make either a speedy exit or bunkered down in readiness for a fight. Weeks passed, and the Terran stayed outside the Georgia Prime system before the Terran ambassador called a sudden emergency meeting of the galactic conglomerate.
As you all know, the Terran Republic has been at war with the Favja Empire. We want to hold on to our promises and offer peace only if the Favja surrender unconditionally to Terran forces. If our demands for peace are not met, we will destroy the entire Georgia system, home of 58 billion Favja. Plus, with the Georgia star going supernova once we are done, the death toll could exceed 100 billion and plunge what's left of the Favja Empire into turmoil. So, does the Favja ambassador accept the surrender? The Terran spoke as she commanded the whole room. All eyes turned to where the Favja ambassador was meant to be sitting, but was only an intern. "What happened to your ambassador?" The High Speaker. "He shot himself when he received the order for an emergency meeting, saying how this was a Terran backing us into a corner." The intern stuttered out, "Hear me. Well, intern, you are now that ambassador to your people, and thus you have to accept or decline the Terran's peace offer," the High Speaker said, saddened at the news. At this, the intern said okay before collapsing. Suddenly, the Favja's direct line to the leadership started to ring as the Favja Queen was calling to accept the terms of the deal. So the great army surrounding Georgia Prime retreated to the human territories, leaving only one message in its wake. May we hope that the giant of war may never awake. For we all saw the might of the giant and the power it wields. May it only grumble and snore in its long sleep. For we must all strive to keep it asleep. One day it might once again walk this earth to spite us all. We must learn from our mistakes so the giant can rest again. End of story. Story number 1. Taking Stock, written by Hypothetical Shoggoth. Sir, I'm going to have to cut you off.
The presumably sapient creature somehow slithered up the bar seat to bring its vocalization orifice and sensory cluster to bear on the barkeep's general direction, and ground out the litany that was either heavily accented Gull Standard, or the result of the evening's consumption causing internal damage to synthetic plumbing. At this point, the bartender was willing to bet either way. A fair point, this customer, but you've reached the absolute limit of the credit you pre-purchased for the evening, according to the price shift. More plumbing issues, gargling, grinding, but clearly interrogative. Several rounds on the house at peak capacity hours, most of our top-shelf imbibables for various biochemistries, our entire bottom shelf, half of our stock of cleaning supplies, the tears of several entities who fell before you in drinking contests, and another you bullied into submission with the least of your manipulated digits. The flask of engine cleaner a ship's mechanic brought in, 2 flasks of engine coolant, a full ewer of something the prior owner referred to as quantum liquid condensate. Interrogative grumble. Yes, really, and our entire stock of garnish produce, and the garnish invertebrates. You said you liked how crunchy they are. The entity paused, face puckering, then nodded. Please, smug plumbing noises. About the only thing that's been put in front of you was that one Terran intoxicant we received on consignment, and haven't been able to use for more than thermal mass in our coolers. That refused it, even when you had to go best of 3 in getting anything else into your consumption orifice. The creature seemed to become more lucid at the mention of the substance, blurting out something that sounded somewhat like a psh in haughty, high Gull Standard. Given the creature should either be dead, combusting, or scattered across 5 dimensions and 8 more hypothetical ones due to what it consumed over the course of the day, the lucidity had been an apparent coincidence. So yes, you are cut off. The only reason you're still in here at all is because I don't know whether to call you a taxi, a peace officer, an ambulance, or an exorcist. Any suggestions? Not a drink. By the stars, that was practically coherent. Holy water got with right deterrent it is.
Fine.
The creature staggered to its feet, rifling through its pockets, getting lost repeatedly, and pulled out a generous but not exorbitant creditity, confirming the intent to transfer with more dexterity than it had been showing earlier. Whatever the creature was, it seemed possessed of an uncommonly robust constitution. The bartender hoped it would make it to the clinic or its lodgings before exploding or otherwise expiring. Before you leave, I have to ask, what kicked this off? Loss, an attempt to kill yourself? The creature paused, wavering at the door to the bar, a manic gleeful expression flooding out across its face, and it pulled out a specimen flask. Light played across the container for a brief moment, and a singularity was plainly visible inside, caught and held by an unfathomable forces that keep such jars' contents absolutely secure. All that for a black hole. I mean, sure, they have a fair amount of energy, but... The bartender broke off. The corona around the minuscule object wasn't right for that. No. It's a wormhole. Was drinking to success. Am going home to terror. The creature pointed with an absolute certainty off into space. Enlightenment all on the bartender. Terror. The stuff of cheap action movies and cheaper trade goods that people still bought for some reason. Human space was 2 arms away, and even with the best rifters at the helm, such a journey would take over a decade. A shortcut home would be a treasure, indeed. Safe journeys then, friend, and maybe we'll be seeing more of your kind here, if you've got that worked out. A stable wormhole between the arms would indeed be a treasure beyond reckoning. Many governments and trade organizations would give considerable limbs, auxiliary offspring, or, if forced, credits to possess or even have access to such a thing. Goodbye, I'll be back. The man toddled off out the bar, leaving the bartender thoughtfully cleaning. If more of his kind were going to be turning up and drinking like that, the profits were going to be spiking. But the cellar would need to be expanded to become a full warehouse. Much to do. End of chapter. Story number 2. A Captain's Duty, written by a guy called C. All hands abandon ship. I want you in an escape pod and off this boat in 5 minutes, Captain Booker of the Peregrine shouted over the intercom. It hurt to give the order. He had been flying for 43 years, and when he had purchased the Peregrine 8 years ago and turned her into a faster freighter in the 10-sector radius, he never would have thought that he would lose her. The Shikar ship had pulled them from wharf, dwarfed the Peregrine easily 10 times her size, and had them hopelessly outgunned. A ship built for war targeting a freighter that was harmless in comparison. Booker had lost nearly half of his crew in the warship opening salvos targeting the Peregrine's meager weapon systems when several decks were opened to vacuum. He had lost another third when the secondary reactor was breached and went critical. With life support barely keeping atmosphere in the uncompromised corridors, he wasn't even sure if the handful of crew that he had given the orders to evacuate had even received it. But he would do everything in his power to buy them time to get off his ship. He would do his duty. Pushing the primary reactor past any parameters that could be considered safe, he fed all the power he could to the forward particle shield and the engines to continue maneuvering, making the ship a more difficult target to hit, while peppering the Shikar shields uselessly with the ship's only remaining accelerator cannon turret. He knew his efforts were completely in vain. The Peregrine was already in her death throes, but his crew needed every second they could get. After what felt like an eternity of dodging fire and futilely returning it, the intercom crackled to life. Cap, it's Wilkins. I've reached the escape pod. Everyone else already ejected. Make your way, pod, and... feck out of here. Booker let out a sigh of relief. He had managed to save at least some of his crew. He could take solace in that at least. He opened the drawer under his console and pulled out a bottle of scotch that he had bought with his first pay he had earned flying. It would seem his retirement would be short-lived indeed, and It would be a sin to let the 40-year aged scotch go to waste. He opened the scotch, took a long draw from the bottle, and lamented that he wouldn't be able to share it with his friends. Corking the bottle and returning the empty bottle to its drawer, he quickly and clumsily donned one of the bridge's vac suits. He powered down the Peregrine's life support. He was alone and needed the power the system drew. He powered off all the ship's lighting. He needed the power. He strapped into his crash couch and powered off the grav generator. He needed the power. He dropped the particle shield. They had stopped firing, and he needed the power. He powered down the neutered weapon system. He needed the power. The Shakar ship's sensors, picking up that the systems of the Peregrine were beginning to fail one by one, began to move in to pick the once proud bird's bones clean. Booker vented a few pressurized compartments left to the ship to slowly tumble the nose of the Peregrine to the alien ship. Easy, easy, too fast and they'll catch on. Finally, with one last burst of atmosphere from the starboard cargo bay, the ship was pointed in the correct direction. Booker pushed the reactor to the point of meltdown and shunted every ounce of power left in the Peregrine systems to the engines. He wouldn't need the power anymore. When the Peregrine hit the Shakar ship, she was moving at 3/4 the speed of light. The alien ship could dissipate the energy of the accelerated cannon rounds going that fast, but it could never hope to hold against 10,000-ton bullet. From the view screen of his escape pod, Wilkins watched distantly as the crippled Peregrine roared to life one last time, her engines burning brighter than they ever had in life, and then she slammed into the enemy ship. The ship's fields fell instantly, and the freighter impacted warship in a muted fireball that for a few moments shone brighter than the system star. Hopelessly outgunned, hilariously outclassed, even in death, Captain Robert Booker would never be outmatched. End of story. Story number 1, written by Ouijan Warrior. A very human dilemma. Human Josh came to my bar again. He often does when station-side, as my bar is one of the few that have a trained staff, the security measures, and the few extractors required to get a license for serving C2H5OH, a solvent for most races, a fuel for some, but for humans, it is a drink. But lately, Human Josh has been coming by more often and consuming more, and not just the fermented grain product either, but the distilled liquid a few brave traders bring in their holds. So this time, after the bar was near empty, I sat down across from him and coaxed the human into talking. I could not let my best customer and biggest straw drink himself to termination.
Friend Josh,
I said in my best interlanguia.
are you troubled? Would engaging in conversation help?
He looked at me and smiled, the thing humans do with their mouths, but thankfully did not show teeth. Friend barkeep, he said, as he showed me a set of hollow crystals spread in front of him. What is a man to do? One may win, but the rest must lose. I looked at the crystals. Each of them displayed a female form of various species and genders. I kept my eyes on them as my secondary eyes glanced back up at the human. Who do I love? Josh said. I'll leave a lot of girls singing the blues. I ignored the reference to color. Humans put a lot of effort into colors, but none of it made sense to me. Instead, I pointed to the closest crystal, assuming that if I kept him talking, he would say something that was understandable. Nama, Josh said in a low voice. Meet her in a spaceport bar much like this one. Red as the sands of Mars, hungry to go out and explore, just like me.
Isn't all message jacks red?
I replied, trying to grok where this was going. Not like Nama. Josh stared at nothing for a while, then reached for a different crystal. Adelaide, Queen of Colony 3, Josh said, his voice sounding different, rich as a poor man's dream.
Hey, Mulsrow, I see. Colony 3 is, Hubwards?
Spine-wise, Josh corrected. She could have had anyone, but she chose me. Who do I love? Something stirred in my lower thorax as the human Josh talked. Unease. Or just hunger. It was hours past my last meal, was it not? Human Josh got more animated as he kept talking. He grabbed another crystal to show me. Now Bellaran, yes, she is a Nebulan. Runs her very own ship. Easily makes 10,000 credits each trip and is, well, energetic in the sleep pod too, if you know what I mean. I didn't tell the human Josh that I didn't. Instead, I refilled his drink. Zell is the princess of Will Kainon, he said as he showed me yet another crystal. Wild, officially undiscovered, wants to put me on a continent's throne for my knowledge and skills.
That would make it hard to come here for drinks then, if our planet isn't approved.
True, Josh said as he drank the drink. But who do I love? He paused for a few seconds as his single pair of eyes scanned the crystal. Now Ola, priestess of the great Zod's oracle.
I've heard of Zod. The Vabian Scion's god, is it not?
Josh nodded. She chose me against all odds. I mean, biological incapabilities aside, hers and my children would be gods as well. Who do I love? I refilled his drink again, but held my tongue. Gods simply had no place in rational universe, but most sentients are irrational. Yashibal, my Gaia fishy lass, Josh exclaimed as he reached out for the crystal featuring a figure wearing even less than most of the others.
Not her given name, I take it?
Not really, but I can't pronounce her real name. She has a third-rate ship, but a first-rate gluteus. I looked at the crystal. I looked at Josh. I had my neural implant run the word search.
I don't think the Gaiaphys have a muscle analog to the human.
He waved at my ejection. I refilled his drink again. And then, Josh continued, as he reached for the last crystal, there is Virdalia, my warrior queen.
Ah, an Edo oak, yes. With weapons in all four hands, she looks very much like a warrior.
Best physique I've ever seen, Josh replied, with a clean conscience and a fierce love, too.
The Edoak are fierce in all they do, I believe.
Josh was quiet for a while. I followed his lead. Finally, he sighed, the human not word they used when frustrated, angry, or disappointed. You think it's easy, he said as he swept his hand over the 7 hollow crystals. Well, maybe you would, but I have more choices than one man should. There is such a thing as too much good. Who do I love? I refilled his drink and Josh drank his drink. So here I sit, he said, on a decision's brink. It's growing late and it's hard to think.
It is getting late, I agreed after scanning the now empty bar. But humans always seem to think all the time.
You might as well bring another bottle, Josh said in a tone I recognized as resigned. Who do I love? What should I do? I looked at the human Josh. I looked closer at him as he was staring at the collection of hollow crystals. I tried to arrange my mouth into a human smile, spreading my dorsal fins wide for him. I felt my skin grow purple as blood rushed through my outer capillaries.
Well,
I said as I shifted closer,
you could take up an offer of half ownership in my bar.
End of story. Story number 2. Unthinking, written by Discordant Sky. The ship's medbay was dark, lit only by the backup lighting, and the small emergency lamp she'd taken with her didn't help much. There was only one occupant, bedridden and strapped in so as to not float away in the null G. His skin was mottled and sunburned, looking, and weeping sores covered a large part of his body, the pus leaking from them, seeping into the sheets that were tightly wrapped around him. Occasionally, the globular ball of blood pus would separate and slowly float away on the air currents created by the air recyclers. His eyes swam around the room aimlessly for a moment before slowly focusing on her towering form. The human started before losing track of her for a moment, before refocusing a bit more lucidly. Captain? His voice was reedy, a weak phlegm-filled rasp. His lungs must have been half full of the same pus leaking from the rest of his body. The ship's medic had warned her about this. Without thrust, there was no gravity, and without gravity, the fluids were pooling in his body and not draining out like they should. Pneumonia. They described the symptoms to her. She'd known what to expect before she walked in, but seeing it was a different matter. He was drowning, but even without that, he'd be gone soon anyway. The pneumonia was just a symptom of what was really killing him.
"How are you?"
She immediately cringed at the question.
"Any pain?"
she said, trying to save herself. He blinked at her slowly before nodding. A little, but the doc's got me pretty juiced up." He let out what could have been a wet cough or an attempt to laugh. "I think he's got me on every painkiller there is." She couldn't only in response to that. He weakly nodded at the dim LEDs above her bed. "Can't get the core back up." She felt ice run down her spine at the human's question.
"We are working on it. Should be a few more hours,"
she lied. Despite the medications and the decrepit state of his body, the man still managed to see through it. "Don't ride away, Captain. I'd say you owe me that. I did save the ship after all," he laughed. "Besides, you're horrible at it."
"The core is gone. Total loss in containment, and the magnetic bottle controls are shot. If you hadn't shut it down, we would have lost the ship," she said, looking at the deck.
"So I was right," he stated before devolving into a coughing fit. "Told that furry bastard that we couldn't run that core that hot for that long."
"You never have gotten along with Huluk, have you?"
she asked. "No, can't really say that I ever really cared for him," he said. She hated herself for asking, but she had to know.
"Then, why did you toss him out?"
"Then he'd be right here with me," he said simply.
"But he could have helped you at least," she said.
"Could have,"
the human agreed.
"But I knew what I needed doing, and I knew that I could do it myself," he said and fell into a coughing fit. Little globules of bloody mucus escaping between his fingers, and tears began pooling on his face in 0G. "He might have been an ass, but it doesn't mean that we both had to die like this." She'd watched the video a dozen times. The pair of them had been heading down to the reactor compartment, a customary argument already trucking along between the two of them when the radiation alarm had begun to blare from their hand terminals and from the ship's speakers. They both pulled their terminals from their pockets and then shared a quick glance at each other, and then the door behind him as it began to close before the human grabbed a fistful of Huluk's uniform and spun on the spot and tossed him through the rapidly closing hatch. "I just did it," the human continued, a wet cough punctuating the sentence as his eyes glossed over. "Didn't even think about it. It just happened." They were silent for a time before she spoke again.
"He wants to talk to you," she ventured.
The dying man waved a weak hand at her. "Later."
"I'll let you get some rest then," she said,
and moved towards the exit. She had her hand on the light switch when the man's voice stopped her. "Leave them be," he said, his voice oddly strong, but tinged with something she couldn't place. I don't want to." He paused for a moment, as if catching himself from saying something he didn't want to. I don't want to go home in the dark." End of story. Humans Are High Maintenance, written by Chronic Boom. Humans are rule breakers. Wait. Ignore the title for a microcycle. I'm just trying to set the stage for what I'm trying to convey to you all. So basically, a little while ago, I was assigned a human roommate in the university we go to. I already know him quite well from some of my classes, but I'd never actually lived with him. I don't really know how to explain it all to you, but I was frankly baffled. By the way, I wouldn't consider myself all that unfamiliar in humans at all. After all, I once did a presentation on human space piracy, and I'd like to think I did fairly well. I guess I should give some background information first, so, my human friend, let's call him, a computer, what's a common human name? Okay, let's call him, Bob. So Bob is a refugee of Earth, and he and his family decided that they wanted to stay on the planet they got relocated to. trying to live their lives normally again. Of course, Bob decided that he wanted to continue his studies that he was unable to finish back on Earth. I've known Bob for quite some time, at least a few circular motions around the planet star. We've become fast friends, and I decided that it would be a good idea if I transferred to his dorm for the next semester. I ran it by him, and he also agreed that it would be a good idea. But some of my other friends were saying that it was a bad idea, and that humans were weird. Now, I am a yak, which is apparently quite reminiscent to a peacock for humans who aren't caught up on your sapient species. And the point is, none of my friends were a yak. Each one of them would say something about humans that I'd more or less understand being strange to that particular species. My jock friend found it weird that they were hairless, saying that it reminded them a lot of their babies, and they said that humans had weird gender roles. My Zawa friend said that they were overly aggressive, and was worried that Bob would hurt me in some way. My Kadeshi friend simply thought that humans were too unpredictable, too chaotic. Jock have dominant females, while humans have dominant males, and of course humans are furless while Jock are completely covered in fur. Zawa are extraordinarily peaceful, so from their perspective humans must look like barbarians, and Kadesh are proportionately unadaptive compared to most other species, so of course the most adaptive species known so far would be considered chaotic. 3 things influenced my decision not to listen to them. 1 was that I knew Bob better than any of them had. I thought that I knew Bob well enough to not be surprised by anything. And also, none of what they said really sounded all that strange to me. But that's what I mean when I say that humans are rule breakers. You seem determined to break any preconceived rule that any species has about you. Well, I suppose what I'm talking about isn't necessarily a rule, but to me, it's just weird. Basically, when I tried asking Bob about all of his strangeness, he just said, ask HFY. And of course, that was no help. But here I am, well, that and because I guess I like your stories. To be honest, I think Bob was just poking fun at my liking HFY, but I decided to take it seriously and see if any of you could offer an explanation. Tell me just a quirk of Bob and what is actually stuff that every human does all the time. So I suppose here is the little title comes in. When I first moved in, everything was perfectly fine. We hung out for a while, talking about our marks in our different classes, watched a few shows, just hung out. But then came the time for us to go to bed. I was just about to head to my room when I noticed that Bob wasn't doing the same. Instead, I found him in the bathroom with his, weird stick in his mouth. When I asked him what he was doing, he just said, brushing my teeth. I didn't really understand why he was brushing his teeth, but I mostly just passed it off as a human thing. So I went to bed, and for the most part, everything was fine. But then came morning. I got up and was just about to head to the door for our classes, but then Bob called up to me saying, wasn't ready. I asked him what he meant, and he said that he had to get ready for the day. What is that even supposed to mean? How are you supposed to get ready for the day? I decided that I would just wait and see, but then he went back to the bathroom and started brushing his teeth again. I was suspecting that he was doing it for cleaning, but then why would he clean his teeth twice without even eating anything? Also, why would he be doing it so frequently? It's not like his teeth are going to fall out if they doesn't brush them for a week. So, when he finished, I once again started heading for the door, but once again, he said that he wasn't done. Now I was confused. What else would he need to do to get ready for the day? Well, as it turns out, a lot. First, he decided to have a shower. Now, of course, that isn't weird, but at the moment specifically. Really? I thought we were going to be late for class. Is he just a clean freak? When I was sitting beside him yesterday, he smelled and looked fine. It didn't seem like he needed to clean himself so much. I asked him about that as well, and he said that it was because he didn't like his hair greasy. Again, how in the name of existence could he have gotten grease in his hair in the middle of the night? I didn't hear him leave his room, and I don't know where he would have found any grease to begin with. Also, why is he pouring grease in his hair? I gotta be honest, it did pass my mind to simply go and meet him there. But he's my friend. I shouldn't just abandon him, even if it resulted in us both being late. So again, I thought that he was done, but oh, how I was wrong. He had to eat breakfast, as he called it. He had to shave his face for some reason. He had to put on a deodorant. Oh, and then he had to take his medications. I don't know what his medications did, but he didn't seem all that defective to me. But there were like 4 bottles, all different types of pills, and whatever else. He also said that he was taking some vitamins as well. But I can't make any sense out of that. Why would he need to take vitamins? Doesn't he get enough of that from just living? Maybe all this medication is for his smell? He doesn't smell bad. I don't understand why he's so self-conscious about it. If he didn't make himself smell like flowers, would it really have been that bad? Is this something that I should be concerned about? Why is he putting in so much effort just to leave the dorm room? Should I ever talk to him about it? It's almost like he's afraid to go outside sometimes. Speaking of which, even that is a problem, apparently. First, he has to put on sunscreen, as he calls it, or else he'll burn. That's gotta be fake, right? He's just messing with me at this point, right? Do any of you do this as well? Because frankly, I find it extremely hard to believe that he will combust into flames if he doesn't put on a special cream. Regardless, he treated it like it would, almost religiously applying it to his bare skin. Then, he was to wear special clothes. Now, this one I do understand better than the others. You humans are basically naked. I can understand why you need to cover up with the colder climates, but that just raises even more questions. Why would Bob move to a planet where the temperature is uncomfortable for him? I don't think that his options were limited. Even then, he could simply decide to live closer to the equator. This is bad. Like, could it be that his family is abusing him? It doesn't seem moral to me that his parents decided to move to a place where he would be perpetually uncomfortable. I'd appreciate it if one of you could let me know in the comments, because I'm a little concerned for him. At first, it was just an annoyance, but now, it's almost like he's trying not to be human. Why does he want to get rid of his normal smell? Why doesn't he trust his body to take care of him? Why would he move somewhere where his body is telling him he shouldn't be? I honestly don't understand. He's just laughing it off whenever I bring it up with him, but it frankly seems completely ridiculous. The world we both live in is known for its mountains. I decided to take a course here because the climate was much like my home world. Same temperature, same gravity, same issues. My body is capable of living here without any problems. I prune myself when I want to get clean. I eat only when I get hungry, and for the most part, I simply let my body do what it needs to do. Bob, though, is so strange. How are you humans supposed to work? Naturally, I mean. I'll admit, I don't know too much about Earth, but I have heard that it has been quite diverse in its climates and ecosystems. What's the natural equivalent of brushing your teeth? Did you, I don't know, scrape them with rocks or something? In fact, I still don't understand why they need to be cleaned in the first place. I would expect that food you eat would be fine for your teeth, not cause them to rot, or whatever Bob is afraid of. I feel like I'm getting a bit off track. Basically, I'd really appreciate it if one of you could explain what's going on. Whatever Bob is doing doesn't seem natural to me, and I don't know if I should be worried or not. I feel like this post is getting a little lengthy at this point for a simple question, so I'll just rapid fire some of the more strange things I've seen him do. Thanks in advance. He has to get a haircut every few months. He has to go to the dentist to see if he's cleaned his teeth correctly. He has to have regular checkups with the doctor to see if his body parts are working correctly. He picks his nose for some reason, sometimes blows it into a paper bag, but only in rare cases. He puts on lip balm on the drier seasons. He has to cut his nails. He has to comb his hair. He has to cook his food, or else he'll get sick. He has to wear this weird glass eye frame when he reads. He has to exercise, or else he'll be unhealthy. He has to do his laundry, even if his clothes aren't visibly dirty. He has to wear socks to put on shoes. End of story. Story number 1. An Opportunity, written by Svanya Watson. Sarah walked through the city, toting a pack half her size. An alien out of place. Everything marked her as different. She was short, had a full head of dark brown curls, skin that was often referred to as porcelain, and 2 forward-facing, bright blue eyes. Her 2 arms swung as she bounced in the light gravity on her 2 legs. The people she walked past, Oranai, shot her looks ranging from curiosity to thinly veiled disgust. Humans weren't completely unknown to the Laneth, but as far as Sarah could tell, she was the only one who'd ventured past the main port area. She was certainly the only non-Oranai in the university. The Oranai were all 2 meters or taller, 4 eyes set to the set of 270-degree view. 2 large, 3-jointed arms ending in large 6-fingered hands below 2 smaller, 2-jointed arms with finer 6-fingered hands. They walked on 4 limbs and reminded her of hairless blue centaurs. She had been here long enough to tell the males and females apart, although the differences were subtle, given the flowing, robe-like garments they all wore that covered everything from their upper shoulders to all 4 of their ankles. One male shot her a look of open disdain, so she greeted him formally.
"May this turning sky bring you gifts from the mothers."
She smiled without showing her teeth. Showing teeth was an uncontrollable reaction to fear amongst their kind. The man snorted in the way only an Oranai can, expelling all the air from his massive lungs out the 2 large slits that made up his nose. The resulting flapping of the covers was close to the sound Sarah made when she puffed out her cheeks and flapped her lips. Seeing how it always made her dormmates laugh, she responded to the large man in kind. He didn't seem amused. Switching to informal speech, Sarah said, "Still, I hope you have a good turning. I would hate to think that I'd ruined your day." She gave a slight bow and walked on. As much as she enjoyed exploring, she had to art supplies and snacks she'd gone out for and decided to head back to the university. A soft sound drew her attention to a dark alley beside a quiet bar. In any equivalent-sized city on Earth, Sarah would never venture down a dark alley. Here, though, she had no cause for concern. She walked down the alley, looking for the source of the sound. Walking past the trash receptacles, she caught movement from the corner of her eye. There was Oranai huddled in the shadow, his teeth showing. Sarah sat down cross-legged, her side to the male, and looked down the alley. She learned that when Oranai was frightened, staring at it didn't help the situation.
"I'm not going to hurt you," she said. "My name's Sarah. What's yours?"
Donma. His voice was just above a whisper.
"I'm very pleased to meet you, Donma."
By turning her eyes to the side, she could see that his limbs were exposed from their oversized and tattered robe, were little more than skin and bones.
"Do you have a place to go?"
No, this is home."
"I can see that you're still uneasy around me," she said.
"I'll leave you to your peace, but I'd like to see you again later, if that's okay."
"Yes, you can."
Sarah made for the dorms in the bounding, low-gravity lope that enabled her to cover large distances in a quick, efficient manner. She burst through the door into a dorm and tossed a pack on the sleeping area. Her dormmate jumped at the noise and turned, her teeth showing for a split second. "Sarah, what's gotten into you?"
"Sorry I startled you, Harry, but could you take me shopping?"
"I thought you just went."
"At the human commissionery at the docks, but I need you to take me shopping like an Oranai, please."
"Caramella? Why not? I'm not doing anything else." It was Sarah's first trip to the shopping center. She'd passed by before but hadn't gone in for fear that she might violate some cultural taboo. Today was different, though. She had a guide. "What do you want to see first?" Arimala asked.
"A robe for a male about your size, but skinny."
Arimala clasped her 4 hands together and tilted her head.
"Oh, has some young male captured your attention?"
Kind of," Sarah said, "but not like that." Sarah picked out a simple robe, but well made from warm, thick fabric. In the same shop she found a blanket to buy as well. Her purchases slung over her shoulder, she followed Arimala back out to the main promenade of the shopping center. "Where to next?" Arimala asked. "Food. Hungry? We can eat at the restaurants by the entrance. They have human-compatible food, too." Sarah cut her off. "Not for me, and not for now. Food for later. Stuff that doesn't have to be cooked or heated up." "Want to stock up the dorm?" "You don't have to do that, Harry, please." "Okay, let's go to the grocery. Wait. Is this for the mystery mail?" "Yes. But
Are you proposing to this male? Buying clothes, household goods, and food is a way you ask someone to join your family. I'm not proposing. He needs this. I'm sure he'll get it. It took a bit of convincing, but Sarah got Aramala to help her fill the bags with a mix of healthy, tasty foods and not so healthy snacks. The cashier wouldn't take Sarah's money. You can't eat any of this, he said. I can't sell this to you. Fine, Sarah said. She handed her money to Aramala. She's buying it. The cashier shrugged his lower shoulders and agreed to sell the food to Aramala. Do you need any help carrying that out? He asked. Sarah grabbed all 3 bags in one hand and hefted them up. Nope, I can handle it. Aramala looked at Sarah, confusion obvious. Now, I really need to meet this male that you said you're setting up a house without setting up a house. Good. Do you know how to get to the bar by the dorms from here? The ones that's closed almost all the time. Oh yeah. It's only open on holidays, but it's the only bar in the area open then. Aramala pointed to a road to their side. It's a short way down that road. They walked past the bar, and Sarah walked into the alley, Aramala following behind her. Donma, you here? It's Sarah. Sarah? She set the bags down and sat a short distance away. I brought you some things. You looked hungry. Why? Like I said, you looked hungry, and you looked like you could use a new robe, and maybe a blanket. Are you trying to family me? I'm not good enough for that. No, nothing like that, Sarah said. I'm sorry if I broke some sort of cultural taboo by buying you food and clothing and a blanket. Aramala leaned down and whispered into her ear. Why are you giving this male all these things? Do you know him from somewhere? Yeah. I met him here just before I got back to the dorms. That's not what I meant. Sarah made a lip-flapping sound at her, making both her and I laugh. What must I do to pay you back? Donma asked. Enjoy the food, wear the clothing, keep warm with the blanket. Other than that, just take care of yourself. I'll keep coming back to check on you until you're back on your feet. How is that payment? He asked. Sarah stood and straightened her back. Listen, I have a good life. I grew up with plenty and never wanted for food or shelter or anything. I'm in a position where I can help someone less fortunate. So I will. If I walked away knowing I could have helped but didn't, I would hate myself. So thank you for the opportunity to feel like a decent person, at least for today. End of story. Story number 2. The Phoenix Planet, written by Monarch 357. It made no sense. Of course, the beginning did. Many single systems beings strike at the great filter of mutual nuclear annihilation. It just happens, and there isn't much that can be done beyond cataloging the planet and salvaging what can be saved. This pattern was followed from the formation of the first supranational galactic union and throughout the next thousands of years. Then, we found the outliers. They weren't a single system power, a tragedy occurring before a society breaks the bindings of sublight travel and touches the stars. No, not even close. It was the humans, our brothers from close to the beginning, the galactic peacekeepers, the innovators. They had purged their own home with the scouring light of thermonuclear weaponry and risen from the crumbling ruins. We met the humans emerging from a system nowhere near the outliers we discovered so recently. Their new home, what we thought was their true origin, was almost identical to the world that they destroyed, and they seized it with the desperation of a dying animal. They pushed on, through the irradiated ruins of their ground, their cradle, and found a new home for themselves amongst the stars. If they had a choice, they would never have left, but the new home called, and their old one pushed them away. The humans had lost their cradle, Earth, as they called it, due to the petty growing pains of an ununified civilization escalating into near omnicide. With a decimated population, barely a single % compared to before the calamity, the survivors hid underground, biding their time. They waited for when their home could be saved, when the atmosphere no longer killed those with a vicious poison of radiation. They returned to work. The most brilliant left finished the near-completed FTL drive and built their ship, taking a shot in the dark. The vessel barely had the resources and fuel for a one-way trip. If this failed, everything was lost.
The survivors bid farewell to Earth, leaving behind the jewel that had grown them from evolutionary infancy, and prayed that what they found would be worth the loss. The primitive drive had barely enough to establish a colony. The surviving humans lived off the tiny remnants, what had not been consumed by the brutal voyage into the deep unknown, and returned to the barbaric lifestyle that had been abandoned for hundreds of thousands of years, relying on an unsteady cycle of rough crop growth and hunting. It was not easy. The already tiny fragment was crushed further, to barely 100,000. They perished, of course. Failure was not an option. Loss would insult the billions who passed to let the small fraction live. The New World acted as a temporary blip, while the humans focused on shooting to the stars once again. Their blind jump could have placed them anywhere in the galaxy, but they were determined to find their home again, and determined to undo the failure of their predecessors in letting their cradle fall to ruin. It took years for this to happen, which is when we found them. Their mission was never shared to anyone else. They doubted that we would understand the motives behind such a fervent exploration. And we found Earth for them. It was classed as another tomb, and we dove down onto the surface to salvage what we could. The world was remarkably intact for a tomb, and we discovered the origin of humanity. On the other side of their new home, this was reported to them last month, and today a fleet left their new home. The passage of 1,000 years did not dampen their whirl. Their cradle world will be rebuilt yet. End of story. Story number 1. A Moment written by Discordant Sky. Being an AI has its perks, one of which was being able to enjoy the irony of the situation in the microseconds of life that remained. Petulant rock-throwing monkeys. That's what the Lord of Admirals had called the humans after the first engagement of the war. It had been a hard-fought victory for the Imperium and the devastatingly horrid loss for humanity. 5 long years of intersystem battle, and almost as long on the ground. Once the orbital war had been decided in the Imperium's favor, they thought that the humans on the ground would capitulate. But flying in the face of all sense, the humans on the ground had dug in and dared them to come in after them. The Lord Admiral's comment had been a reference to the video captured from a helm-mounted camera in the closing engagements of the battle. It showed forces of the Imperium engaged in brutal room-to-room fighting in a command bunker. The wearer of the camera rounded a corner on a duo of humans who immediately opened fire on the wearer. Their PDWs incapable of harming the powered armor-clad Imperial soldier. There was a flash of light and a roar as the Gatling gun built into the forearm of the suit came to life and punched fist-sized holes in one of the humans. The surviving human's weapon clicked empty at the same time as the Imperials, and for a moment they stared at each other. "Surrender!" A synthesized voice came from the Imperial. The human continued to stare, then, quickly, he knelt down and hefted up a large piece of fallen concrete and chucked it at the Imperial's face. The hunk of masonry shattered on the impact with the reinforced glass of the helmet. The Imperial's reaction was to lunge towards the human and shove him with enough force to throw him into a far wall. The human hadn't gotten back up. The AI would have commented about the ironic nature of the oncoming destruction to surrounding members of the cabinet if there was time. But there wasn't much point, because everyone in the room would be dead in a few moments anyway. The AI was content to remain silent. The AI found it peculiar, looking out at the gathered mass that was the leadership of the Imperium. Things looked jovial. Earth, humanity's home, had been found, and a fleet like the likes of which had never been assembled was burning towards it, intent on subjugation of humanity. After nearly a century of beating them back towards their homeworld, it was almost over. They'd finally won, and yet, from the jaws of victory, defeat was a moment away. Better, the AI thought, not to crash the party. By chance, the full-spectrum telescope had been pointing in just the right direction to capture it. It began as a line of light, looking at the AI as a bolt of lightning that had been taken from the sky and hammered straight before being put back. It was brighter than the mid-morning sun and hot enough to ignite everything flammable in its line of sight. The AI tracked it as it made planetfall, whatever that was. It was fast. It made it from space to the ground in 0.4 of a second and slammed into the ocean. The shockwave would be like an earthquake, one bad enough to level most standing structures for thousands of kilometers around the impact site, and the pressure wave coming behind it at a speed of sound would probably circumnavigate the planet a dozen times. Not to mention the 300 kilometers an hour winds and 4-kilometer high tsunami that was now racing across the planet like the heralds of the apocalypse. The Capitol building was geographically on the other side of the planet, so they had a few hours to savor the onrushing Armageddon. At first, the AI had assumed that it was a product of random chance, once in a few million years extinct level event that just happened to come at the moment of their ultimate victory. A cosmological joke, the likes of which had never been seen. Then the second one came. Then the third. Then the fourth. Then the AI knew what was really happening, and it allowed itself a private laugh. Petulant rock-throwing monkeys indeed, it thought, as a fifth hyper-accelerated rock slammed directly into the Capitol building. End of story. Story number 2. Whiskey and Old Songs, written by Shura Not a Robot. In the dark, the soft ones came. We used to laugh at them. They had only 4 limbs, no shells, no claws and teeth that a cub would be ashamed of. Yet they came. His companion shivered. Many times they had heard the story, but still it was a tale for long nights and strong stomachs. The elder continued. We had taken one of them, just one, to see if we could use them. He was old, nearly closer to death than I am now. We took him from the middle of nowhere, we thought. Simply a test. Back in my time, we thought of them as cattle. We bought and sold labor all the time. Who were these creatures to object? The elder took a deep drink and continued. But this one laughed at me, laughed at us. I still remember his words, words that finally burned our empire. He said, You're only seeing me. You are not seeing the people standing behind me. My death will be 1,000 of your dead. My world will either kill you all or burn to ashes before we ever become slaves. The elder sighed. Of course, we killed him. No point in inviting that kind of species into the Empire. As his executioner, he spoke to me last, and it took long time before I understood what he'd muttered. At the time, execution was in public, so you had to shout, he said. My sons have sons as brave as are their fathers. This isn't over. This is the beginning. He took another drink. Well, of course, we ignored the whole thing. We were sent to another system, and I forgot about the whole thing. Getting Zetos was my job. I stopped keeping track. Then they came. Of course, we didn't know who was attacking us. Our people just started dying. He took another deep draught of his drink. It carried on for an orbit, perhaps longer, before we knew our enemy. We had lost generals, overlords, and more before we caught and killed the first. A human. We ran a DNA test, just routine. Another criminal, we thought. It was the son of the one I had executed. His audience watched carefully before he resumed. Then they came. No huge armies, no great fleets, just a rage that shook the very heavens. And it worked because our slaves were handed weapons, our serfs were given lands, but they know mercy. Today, the grandson of the human I executed. Today, he gave me a gift. He drained his glass. Today, I don't die in public. End of story. Story number 3. Thieves of Heaven, written by Lord of Jupe. I'm 178 years old, and I remember when the skies of our world were pristine and clear and filled with glorious sunshine. Our world was a virgin experience for all who visited it. friend, foe, strangers, all were equal, until a line was crossed. When a friend asked too much, when a foe swung too hard, when a stranger lurked too long and did not help when asked. It's not that we weren't the best of hosts, we just didn't know better, really. And that changed when the Deny darkened our skies and made us rethink our policies entirely. They scattered the stellar debris around the world and kept it frozen in place, locking us in our pale blue dot, and our allies could do nothing to help, save for sending us laser-fueled pulses of energy to power our cities and stave off the inevitable demise of a world which cannot grow food enough to keep its inhabitants alive. We learned to live underground, to simulate starlight and sunshine and the comforts of the wind. It was too much of a heartbreak to see skies we knew weren't empty any longer, and that our prison cell was our world entire. We lost half of our people inside the 2 excruciating years, and most of our remaining animals. Life extension technology did flourish, though it felt like furthering our tenure in hell. Interplanetary trade vanished almost entirely, and we became ill in our souls. Humans do not do well with that illness. It makes us think things we should not think. Then some brilliant mind saw the use of that excess energy that we were receiving so regularly, beamed down on the top of every hour, and repurposed some discarded stellar communications equipment into something beautiful. We turned the communication lasers into a cannon and targeted the debris, scorching it out of existence, clearing freight lanes wide enough to admit our traffic, and then, well, we did what came naturally. We got better at it. No innovation can withstand the human impulse to improve it for no finer purpose than to simply do it. For posterity, sure, and for the benchmarks alone, of course. And then that stubborn instinct to just make something awful and beautiful and then powerful out of what simply won't. It's how we move from spears to shotguns and particle beam weapons, and why we learn peace as a profession. We traveled the stars for a while and united angry coalitions into mighty fortresses of soul and mind, combined industries into cartels, cartels into blocks, blocks into nation-states of digital cash and law and newfound powers. Then the Deny trapped us on our world as punishment for doing some indecipherable crime against them. We asked so many times, and they always gave us the same reply. What did we do to deserve this? And to that, always the same words. You brought this on yourselves. And so the Deny retreated when we rallied our forces. We gathered allies enough to exit our world for good, save for the caretakers of it, to best preserve our heritage and defend our pale blue dot against future incursions. And then we did what came naturally. We went looking for a fight. We'd been peacemakers for 50 years, and those unions tended to last at least that long, and some looked to be ready to embrace centuries of progressive co-growth. We had an arsenal enough to keep us in a war business for generations, ships fast enough to take it where we wished, and only one world was our target. All others knew to step lively to the side and give us our due and proper space. Now, we're above this pale green dot, surrounded by the wreckage of their 4 moons, harvesting them for metal and minerals, fueling our efforts to their own planetary bodies. Their world is strapped beneath layers of debris, clouds thicker than anything they ever inflicted on their enemies. Those enemies were happy to help us, and still do, as they have been for most of the last century. In less than a month, the final phase of the project will begin, and we will finish what they started. It's expected to take at least 24 years to fulfill it, yet I hope I am alive to see that blessed day. The plates are only 6 meters thick, though they are still several thousand miles long and hundreds wide. We will enclose their world beneath them, and keep it secured, locked away forever, and broadcast their noises to the surrounding area, and boost the signal to better inform their dwindling allies of what we are doing. The Denai gloated about our punishment enough, after all. We all remember the laughter of those allies of theirs. They tried to turn our world into a symbol of suffering. We're turning theirs into a spherical warning sign. Do not feck with us. End of story. Black Dogs, written by For Use It Works. Sergeant-at-Arms Queria tried to make sense of the blaring alarm that jarred him out of his sleep. His still fuzzy brain slowly comprehended that it was his shift alarm. He had gone into his third phase of loudness. If he had allowed it to go to the fourth phase, it would raise the lights by 150% normal and get louder yet. He couldn't remember the last time he had slept through the first phase. If this didn't end soon, he thought, he might end up molting early from stress. 15 minutes and one slow-release caffeine microdose tablet later, he made his way from the corner of the light transport's tiny cargo bay that was turned into a makeshift double bunk. He found the scent of the ship slightly offensive to his olfactory stalks. The small craft stunk of both him and his human crewmate. The odor offended Queria. The aftertaste of the emergency rations offended Queria. The 4-hour on, 4-hour off emergency shift rotation offended Queria. His normally quiet and orderly It-Leap Science Fleet survey cruiser, MRA Amerian, being unceremoniously lanked out of hyperspace into a previously unknown spatial doldrum and communications dead zone, offended Queria. It offended Queria not even ancient means of visual navigation were usable, as no stars could be seen through the shifting spectral wisps of blue and green, whatever the hell that it was that was traveling through. Queria fume-stalked through the narrow passages to the bridge. Oddly enough, the only thing that wasn't offending Queria at the moment was the other being on the ship. Engineering technician first-rank Justin Skursky was usually slightly more offensive than the usual human. From Queria's point of view, anyway, Engineer Skursky's nonsensical and chaotic, AI, very human behavior directly countered Queria's sense of routine and order. The experience was different, though. Engineer Skursky's unending optimism, while periodically annoying, had been a blessing in the past week or so. It allowed Queria to be hopeful. As the fourth generation Elite Fleet Sergeants-at-Arms, his sense of duty to protect his ship and crew would have compelled him to perform to the best of his ability, no matter what, in this situation. But that little bit of hope made the burden both lighter and more tolerable. It had been 15 days since they and 3 others volunteer crews had departed Amorium in the light transports. The small modular ships were the only jump drive-equipped craft on the large cruiser that could be quickly modified for this foolhardy endeavor. The little transports were not designed for more than a 2-day outing. The engineers about the Amorium had crammed the tiny ship's cargo holds with equipment to extend life support and travel range. Extra food and extra water had been tucked away in every nook and cranny that could be found. Various modules had been hastily attached to increase the ship's duration, sensor range, data collection, and communications capabilities. The humans had insisted on giving the service craft new designations. They had stenciled names Pathfinder 1, Pathfinder 2, Pathfinder 3, and Pathfinder 4 in turn on the ship's hulls. All 4 departed from the big cruiser simultaneously and headed in different directions in blind jumps, using the Amorium herself as a basis for their travel vectors. Their goal was to blind jump as far as the little ship's Class 2 hyperdrive could take it without burning out in this weird environment. Try to establish a navigational position, and if not, drop a line of sight FTL communications buoy. They would then continue their long vector until they cleared whatever godforsaken glob of space they were in and transmit the escape paths back to the cruiser. Aboard the transport known as Pathfinder 2, they had 4 more jumps until they were out of buoys. They had passed the point of no return 8 days ago. They either succeeded in finding a clear path back to normal space, or they would die trying, drifting derelict for eternity. Unless they or one of the other Pathfinder crews succeeded, it was likely that everyone aboard the Amorium would suffer the same fate. A vessel of the Amorium's multi-dimensional footprint and Class 12 drive system would likely never survive a blind jump. It was actually statistically unlikely that they would survive too many more themselves. Courier banished the rehashing of their situation from his thoughts. It was all superfluous anyway. Thinking about the disorderly, non-linear nature of hyperspace physics made Courier's brain irrationally angry. He found himself standing outside the hatch to the transport's bridge, more of a glorified cockpit really. He keyed the intercom and spoke the entry request precisely as regulations required. Sergeant-at-Arms, Courier requesting bridge access for shift rotation. The hatch chimed and slid open. A disheveled Justin Skursky sat in the human-fitted control station. Courier noted that the engineer Skursky's eyes were bloodshot and had developed large dark patches of skin around them. The human skin itself looked slightly grey, and coarse, dark whiskers struck out from his unshaven face like tiny spines. "Thank God, Q," said Engineer Skursky. "The 5th cup of coffee is wearing off. I have to get to sleep." Courier asked, "Skursky, what is the ship status?" Per standard protocol. Justin Skursky blinked and shook his head as if to clear it. That was the first time the stalwart Lieb had ever addressed him by anything less than his official rank and name. He smiled and let it pass without comment. Skursky reported, "All systems are operating within tolerances. The drive is holding out so far, but it is going to need a full overhaul when we get home. Consumables are at 35%. The communications buoy chain's operation has been intermittent, but we have been able to maintain positive contact with the Amor A. Amerium for..." Skursky glanced at the readout. "Around 93% of the time. None of the other Pathfinders have found a way out yet, and Pathfinder 3 are still unresponsive. It has been 4 days since the last contact with them," said Skursky sullenly. "Thank you. Are you prepared to be relieved?" asked Courier as he settled into the Leap-fitted control station adjacent to Skursky's. "I am," replied Skursky as he transferred control to Courier's station. "I swear, I've seen that black dog 3 times in the past half hour. I need sleep," he muttered. "What black dog? We don't have any of your human companion creatures with us," impatiently blurted the befuddled Courier, who was now wondering if Skursky had sneaked a pet aboard. No, it's a human thing," explained Skursky. "Back when humans primarily traveled overland in wheeled vehicles, there were stories, legends, I guess, about how drivers would see a black dog running along beside them, even if they were traveling more than 100 kilometers per hour." Skursky held up a hand. "Before you ask, no, our dogs can't run that fast. The driver supposedly saw a ghost. No, a spirit or something, I guess. It was a warning that if they didn't stop soon, and if they kept trying to outrun the black dog, they would wreck and die, or something like that. Probably just our subconscious trying to tell us that we were past our limits, I guess." Skursky went silent and blankly stared out the forward port. They were the only actual windows in the ship. For forward main, the forward port and the forward starboard, and those only existed so that the ship could be landed visually in case of a massive instrument failure. Courier pondered Skursky's bit of human folklore, and it made a chill scurry across his exoskeleton. He joined Skursky in staring out the main viewport into the weird green and blue wisps where the blurred white lines of hyperspace should have been. After a long moment, Skursky let out a deep sigh and reached towards the release of his seat restraint. A black blur shot across the entirety of the starboard viewport into the view of the front window, and then just as quickly vanished into the blue and green wisps of the surrounding them. Courier squealed in a long, high-pitched, wavering tone. Skursky, startled, jumped against his seat restraints and cursed loudly. He recovered quickly and looked at Courier. You saw that too?" Skursky exclaimed. Courier had recovered himself enough to yell at his crewmate, "This is not a time for your crazy human jokes!" Skursky didn't respond. Instead, his hand darted forward, opened a safety cover, and just as Courier realized what he was doing, he slapped the emergency stop button. A klaxon screamed, and the universe went black from both of them. Excerpt Mission Summary Report at Leap Science Bureau from Science Fleet Survey Cruiser Amor A. Amerium. Date 11/00/111/111/001. Galactic Standard Calendar. We have been clear for the anomaly for 3 standard days. All systems are operating at nominal levels. 3 of the 4 Pathfinder ships have been recovered. 1 light transport ship and 2 crewmen are missing and considered lost. Mapping of the boundaries of the anomaly has begun. Estimate 42 days to complete the mapping. Morning buoys and monitoring probes will be deployed 1 light year from the boundary of the tertiary line of sight pattern per Omega Protocol. Before continuing, I have a message that we consider a priority. We, the entire command staff and the Science Fleet Survey Cruiser Amor A. Amerium, do unanimously and formally recommend that the lost crew of Light Transport designated Pathfinder 3 be awarded the Star of Valor First Rank, the Star of Duty First Rank, and be listed in the Order of Sacrifice, official status, assigned to the Eternal Guard posthumously. We, the entire command staff of the Science Fleet Survey Cruiser Amor A. Amerium, do unanimously and formally recommend that the 6 surviving crew members of the volunteer Pathfinder ships 1, 2, and 4 be awarded the Star of Valor First Rank and the Star of Duty First Rank. We, the entire command staff of the Science Fleet Survey Cruiser Amor A. Amerium, do unanimously and formally recommend that Sergeant-at-Arms Queria be promoted to Sergeant-at-Arms Master Rank, in tradition of the Italy Fleet for unique service. Finally, the entire command staff of the Science Fleet Survey Cruiser Amor A. Amerium do unanimously and formally recommend that Engineering Technician First Rank Justin Skursky be promoted to Senior Engineering Technician Third Rank in the tradition of the Italy for his unique service. Excerpt ends. Excerpt. Mission Summary Report to Italy Fleet Intelligence from Science Fleet Survey Cruiser Amor A. Amerium Intelligence Officer. Name redacted. Date 1100-111-111-011. Galactic Standard Calendar. Status classified Level 2. Initial psychological evaluation of the crew of transport known as Pathfinder 2 shows no signs of anomaly. Dr. Coleoptris' hypothesis that the quote-unquote black dog that they reported was in fact a visual artifact of the ship approaching the boundary of the anomaly at supra-light velocity. Based on observation of several Class Zeta probes sent across the boundary at similar velocity. If the Pathfinder ship had attempted to cross the boundary at that state, it would have been reduced to a quantum components. If Skursky and Queria hadn't decided to stop when they did, we would probably have lost the cruiser and all of its crew and a few search and rescue vessels before we figured it out. He further hypothesizes Amor S. Amerium survived the initial pass into the area by, and I quote, sheer dumb luck. Psyops is monitoring the viral speed of the story through the fleet. It looks like the Black Dogs are going to be incorporated into the fleet lore, like the Lost Fleet 19 and the 18.9 Hz comm whispers. Excerpt ends. Of Meat and Magic, written by Perilous Platypus. The line moved slowly. It also smelled like piss. Probably because that's what half of us were doing. We didn't know where we were, but we knew that it was nowhere good. Everyone had heard the stories, and now we were living them. The war was going to crap, and they needed bodies. I'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time, swept up by the conscription gang and put on a cattle barge with a few hundred other miserable souls. Some of them were just kids. At least I had some hair on my back. Not that I was going to do much once the action started. I'd just be a bigger target. I took a step forward and tried to ignore the girl crying behind me. She looked like she was maybe 14. She was very convinced this was all a big mistake. Apparently, her daddy had money. No one seemed to care about her daddy and his coins. Rich, poor, guy, girl. We were all fecked just the same. Meat for the grinder. Up ahead, I could see a large gate that we were all being funneled into, one shuffling step at a time. We were getting ready to be processed, whatever the hell that meant. I had some dim understanding of what was next, but who the hell knew what was true and what was rumor? The particulars probably don't matter anyways. All that mattered was that my life, as I knew it, was over. Whatever I was before, after today, I'd be a soldier in the Edgarian Legion. I reached the door and stepped through, pushing onward by the trudging along behind me. To the sides, a hulking man in a crisp grey uniform belted out, "Move along, move along!" How he had the throat to keep that up, I could only guess. On the other side of the doorway, there was a set of 6 turnstiles. I lined up in front of one. Just ahead of me was a boy a few years older to man. He looked like he'd spent the last year on the streets, which was probably exactly what he'd been doing. Rations were slim, and a lot of folks had been pushed back from the borders. Ahead of him were a few others, lined up in front of a slender-looking man with an indifferent look on his face. The man sat perched atop the looming black podium flanked by 2 doors, one grey, one black. In the middle of the podium was a red circle with the outline of a hand in white, and in the middle of it, the kid directly in front of the podium stepped up to the man and spoke. "Hand on the red and white outline." The kid put his hands up and pressed against the outline. "Hold," said the man. The kid stood there, motionless, hand planted on the red outline. "Meet," the man said. The grey doorway to his left slid open, and he jutted a thumb towards it. "Through the door to receive your assignment." The kid looked up in confusion. "Meet," he said. The man nodded. "Move along." After a bewildered look around, the kid trudged over towards the door. Once he passed through it, it slammed shut, resetting. The man raised a hand and beckoned. "Next, hand on the red in the white outline." I watched in confusion as the 4 in front of me approached the podium. One by one, each were assigned meat and stepped through the grey door. It was unclear what the other door was for. I tried to discern whether meat was the desired outcome. It certainly didn't sound it. "Hand on the red in the white outline." I looked around and realized the man was addressing me now. I took a step forward and placed my hand against the hand mark. A jolt of energy shot up my arm, causing my hair to stand on end. Almost immediately, the chiming bell rang out. The man leaned forward, excitement on his face as the black door to his right slid open. "Great! Just made my quota." He pointed towards the door. "Magic." "Magic?" I repeated. "Through the black door for your assignment." I blinked once and then did as I was told, casting a look back over to the other door everyone else had walked through. It didn't make any sense. We didn't have any mages in the family. Wasn't it supposed to be a blood thing? I swallowed and then passed through the doorway and into a tiny pod-shaped room. I couldn't even stretch out my arms and legs. Almost immediately after I entered, a grinding crank sounded out, and I was jostled violently to the side, pushing in an unknown direction by an unknown conveyance. I let out a scream in surprise and proceeded to get banged around for what seemed like an eternity before coming to a jerking halt. The hatch on the pod opened and revealed a pristine black circular room. The tiles were polished to a mirror shine and looked like they were made out of onyx. The walls were some variety of ebonwood and impossibly expensive material to make a wall out of. In the center of the circle was a pitch-black desk with a chair in front of it. Behind the desk was a woman in a black uniform. Her blonde hair was pulled back into a neat bun, and severe crimson eyes stared at him expectantly. Still off balance from the ride in the pod, I took a few uncertain steps towards the desk.
"Stop wasting my time and take a seat."
She pointed to the chair in front of the desk. I picked up the pace and hurried over to the chair, sitting down on it and then staring at the woman.
"I am Assessor Hallex. I'm going to ask you a series of questions, which you will answer truthfully. Then I will conduct a simple test, and you will be given your assignment. Do you understand?"
I swallowed. No, not really.
Just answer the questions, and you'll be fine. This isn't a mistake. You're right where you're supposed to be.
All right, I managed.
Excellent. First question. Have you ever exhibited any prior affinity for magic?
No, I asked, unsure of what qualified as an affinity. Whatever it was, I was pretty sure I hadn't done it, or I would have at least suspected I was magic.
Right? Is that an answer or a question?
Both, I responded. She sighed.
Have you ever cast a spell?
No, I was pretty sure on that.
Have you ever willed an outcome and had it occur?
I coughed. Maybe.
Describe the circumstances.
Well, I once wished Suzette Darkland would show me her, on a chest, and, a few weeks later, she did after a dance. She stared at me. I stared at her.
That doesn't qualify.
Assessor Halleck said.
Well, I thought that it had been pretty magical.
No then.
Has anyone in your family exhibited any magical abilities?
My brother could fart louder than anyone else I'd ever met, but I got the sense that Assessor would be unimpressed by that fact.
No, that's why I think it's a mistake.
She held up a hand.
It's not a mistake.
How can you be so certain?
I am an assessor, she replied,
as if the answer was self-evident.
Are you in possession of, or have you ever come into contact with any objects with magical properties?
I laughed. No, I'm not rich. The closest I'd gotten was seeing the town's Rathspear on Remembrance Day, and most people said it was just a fake.
Have you engaged in any soul bargains or other dealings with the demonic or an extraplanar presences?
I shook my head in the negative.
Hold out your hands in front of you, palms up, she said,
her voice commanding. I extended my hands in front of me, embarrassed by the slight tremble in them. She leaned forward over the desk and then placed her hands on top of mine, her fingers extending beyond my palms to the rest of my wrists. Her unsettling crimson eyes began to spark and swirl, gaining a swirl of milky white shot through the vault of black. She gasped once and then let go of my wrists. For the first time, she looked as unsettled as me. I peered at her curiously.
What happened?
The assessor raised a hand up to her hair, smoothing it against her skull as she appeared to collect herself.
You have been assessed and assigned.
All right, I said, unsure what else to say.
Please return to the pod you arrived in. It'll take you to your training facility.
She shooed me away with a hand, gesturing back towards the direction that I'd entered the room from. What am I assigned to? Now she looked uncertain and embarrassed, but only for the briefest of moments. Once it had passed, she straightened and looked at me dead in the eyes, her voice even a commanding and once more.
You have been assigned to the Wrath Lieges.
The blood drained from my face. No, that doesn't make any sense. They were all dead. That's what everyone said. Gone ever since they opened the rent and broke the worlds.
I wish you the best of luck. Now, please, leave. Immediately.
Please. That was an unexpected word from her. It echoed in my head as I stumbled back towards the pod, trying to make sense of what she had told me. The Wrath Lieges. It had to be a mistake. Someone would clear it up. I just needed to talk to someone else. It had to be a mistake. The hatch slammed shut behind me, and I plummeted downwards. End of story. Story number 1, Supremely Average, written by Scooby Wagon. Robber was sitting in an astrogator seat on the bridge of the SLV Solduck, so named because in Galactic Standard it sounded an awful lot like some kind of weird sex act, and the captain thought it was hilarious. Robber always got a kick out of this during docking because, from the perspective of traffic controllers, she might as well be announcing the arrival of the SSS Cleveland steamer. She'd finished verifying course, speed, and known interstellar anomalies along the course, and was settling in for a long haul for a night shift. Comfy seat, check. Caffeinated beverage, check. Doom running on nav console, duh. The comm panel lit up and buzzed, dragging Robber's attention away from Dune. It was Gothok, the night shift engineer. Robber grabbed her beverage, took a sip, and used the bottom of the cup to press the acknowledge button. Hey, Robber, you're all set. Yep, all set here. Any weird maintenance going on tonight that I need to be aware of? Classy, Robber, real classy. No weird maintenance tonight, just your regular kind. If you're all settled in, can I come up there? Sure, come on up. Regular maintenance meant lots of automation, but Gothok could monitor from pretty much anywhere on the ship, so he usually chose to do so on the bridge so he could talk to Robber. Robber, for her part, tended to enjoy these conversations simply because they gave her some insight into other cultures, usually just Gothok's own Korolic culture, but sometimes others as well. A few minutes later, the hatch chimed as it opened and Gothok entered the bridge. Robber closed Doom, but Gothok had already spotted it. You know the Captain Reynolds would probably toss you out the airlock if he sees you playing that, right? Gothok pointed out. Psst, whatever. What's life without a little risk once in a while? Rubber responded. She smiled to herself since it had been the captain's idea in the first place, and he currently held the highest score. Guthlock propped himself down in another seat and pulled up the engineering controls on the display. Sometimes your disregard your own safety is, concerning, he said, as the display loaded. Ah, you really care. Maybe I'll naffle you a little later, after all. She laughed at her own private joke, as the fur on the back of Guthlock's head stood on end. It was a species display of embarrassment. She'd never bothered to show Guthlock the Coneheads movie, or explain to him the reference to his name, with Naffle the Garthocks. Garthocks didn't know that Naffle meant, but he was pretty sure that it was neither lewd or vile, or both. This was not his first trip on a human vessel. Garthok shook his head to get the fur back into place and continued. Anyway, have you ever noticed how, well, average our people are? Rubber just stared incredulously at Garthok for a moment. Garthok, I have no idea what you're talking about here. I've known you for a while, and I'm sure you didn't mean that to sound so insulting. So why don't you start at the beginning and tell me just what the feck you're talking about? Well, think about it for a moment. Humans are, what was the word? Johns of all works. I'm pretty sure you mean Jack of all trades, Rubber laughed. Go on. Right, Jack of all trades. Anyway, you humans are literally that. Humans do pretty much everything, dude. You're talking about an entire species. 14 trillion individuals. Obviously, we're in all trades and whatnot. No species specializes like that. I know that, Garthok retorted. But think about it this way. Let's assume the ship is yours. You need to put together the best crew you can get. So let's start with the front and work our way to the back of the ship. You need an astrogator. Who do you hire? Let's be generous and say that money does not matter. Rubber thought about it for a second. Oh, well, in that case, I'd absolutely be Belgrand of the Mystic Queen. Exactly, said Garthok. You'd get Belgrand. You'd get a chick. Hold on now. I'm not after any chick. I want Belgrand. Rubber objected. Fair enough, but look at the list of the most highly rated astrogators in Confed. The first 3 pages are all Kacheks. After that, you start seeing other species show up, including humans. But we're talking about a species that has lived in interstellar nomadic lifestyle for 300,000 of your years. Obviously, not every Kachek is an astrogator, let alone a good one. But if you want the best astrogator you can get, odds are you'll be looking at a Kachek. Rubber considered this for a moment, then said, Okay, go on. Okay, what about cargo handlers? Well, that's kind of an unskilled labor thing, so pretty much anyone can do that. True enough, but what traits make an excellent cargo handler? Rubber thought about this for a very long moment before responding. Well, they need to be reasonably strong. I mean, the lifters do all the really heavy stuff, but some cargo still gets handled manually. They'd need to be able to operate all the equipment correctly and safely. They need to be able to both work long hours and tolerate long periods of soul-crushing boredom. Garthok smiled slightly. Well, doesn't that just sound like the short description of the Shalit? They are a species that, for all intents and purposes, are living rocks. By any other species standard, their physical strength is essentially without limits, and they don't just get tired ever. So they can work extremely hard for as long as necessary. Then, when the loading is done, they're the happiest being on their own and pretending to be actual rocks. Rubber nodded her agreement. Okay, you got me there. But I'd like to point out that they're also really hard on deck plates. Cute. Well, the fact that every ship everywhere in Confed looks for Chalets to do cargo handling, it's certainly not that they can't do other things on a ship. It's just that they tend to be a really excellent fit for cargo handlers. Clearly, they're a spacefaring species, so obviously they have actual rocket scientists and such. Gothok, you know you're sounding kind of racist right now, right? What? No. Look at it this way, and, by the way, I found this on your recreational database. So if it's a racist, that's on you. If we express key traits numerically, we can use a 20-point scale for granularity. Actually, I don't know why it's a 20-point scale. but that was what was in the database. But if we go with that, then the average human intelligence would be something like a 10 or 11. Same with strength and wisdom, though I've met enough humans to make my question that one. Dexterity, etc. No other species in Confed does that. They tend to rank very high in one or two areas and very low in the rest. But humans are middle of the street at best. On the other hand, there are middle of the street at worst. Road. You mean middle of the road? Rubber replied. Yes, that, anyway. If you think it through, you humans are incredibly average. Not only that, but you've known it for centuries. Your own recreational database notes that humans tend to be sort of average, even going back 3,000 years. Rubber was baffled. What? 3,000 years? How do you work that out? Well, Gathok said, the first found this numerical system in something called ADDV302. When I looked at previous versions, it goes all the way back to version 1 from almost 3,000 of your years ago. 1978 AD, to be specific. Jesus, Gathok, did you sit down and read the Dungeons & Dragons source book? Yes? What? Rubber shook her head. Oh, nothing really. It just dawned on me that in 3,000 years, WOTC still exists and, also hasn't managed to update the D20 system. End of story. Story number 2. From a Place You'll Never See. Written by Teller of Tall Tales. Humans, pitiful. Dax snarled at the life form before me at the execution stand. The human remained silent. The rows of Manalek's infantry gazed in reverence at the God King as he personally insulted the human. Nothing to say, human, the God King gloated. The human slowly looked up at the crowd, then off to the distance of the mountain world. Just one thing. The human's voice creaked like death itself as it began. From a place you shall not see, shall come a sound you shall not hear. The human lowered his head. The God King laughed, and with one of his many strong arms, punched the human across the stage. A redundant statement, human. The God King's voice shook the mountains as the human laughed. The human offered no further explanation. The God King sneered and got real close to the human's ear, hissing something. The human's bloody lips curled into a smile. He then headbutted the God King, who straightened immediately and reeled back. The God King stood tall to strike. Then a deep orange blood of brain matter splattered across the stage as the dead God King fell over, his soldiers stunned by the sudden silent death. Then, seconds later, over the mountains, a boom reached their ears, and they began to collapse in fear. I smiled and slowly released the trigger as I unhooked an earbud, putting my Remington XQ-7000, an old era rifle, but reliable. Looking through my scope, I saw Chris stagger to his feet and pull his buns off, shooting me a thumbs up as he stumbled for the God King's shuttlecraft. End of story. Story number 1. Shiny Rocks, written by a lone donut. When it comes to faster-than-light travel, you will be presented with 2 possibilities. One is to puncture space-time with a concentrated burst of energy, and to slide along on the reality-reduced pocket you create, skipping along at superluminal velocities by abusing the laws of physics. Most species end up calling this a skip drive, or some derivative of that. The other way is to fold space in on itself and using high levels of energy create a pathway between them. These are frequently called wormholes, and the devices that create them are usually simplified to gates. While the skip drive is arguably the most energy efficient, it is slower than the gate system, though the gates have their own issue that make them less feasible. Now the power requirements is the biggest hurdle for either of these forms of travel. Once you understand the physics, though, understanding this principle usually leads to the understanding of the most complicated matters of the universe, such as splitting the atom, or developing stable microsingularities. This leads to the next problem to arise, however, the materials. For a skip drive, the development is pretty straightforward. Once a species can find a way to keep the craft structurally intact for the transition, usually through a grasp of titanium alloys, gate technology allows you to transport a vessel through no skip drive, reducing the cost of production. But comes with another material component issue, that being the need for gold or platinum. These two rare metals lead to the true challenge of the gate system. No one is completely sure what unique properties of platinum and gold it is that creates the perfect conditions to conduct the energy generated by wormholes and keep it stable, but it is a key component. For most species, however, this creates a problem. While these metals are exceptional conductors, their rarity combined with the relative malleability to other metals makes them unfit for large-scale usage. And with no other real usage in the scale of manufacturing, by the time a species has reached the need for faster-than-light speed, both metals have been generally left alone, or discarded. Some might make their way into the market of high-end electronics, but for the most part there are no reserves for these metals. Then there is the Sol system. Somewhere along the way, the universe decided to throw caution to the wind and predeterminately create a galactic superpower located in a relatively dead region of the galaxy. With no immediate stellar neighbors, the inhabitants of Sol Prime, humans on the planet they called Earth, became poised to conquer. Though it was not to be easy. As a death world, the planet was crowded with predators, and even the species that aren't predatory are dangerous. According to one report, there was a large 2-meter-tall land animal with antlers, a thick hide, and a poor temperament that could shrug off being hit by land transport. This creature, which again was a land animal, was hunted by a mammalian sea animal, adding the higher-than-average gravity, the natural satellite that was too close and could affect the tides of the planet, and you had a recipe for disaster. The species should have risen to a level of sapience, and yet there was one with at least 2 others being studied and considered for potential uplifting. No, through a miracle, the humans managed to survive to become the dominant species, and this was where the universe played its other sick joke. Not only was Earth, the Sol asteroid belt, and many of the planets around absolutely loaded with gold, the humans were obsessed with it, not because of some metalworking technique they developed, or because of its later use as an electrical conductor. No, gold was popular with humans because of one simple reason. They thought it looked nice. Humans used it as currency, then backed to get currency with it. Then once they realized the physical attractiveness of the rock was useless and created a digital currency exchange, many humans still collected it fervently, believing one day it would be worth something due to its shine. The first human expeditions to mine their asteroid belt weren't driven by species betterment, or to gather critical resources to evolve their species. The promise of shiny rock was what made the human business owners, and the luster of the rock was enough to convince them that they should go get more of it. To create a gate large enough for a person to walk through, the least effective use of the gate, you would require around 5 kilograms of gold. For most species, this is a massive waste of this much gold, and the large orbiting gates used for transporting massive fleets or interstellar trading ships are focused on. One of these gates will require about 250 kilograms of gold, a little less if you can offset this with a 10% platinum. To have 2 gates is considered a hallmark of entering the FTL club. To have 4 is considered ideal, and to have anything more than 10 is considered the marker of a truly great empire. Almost no species operate more than a handful of personal gates. There are 7 gates in the Sol system alone, around all major planets, with nearly 100 small person-sized gates across the system. The closest star system near their homeworld all have at least 2 gates, most having more. Overall, there are nearly 50 total human stellar gates in service. Humans have even experimented with having a single-person gates on ships as well, having them successfully built 2 of these ships, though they were considered so opulent that actually sending them to most places ended up being seen as an insult. Overnight, humans became the intergalactic sensation, with species clamoring to buy just a little of the excess gold supply they possessed. They rose to fame and power, and were given access to technology to make their gates better, effective, and sold their designs and construction the galaxy over. From backwater nobodies to galactic superpowers within a few years, one of the richest and most respected nations in the galactic political sphere. All because of their love for shiny rocks. End of story. Story number 2. Trial by Combat, written by Kaiser 5243. Shivulda and I lounged about in our CHU after a long day of training. As Fulban, a marsupial species about 5.5 feet tall, we had been selected as one of the first aliens to partake in the military exchange program with the humans. Our physiology was one of the closest to the humans, and while they tended to be larger and stronger, our lithe bodies, excellent night vision, and sensitive hearing made us perfect scouts for the infantry units. I can't imagine why so many of them had such an issue climbing the rope. It's really not that hard, Shivulda mused as he lay in his bed exhausted. Well, to be fair, they were much denser than we are, and don't forget that we can't lift half the weight they can. Did you see Riley running with that log? I almost passed out from exhaustion watching him, I replied without turning. My right ear twitched as someone knocked politely on the door. Sounds like 5 or 6 of them. I wonder what they want, he asked quizzically as he stood to answer the door. Sugar babies, how we doing? Specialist Samson shouted as he barged into the room. He had a large television in his hands and a smell of grease and cheese wafted in from outside. Got a place I can set this down? I nodded, confused, and pointed to a small desk in the corner. 4 more humans filed in behind him, one carrying a stack of square boxes that the smell seemed to be coming from, another with a strange black rectangular device with lots of wires, and the last 2 carried cases that jingled when they stepped with the sound of glass bottles. The humans immediately took over the space. Samson and Tanner began to hook up the television to the device, while Franklin and O'Connor began pouring out bottles from the cases and placing them in our refrigerator. Stevens looked around for a moment before placing the square box on my bed. Shivulda and I looked on in confusion. Gentlemen, may I ask what you're doing? Alarm clear in my voice. Specialist Samson stopped and turned around suddenly, very serious. Shivulda, Montero, you have proven yourselves worthy of our respect and companionships in the time since your arrival. The only thing left to do is a sacred ritual that will forever bind your souls to ours. O'Connor, the sacred nectar. Calmly and with great reverence, O'Connor began to hand out bottles from the refrigerator. He handed one to each of us, and we stood in a circle. The humans twisted the caps off the bottles, and we followed suit. Specialist Samson lifted his bottle in the air. To our sugar babies! May they bring the enemy hell. The humans clanked the bottles to each other in the middle of the circle, motioning for us to do the same as well. They then chugged the bubbling liquid at an alarming speed. Shivulda and I attempted to do so as well, but I was forced to stop to breathe while Shivulda coughed and foam came out of his nose, causing the humans to laugh uproariously. Don't worry, man, it gets easier. And trust me, you'll have lots of practice. Tanner laughed, clapping the embarrassed Shivulda on the back. All right, grab some pizza while we finish preparations for the final part. Plates were handed out and the boxes on the bed were opened as the humans fell on the brown dough and cheese abominations inside. We both looked unsure as we were handed slices of this greasy meat-covered heart attack. The smell was pleasant, though, so after watching the humans devour their slices, I shrugged and took a bite. It was fantastic. My ears stood straight out of my eyes, dilated in pleasure. Encouraged by my reaction, Shivulda also took a bite of his, letting out a small squeak of satisfaction. Crap's good, right? Tanner said as he grabbed another. Okay, gentlemen, it's time, Samson said, turning from the television. Time for what? I asked with trepidation. The final stage of human bonding ceremony. Trial by combat. He hit the button on the controller, and a loud voice shouted from the television, "Mortal Kombat!" End of story. Story number 1. Danger Close, written by Average Cake Enjoyer. Zephyr grit his teeth, letting loose another bolt of mana towards a never-ending horde of hivers. Solidified mana met the wall of flesh, ripping through the mutated muscle and tearing limbs from bodies. He carved holes through their ranks, bolt after bolt, of blue light mana penetrating through multiple bodies at a time. And yet, no matter how much he or any of the others of his squad mates shot, the hivers kept running, trampling over the lifeless corpses of their fallen brothers just to get another step closer to their position. 800 meters. How long had it been? Zephyr couldn't tell. He sensed the time blurring a long time ago. It was acrid stench of burnt powder and the metallic taste of blood on his tongue being the only things that he could sense. A hand clasped around his shoulder, making him swivel around violently. His staff charged and pointed at his attacker. "Are you okay?" Zephyr sighed in relief. It was his battle buddy, Joyce, the Terran Marine. "You're looking very pale." He wiped at the sweat beading up on his brow and said, I'm good." He managed to stutter out. Joyce gave him a nod and turned back towards the enemy as she reloaded her rifle, racking it and letting off a burst of lead towards the enemy, the bullets finding their targets as they dropped body after body. 700 meters. The actions of the Marine beside him lit a fire under him, bringing what was left of his energy to bear. He turned towards the advancing horde and unleashed a beam of pure energy from the tip of his staff, the shaft of mana cutting a line through the hivers as it swept across the battlefield. Swaths of bodies were left charred and countless numbers of hivers were left without limbs, but their advance was never stopped, only slowed momentarily. He barely had any time to appreciate the destruction he caused before he started to stumble, a stream of blood flowing from his nose as his fur started to turn grey from mana deficiency. His vision started tunneling and his legs lost all strength, his staff falling to the ground gracelessly. 600 meters. The Marine who was beside him took notice and rushed to his aid, catching him before he hit the dirt. She yelled through her mic as she looked around, gesturing at another Marine to come help. "Lead a corpseman to my position, right the fact now!" Zephyr was having a hard time focusing on his surroundings, his eyes glazing over as he struggled to stay awake. Joyce grasped his hand with her own, begging, "Stay with me! Don't you go dying on me, you son of a bitch!" I'm fine." Zephyr's sentence was interrupted by a cough, as flecks of crimson splattered on the Marine's face, blood running down the corners of his lips. "Vic!" Joyce grimaced as she saw the light in Zephyr's eyes start dimming. His grasp on her hand started to waver. 500 meters. Another soldier finally came to the scene, a trauma kit in their hands. "Shit, he's in bad shape. Give me some room." She gave the corpsman a quick nod as she moved away. The corpsman pulling out a pair of trauma shears from the kit, taking off Zephyr's vest and cutting his clothes off. As she gave him one more look, Joyce sprinted off to the other side of the position that they were holding to another Marine, one with a radio on their back. She briefly relayed some instructions to the Marine and ran back to Zephyr's side, a look of concern painting her face. She leaned down towards the corpsman, whispering in his ear, "How bad is it?" He gave her a shake of his head. "I can't do anything for him here. We're going to need to medevac or he's not going to make it another day." 400 meters. The sound of gunfire started to taper off, the shouts of the Marines requesting ammo coming shortly after. Joyce looked down at her own rifle, the bolt locked back, an only empty magazine filling her pouches. Zephyr turned his head towards her, his bleary eyes locked with hers. Guess this is it. I never thought of it end like this, but as far as endings go, fighting till the end doesn't seem so bad." "Don't be a fucking quitter," she said with a crackly laugh, tears starting to pool at the corners of her eyes. "It ain't over until it's over. You hear?" 300 meters. The hivers approached even faster than before, now unbothered by the lack of rifle fire and staff blasts. Marines across the defensive position looked down at the approaching horde in dread, some putting out their pistols to shoot at the enemies. Just do me a favor, yeah? He said to her weakly. Shoot me before they get you. I don't want to get ripped over. His sentence was interrupted by the roaring of jets in the distance. Holy feck! Joyce dropped to her knees in relief, her words almost getting stuck in her throat. Took those flower boys long enough. The pair of jets soared overhead, flying over the mass of hivers, dropping canisters from their wings as they flew past. The canisters split open as they separated from the plane, revealing hundreds of bomblets as they fell. They landed squarely in the middle of the mass, a carpet of explosions sweeping over the horde of bodies. Clouds of terrain and chunks of flesh flew in all directions, a crimson mist and a shower of viscera staining the air like some form of macabre art piece. And yet, the shattered ranks of the horde pushed forward. 200 meters. The jets turned and came in for another run, this time diving lower towards the ground. A flash of light and a cloud of smoke erupted from the noses of the planes, showering the remnants of the hivers with high explosive projectiles. Brrrt! Countless numbers of hivers were separated from their limbs, some falling face first into the ground, their legs gone from their knees down. Some disappeared completely, a shell hitting them directly, turning them into a chunky saucer. The last of the hivers stumbled forward, the only one left standing. It was a tattered mess, with bleeding gashes caused by fragmentation and burns littering its body. Clutching the stump of the arm it had left, it stared at the Marines ahead of it, with hatred burning in its eyes before collapsing to the floor in a bloody heap, unmoving. 100 meters, and no further. Cheers erupted from the battle line of Marines, whoops and yells of celebration filling the air around them. Some of the Marines finally broke down, falling to their knees, crying tears of relief. Zephyr could only manage a weak laugh as he grasped Joyce's hand one more time. You crazy bastards. His voice trailed off as his eyes slowly closed. Head lolling lifelessly in the hands of the corpsman holding him. Shit, don't die on us now. Call a medevac. He'll be fine. Just a little R&R and therapy is all he needs. Thanks, Doc. No worries. Call me if you need anything else. Will do. Zephyr slowly opened one of his eyes, the dust of sleep still crusting the corners of them. He was met with a blinding light above him before it slowly dimmed to show the concerned face of Joy. Both his eyes opened in shock before calming down again. I guess we didn't make it, huh? Is this next, Are you, an angel? He said morosely. Joyce gave him a playful shove on the shoulder. Cut it out, dumbass. You know how worried I was? She said with a laugh. Yeah. So, we made it out, How? Well, the flyboys turned everything on the field to mist, so it gave us enough time to get a dropship down to come evac us. Just barely, though. As soon as we were up and out of Dodge, another horde of them fecking showed up. You got it a bit closer. I'm not sure if I was hallucinating at the time, but I swear to the gods above, those explosions got a bit too close for our comfort. Nothing like a bit of danger close to get your blood pumping, huh? You, Terrans are crazy, he said with a scoff. She gave him a soft smile. You betcha. End of story. Story number 2. The Drive to Invent, written by The Missing Think. The campfire had burned down to embers, the red glow reflecting in the massive, impressive pile of empty bottles that had grown between the two men. You know, Herb, for all mankind's inventions, the original is still the best. He gestured vaguely forward. You mean beer, Hank? Hard to disagree with you there, but I am not sure that I'd go so far as saying that it is the original. Not beer, you moron. Hank gestured forward. Fire. Where'd we be now? If some bright spark, he chuckled lightly, as the unintended pun. Hadn't come up with that. In the dark, probably, Herb replied with a laugh of his own. The two settled down into a companionable silence, broken only by the occasional pump of the fire and the hiss of the fresh bottle being opened. Hank laughed again. How do you figure that? Funny thing about inventions, you know. Herb started up again. They're all, every last one of them inspired by the same thing. Sex. Hank laughed again. Oh, so how do you figure that? Well, take fire for a start. Do you think the guy who came up with that was thinking about cooking food or melting metals and such? No way. He just wanted more light so that he could see what he was doing. If you catch my drift. Okay, replied Hank. I'll give you that one. What about beer? Easy. That was so he couldn't see what he was doing so clear. Both men laughed at that one, until silence settled around them once again. More crackles from the fire, more beer opened. Okay, Herb. What about the wheel? That's so that we could see the pretty woman from the next tribe over. Spears? Well, so that we could take the woman from the next tribe over. All right. So your idea stacks up pretty well for the cavemen types, but we're past that all now. Look at the modern inventions we got, with nothing to do with sex, like, for instance, Hank paused. Every invention he thought of seemed to lead back to sex, with little consideration. Phones talking to women, cameras, the taking of pictures of women, cars, there was a reason they came with the back seat. Computers, well, he wasn't the only one to call them porn machines. Finally, inspiration struck. Oh, what about spaceships? Wait, you think those alien types don't have women too? End of story.